Hi and hello, Bills Mafia, and welcome to the Writers' Room, part of the Buffalo Fanatics pregame tailgate show. And today, the Buffalo Bills take on the Kansas City Chiefs for the chance to go to the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay. Guys, this is huge. Super Bowl last, or even the last time we were in the championship game. And so I want to go around the room. I want you to introduce yourself and tell us about how you're feeling today as we head into the championship game. I'm going to start with my number one spicy hot wingman, and that is Mitch Broder.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mitch Broder, writer here for the Buffalo Fanatics. And honestly, I really don't know how to feel today. I am one of those people who was not alive when the Bills were in the AFC Championship game the last time. So this is a new experience for me, but I'm excited today. Let's get this thing on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, next we'll go to BFF Jeremy on Twitter, Jeremy Allen.
Yeah, I was alive, very young, and not very interested in watching sports. So, I mean, I get excited every time I think about, if we win this game, it's the Super Bowl next. That gets me pretty pumped. And kind of like normal games, I'm okay right now. And, as it gets closer, every hour, I'll probably just get, more and more anxious.
Yeah, I totally am like that. Yeah, once game time comes, man, I am pacing. It's terrible. Next, we got Eric Schmidt, our Buffalo Fanatics spy.
What's going on, everybody? Bills Mafia. You can find me at BF_spy on Twitter. I hope you all are pumped and ready for game day. This is my first time as a Bills fan being able to consciously experience this, understand it in context, and actually run with it. So I couldn't be more pumped. Also, fun note, I'm the father of two beautiful little girls. My oldest is 4 years old. She's getting to the point where she can understand football, and it's been a beautiful thing to experience this season with her and be able to teach her a little bit about the game to where she knows she's a Buffalo Bills fan. And last week, she also said that Lamar Jackson smells like poop. So there's that.
That's good reporting right there. She considered writing for the Buffalo Fanatics. That's quality stuff. Hashtag girl dad. I love it.
Yep.
Next we have Mr. Zach Vaughn.
Hello, go Bills. And yeah, like a lot of people, I wasn't around the last time the Bills were in this position. In fact, I will say this, on Friday, NFL Network did re-air the 93 Conference Championship. And so my dad and I just sat down and watched most of it just because. And that was really the first time I ever really got to see any live footage, well, in this case, recorded footage of those 90s Bills and how great they were. And it just brings all those similarities to the 2020 Bills back to mind. Mm-hmm. So I just have to say that I'm very excited for tonight. But at the same time, I'm also anxious and somewhat calm and confident. So it's almost like a perfect balance right now where it's I don't know what to feel. But like Jeremy said, I'll probably get more anxious as the game grows closer.
So he's simultaneously anxious, confident, and calm. I don't know how that works. You might want to consult your therapist on this, but that's pretty great. I like that. I get that. It's a whole pool of emotions. And finally, we have Mr. Alex Lucci, a.k.a. the Thigh Doctor.
Yeah, the thighs are trembling today. So listen, for the Super Bowl run, I was 5 through 8 years old. Do I remember it that clearly? No, but I definitely remember the Super Bowls. It's good to be back here. How do I feel? Going into this year, I felt like, we got to just take another step in the playoffs. We won the game. I said, hey, we get to the AFC Championship. I mean, that'd be great progress. The next year, go for the Super Bowl. However, we didn't back into the playoffs this year. Mm-hmm. We didn't get lucky. Why not us? I don't see why we can't beat the Chiefs today. I'm nervous, but I could see it happening at the same time. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Oh man, we got some great comments from the community here. Ivan the Great says, "I'm good nervous. I think we're gonna give them a thought game, 31-28. I'm not sure what a thought game is. They're playing mind games over here. I like it. I'm living in their head rent free."
I think he meant thorough.
Oh,
Maybe thorough.
Maybe thorough.
I thought he meant thought.
This is where proofreading matters.
Or maybe he's calling Alex a thought. Maybe that's what it is.
Okay. David Pledig, I have no idea how to say that. I def was, and I have been on edge all night. We def need this win.
For sure.
Man, Patricia Guerra says the eye doctor is wild. I think we know who the sex appeal is for this show, and I don't like that, Alex. I'm a little jealous. Guys, if you don't know me, I am Adam Nannini. I am the chief editor here at Buffalo Fanatics, and I am just so grateful to have my guys with me today. Guys, I want to do a quick around the table.
Whoa, Adam! Don't forget, best hair in Bill's Mafia.
Well, I mean, that's true. I felt like that goes without saying, you know. But I want to start with a around the table topic, which is this. There's been some discussion this week that maybe Josh Allen has reached the same level as Patrick Mahomes so far in his career. Like this year, he's kind of caught him. Do you think that's true? And, you know, how would you back that up one way or the other? We're going to start here with Jeremy. Jeremy, what do you think about that topic?
I would say kind of yes and no. I mean, Mahomes has had like a 50 touchdown, 5,000 passing yard season in his past. Like, is he capable of doing that again? Probably. Josh Allen has been like fantastic this season. Did he quite get there this season? No, but I think when you compare like their traits and what they're capable of, then I would say yes. This season, I think we can all agree that Josh Allen somewhat like outperformed Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. And yeah, when you look at the traits, I mean, they both have the arm and they both make like some ridiculous throws sometimes. The way they can scramble and extend plays, they can both do it. So I think in a way, yeah, like I don't think there's a lot that Patrick Mahomes can do that Josh Allen can't, and I really can't think of it. So yeah,
I think your point about traits is really good. I mean, so there's that balance between potential and what they are, and that's to me like the real debate. Mitch, let me come to you on this particular question. What do you think when people say that?
I mean, I think that's the right way to look at it. I think, what is the big difference between Mahomes and Allen at this point is just Mahomes has accomplished, he's won an MVP. He's won a Super Bowl and was the Super Bowl MVP as well. And Allen just doesn't have that yet. But I think, yeah, when you look at talent, and honestly, this season, just kind of a game-by-game sort of like look at things, Allen's there with Mahomes, no question. It's just Mahomes has done it for a little longer and has reached kind of the peak of the mountain, whereas Allen hasn't quite got there yet. So, but I think it's definitely kind of a little bit of both when it comes to kind of comparing these two, whether Allen is at Mahomes' level or not.
All right, we have a little feedback from the commentary. D. Chiron or Sharon says, the thing that separates them is Mahomes owns the Super Bowl win. However, Allen is the more supreme athlete.
That's a great point.
Yeah, let's come to you, Eric. How would you respond to our commenter there?
What he said was going to be what he or she said was going to be part of my point. So I appreciate that sentiment. But there's a point that I want to argue. I talked about this with Kyle Naps on the NKB Nap Knows Buffalo podcast. Make sure you guys go check that out. He's absolutely killing it for us, Buffalo Fanatics. So the point that I made, this is a hot take, so get ready out there, everybody watching.
Ooh.
Josh Allen is better at processing at the line of scrimmage pre-snap than Mahomes.
Whoa. Oh, whoa.
Plain and simple.
And
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. Patrick Mahomes is an improvisational god, okay? So post-snap, once he gets that snap, he can literally do just about anything. He's like Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet once the ball is snapped. But pre-snap, Josh Allen is an absolute surgeon. He dissects. Brian Dable gives him the tools to be able to do that. Patrick Mahomes makes many more of his plays once the play is developing. He's just that kind of guy. So I think in that regard, if you look at it in that context, they're actually quite different players. Yes, Josh Allen can make those same moves happen post-snap, but he also does a lot of dissection at the line, and I don't think he gets enough credit for that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is a fantastic point, Eric. That's something I had not considered, and now that you say it, it's feels true. We got a comment that kind of, I don't know if it backs you up, but it says Jamal Harris says all Mahomes does is backpedal and hit Hill when he's blitzed.
You must have read my spy column, Jamal. There you go.
We'll get to that. No spoilers. Come on, Zach. You are our sort of player profile guy. I mean, on the Buffalo Fanatics, you write fantastic player profiles, and you're watching the film. You're looking at these guys. I mean, when you see Mahomes and Allen, I guess a quick question I have for you is, from what you've seen, who has the better arm?
Ooh, well, that is a pretty tough question to answer, but I guess sort of to go back to Eric's point about the improvisation versus like the schematics of it, I would say that Mahomes is better on the run and scrambling. I know Allen can make those ridiculous passes too. He showed that multiple times, including both of those Gabriel Davis receptions in the first half of the Colts game. I would say that Allen has the better arm power, and Mahomes has just that insane ability to throw it willy-nilly all around the field and somehow still find a guy, even if he's just like, screw it, someone's down there somewhere.
Yeah, that's fair. So Allen's got the better, just pure arm, but I see your point. Okay. I'm going to come to you, Alex. You are one of our medical writers, the thigh doctor, so they say. And apparently, you got a fan base over here. But putting out the vibe, ladies. But Alex, I'm curious, from a physical standpoint, when you look at these guys as just their bodies and like what you're seeing in terms of injury and just being physical specimens, what do you see about these two quarterbacks and how would you compare them?
Yeah, similar. I think Allen's, how should I put this? Allen's a little more of a powerful boy, but Mahomes can kind of get it done too. But when we look at comparing them, I think outside of the physical traits, which I think they're fairly similar. I think Allen's got a stronger arm, but Mahomes can kind of do it better, per se. I think Mahomes has a higher floor than Allen, and that's the problem. I think both their ceilings are just as high, but the problem is we just have that little worry about Josh Allen still. Does anyone else feel the same way?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I know that's how I feel. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
We know Diana feels that way in the comments section. Thank you, Diana. Thank you.
Guys, this is not a dating service, all right? Actually, let's see. Fluffy Pando, we had a super chatter says something. Thank you, Fluffy Panda. Really appreciate your contribution. He says, Allen's got a little fluty in him. He'll take chances that look insane. Mahomes isn't a chance taker, in my opinion. Mitch, let me come to you on that. How would you respond to Fluffy Panda about the idea of taking chances or not taking chances?
I mean, I think he got it right, or she, I guess. When it comes to, with Allen taking chances, I think though that Mahomes does take chances. I mean, I think was it a year or two ago against the Ravens, where it was 4th and 12, Mahomes like threw the ball across the field like 50 yards, which is, I would definitely look at it as probably a chance taker. But right, to kind of go off Andy's comment here, I mean, listen, they're both elite quarterbacks in the National Football League that are immensely talented and just do some wild things kind of game to game. So yeah, I think, they both kind of bring something to the table that's special, different than, most quarterbacks on the planet, to be honest. So
yeah, I think you're totally right, and we got some fantastic commentary in the section. I mean, they should be doing this show, not us, I think. Eric, I wanted to ask you a quick question about Mahomes' throwing motion. He's got a bit of a baseball throwing motion. You see that sort of elbow throw he does. It looks like something a second baseman or a shortstop would do. We know his baseball bona fides, so they say. Do you think that throwing motion could be dangerous for him going forward in his career?
I think what you have to worry about for him is, is where you're releasing the ball. Is that sustainable? I mean, we know Phillip Rivers, rather, he has kind of a sidearm throwing motion. Matthew Stafford is also capable of that. Both of those guys have had shoulder injuries during their careers, although Phillip Rivers he's an Iron Man and hasn't missed a game. But I don't so much worry about the throwing motion for Mahomes. I worry about sometimes he contorts his body as if he's a member of Cirque du Soleil in order to make one of those crazy throws. And I do find myself a little bit concerned just for the simple fact that I'm not sure he's as sturdy as Josh Allen is. And sometimes when he contorts his body to make some of these throws, the thought that pops into my mind is, what if you come down awkward? What if a player hits you while you're doing that? That puts you're putting yourself at a greater amount of risk doing that. So I think that in that sense, yes, Mahomes does take chances. I think most of these quarterbacks are faces of the league. Let's just be honest here. These quarterbacks are the future, along with some of the other great young signal callers in this league. So as far as Mahomes' throwing motion, I think it has more to do with his entire body motion when he's playing.
Uh-oh. I think we lost Adam. Oh, he's back.
Oh, let's see.
Oh,
I don't know
you're
what's
gonna run
going on
through the
here.
wall.
All right, Mitch, why don't you take over here for a second?
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, I guess with also, with Mahomes, I mean, I will say, kind of going off your point, Eric, as far as, can Mahomes, hold up? I mean, the one thing with Allen, I think kind of off that same idea is, with the running that Josh Allen does. And we saw it against the Chargers, on a quarterback run, how he got taken out awkwardly. And, we all held our breath because it kind of looked like, a bad knee injury. So I do think that, that aspect of Allen's game, which I think we're starting to see a little less of as he's gotten better as a passer over the years, but that does worry, I think, me as far as his longevity as well. Because Allen takes shots. He's not afraid to get hit. He likes to lower his shoulder. And, with a guy like Cam Newton, who did that for a decade, essentially, right? It kind of took a toll on him to the point where, he can't really even throw a football anymore. So I think there is that part of Allen, too, that does make you, similar with Mahomes. Just hope that, he can hold up really long term.
Well, sorry about that, guys. We've been having some technical difficulties. I have cats.
It's okay.
Webcams breaking.
We're adjusting well. We're getting through it.
Yeah, well, you guys got me covered. Let's get started on some real topics here. Alex, I want to start with you. You write our pregame injury report, and I know you've done some heavy looking into both the Bills roster and the Chiefs roster. Let's first start with the Bills injuries. Who do you think is going to be out today? Who do we need to be watching for on this Bills team, and who might or might not play?
Yeah, so we got two guys questionable. You got Vernon Butler with the quad injury, and trust me, I know how hard quad injuries are to come back from. And then you got Gabe Davis with the ankle. Honestly, I think Vernon Butler is going to be out. He didn't play in the fourth quarter. He must have strained it. They didn't put it on TV. Can't really tell when it happened, but I think that's going to take a little longer to recover. Gabe Davis he was able to finish the game. It looked like he got his ankle folded up when Humphrey fell on him in the end zone when he dropped the ball. The fact that he finished the game, he was able to get back to practice at the end of the week, I think he does suit up. I know we brought up Stills from the practice squad, but I actually think Stills is going to be inactive. Okay,
so really Buffalo's pretty clean from an injury standpoint. And that's huge going into this game. Alex, do you – I guess let me first start with the Vernon Butler thing. So if Vernon doesn't play, Zach, I'm going to come to you. How much do you think that's going to impact this game?
Well, I would say that Vernon Butler, I mean, he hasn't really done much on the stat sheet, but I think that might be because he's sort of filling that Star Lotulelei role. He is that one big guy we have, and his absence probably will make more of an impact than most Bills fans would think. That being said, I think that means that Harrison Phillips would have to take over a bigger role, or maybe we see more of a defensive tackle rotation because, yeah, they only have like 4 defensive tackles. So obviously one of them is going to get an increased role because of Butler's injury.
All right. Jeremy, I want to come to you about Gabriel Davis. if Gabriel Davis is limited, either he can't get the snaps in or maybe somehow he still misses the game, although, as Alex pointed out, he thinks he is going to play. But let's assume he's limited. How do you see the Bills responding? Do you see a bigger role for McKenzie? Do you think they might roll with more tight ends? What do you see in this game?
It's a little hard to say because when Beasley was out in that last game against the Dolphins, I definitely didn't expect McKenzie to kind of step up and have that game he did. And then I'm trying to think later on. So I guess that's my only example. I think we would all think like, oh, well, then this is what's probably going to happen. Personally, I think the guys that we have will just get more looks. Cole Beasley, I think, might be a little more hungry this game because he really didn't get a whole lot. Like last game, I think he was just targeted. He had 0 receptions. So I could see him feeling a little bit more. And then back to just Isaiah McKenzie. I mean, the way he stepped up for when Cole Beasley was out, I thought he did great. So I think he could surprise us. I know we have elevated and protected Kenny Stills, but I mean, let's be honest, we haven't seen him yet. And if he did play some snaps, I would be surprised if it was that many. So, and with the tight ends, I really don't. I think we just need to. I think we've almost seen the best with our tight ends this season. I'm sorry, they haven't really surprised us that much. So yeah, I think it just comes down to the receivers that we have: John Brown, Cole Beasley, and Isaiah McKenzie. It's just stepping up.
I gotta disagree on the tight ends point there.
Eric, take it.
It's fine.
I mean, Dawson Knox. As far as Dawson Knox is concerned, he's on a hot streak. I mean, just a couple of weeks ago, he had a 100% catch rate, 4 for 4. So Dawson Knox is on the up and up. And, oh, by the way, guess who the Chiefs are missing this week? One of their starting linebackers, Willie Gay, who is the most athletic linebacker on their team, and he will not play. That's 100%. You can count on it. So what that's going to do is that's going to make it extremely difficult for the Chiefs to cover laterally and especially in between the hashes. That's going to open up space for Cole Beasley. It's going to open up space for Isaiah McKenzie. And it's going to open up space for Dawson Knox most of all, who will be a mismatch in that 10, 15-yard range, middle of the field between the hashes. Dawson Knox can absolutely carve that up if they're throwing some play sets for that.
Oh,
so
boy.
I think Dawson Knox is on the up and up, and he's a secret weapon along with McKenzie, as one of our commenters said.
Eric, great point. It is a matchup. I'm going to come to you, Alex, right now. So let's, you brought it up there, Erica. Let's talk for a second about these Chiefs injuries. And Alex, I'm going to come to you. And if you want to add more, feel free. But let's talk about who the Chiefs might be missing in this game and how that might impact that.
Got it. So yeah, Willie Gay Jr. is out. However, I actually think he plays in their base defense, and he actually comes out during the nickel. Besides that, I don't think Le'Veon Bell is going to play. He didn't practice all week. And then they had a few other guys nicked up. So Sammy Watkins might come back. He's coming off a calf injury. And then they had Breeland, their starting cornerback, out with a concussion, but I think he's passed through the protocol. He'll be playing. And then one of their slot corners, Felton. I think he'll be coming back too. He missed last week, but he got more practice in this week compared to last. And then the big injury for them, obviously, was the Patrick Mahomes injury. Concussion or fainting from hitting a nerve on the neck, either or. He did go in the protocol. He's out of it, but don't forget, he also has the turf toe injury. Do I think he comes out fine? Absolutely. He probably have the toe shot up. He'll probably feel good in the first quarter. However, if we can get him running, get him to pivot on that toe a bit and aggravate it, we should see him hobbling late in the game.
Alex, that's great. And, we have some other players I'm curious about. Clyde Edwards-Helaire might play. Sammy Watkins might play. So they've got some guys potentially coming back. What is your prognosis on those two guys in particular? Because they could be huge difference makers.
Yeah, so who knows what they do with Sammy. I don't even know if they like him in the lineup, to be honest. But he might be coming back. He was limited participation all week. And then Clyde Edwards-Helaire has not come back since he initially got hurt. He had like a weird ankle and hip injury. So I think for the AFC Championship, I actually think these guys play, especially with Le'Veon Bell out. I think they get Edwards-Helaire up, but he might not play a lot. You know what I mean? But I do definitely see these guys in the lineup.
Yeah, that could be big. Mitch, if Edwards-Helaire does play, and let's assume he's healthy enough to play. I mean, he could be, not like a 10-snap kind of guy. How much does that change the tenor of this game?
I mean, I think it changes things, a little bit because let's be real. I mean, Clyde Edwards-Helaire was, fantastic when these two teams first met back in week 6. But again, Matt Milano wasn't playing then either. And Matt Milano has been a menace against the run. And so I do think that, even if Edwards-Helaire plays, he's a guy that ultimately, listen, I think similar to what the Bills thought back in week 6, if that's who's going to have to win the game for the Chiefs, then so be it, So I don't think it changes things all that much, especially because the Bills have been playing the run so much better since then.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. We've got some changing variables, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Eric, I wanted to give you a chance to respond. Alex had mentioned that this linebacker that's out was more of a base linebacker, but who is this guy and what does he do for the Chiefs? Can you maybe expound on that?
Well, he was their most athletic linebacker, plain and simple. Also, one of their most experienced. Daniel Sorensen, Dirty Dan, as they call him down in KC, apparently. He is more of a hybrid linebacker. He came out of BYU playing both safety and linebacker, so he can do both. Willie Gay is a very, very athletic linebacker for the Chiefs. I would almost call him like Matthew Milano light. He can do a lot of good things as far as lateral movement, makes good reads, things like that. And they do rotate him. He is a rotational player, but he's also a first-string starter and an established player in this league. The Chiefs' other linebackers are a little bit Anthony Hitchens, some of their other linebackers are getting up there in age. So Willie Gay is a young, athletic linebacker that gives them a lot of energy and pop back there behind the defensive line.
Man, that's an excellent point, and I love you expounding on that. Thanks so much for that, Eric. Let's quickly get to these two teams have played before, kind of like the Bucs and the Packers played before. It was the same week. And the Bills lost to the Chiefs. The Chiefs ran all over the Bills, and it ended up being, I believe, a 9-point game at the end. Let's talk about the difference between these two teams. I'm going to start with the defense. Jeremy, I'm going to come to you. What do you see as a difference in this Bills defense from when we played in week 6, I believe, and now?
For me, I think the biggest difference and the reason for optimism is our defensive line and linebackers. Last go around, obviously we didn't have Matt Milano, and as people love posting on Twitter, we're undefeated with him in the lineup. And when I say they love it, I mean they do. I've seen it multiple times from multiple people. I think I'm the only one seeing it so much, but I mean, obviously they're right. So we have Matt Milano back. We have a healthy Tremaine Edmonds who was, dealing with an injury at the beginning of the year. We have, AJ Klein kind of knows what he's doing now. We kind of know how to use him a little bit more. And then on the defensive line, like I said, Ed Oliver, he was also playing through an injury who's healthy now. Vernon Butler, I know that's going to be a bit of a hit, but luckily, with Harrison Phillips, he's probably been playing much better and at his best these last few games, and he's kind of our true one tech on the team. So
great point.
The fact that he'll be able to step up, and I hope he can help with in that era. And then obviously Jerry Hughes, Mario Addison, they are who they are. And Hughes is coming off of a pretty monster game, and hopefully he can continue that energy. But with our defensive line and linebackers, I think, and our defense just as a whole is playing so much better. I don't think we have to sell out like we did last time and say, let's just stop the, let's focus on the pass and let them break, run all over us. I think we can have a more balanced approach and stop both of them this time, or we at least have a much better shot at it.
Yeah, I mean,
1 point.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah. Mitch, I want to come to you. Jeremy made some excellent points about Harrison Phillips and so many of these players either playing better or being back. So this does feel like a totally different Bills defense. What's different for this Bills offense than what we saw earlier in the season, Mitch?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, with how teams defend Josh Allen. And, everyone knows that was probably, you could argue that was his worst game of the year. He was not good, 14 to 27, 122 yards. He threw a pick. But, I think what we have to remember is this. So that was following the Titans game, which they kind of put on that blueprint of, just play cover 2, cover 4, keep everything in front of you, and make Josh Allen dink and dunk on the field. And he'll be too impatient and blah, 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 blah. Which, for that game, it did work. However, we have seen now in the second half of the season that Josh Allen can take apart zone coverages like that too. I mean, look at the second half of that Steelers game. Everything was just underneath, taking what the defense gave them, and they marched down the field and they scored touchdowns, put up points, it was nothing. So I think the biggest thing that sticks out to me is that Josh Allen has evolved from them as far as being able to attack, those soft zones. And Brian Daboll has also gotten better at calling plays for Josh Allen to kind of take apart those zones as well. So this offense has just kind of come a long ways from them as far as that's concerned. I mean, listen, they can't run the ball still, so that's nothing new. But they're healthy. And Josh Allen was hurt. He had that shoulder injury he got against the Raiders that was still nagging him. So with those two things in mind, I think that this is an offense, again, just like the defense, they're different than what they were back in week 6. This is not, the offense that's going to put up 17 points and really struggle, I think.
Oh, that's a great point about the injury. I think a lot of people aren't talking about that, against the Raiders and how Allen was limited by that. I wanted to come to you, Alex and Eric, about Patrick Mahomes and that turf toe, and specifically how that could impact him today. I'm going to start with you, Alex. Can you give us just a really quick, for people who don't know what turf toe is, will you tell us what is turf toe and what is it like?
Yeah. So turf toe is like, it's your great toe. Imagine this is my foot and this is your big toe, and it gets pulled back. So you sprain the ligaments on the base of the great toe. When it's painful, when you want to push off, when you're digging in the dirt, trying to sprint, change directions, it's going to give you a wrench of pain. It's going to make that foot kind of weak too. So listen, guys who get turf toe, back in the day, I remember AJ Green had to miss like almost the whole season for it. Obviously, it comes in different degrees. We saw it earlier this year with Zach Moss. He had to miss a couple games. Now, for skill players, I'd say obviously they're pushing off and pivoting the whole time. For a quarterback, sitting in the pocket, can kind of get away with it more. They'll definitely give him some pain medicine, like I said. So he might not look limited early in the game. But if we can get him rolling out, scrambling, and he's trying to slide, that's when he hurt it in the game, when he was going down for a slide. Get him in those situations, I think it could get aggravated. Once it's aggravated, then he doesn't want to put pressure on his foot, like we saw in the pocket, which can, if he's not stepping into throws, get a couple throws off mark, and who knows? Maybe this could set up a turnover that changes the game.
Man, thank you for that explanation. I think a lot of people don't know what turf toe is. They hear that and it sounds kind of like, oh, that seems like a weak injury, but it sounds super painful. Before we go to you, Eric, real quick, we have a super chatter. Albert Lewis says, just want to say thanks for all the content. Keep up the hype. That's what we do. Albert, thanks so much. Eric, quarterbacks who have turf toe, I mean, obviously, Alex mentioned the, when Green had it, it really impacted his ability to just play as a wide receiver. When you see a guy have turf toe as a quarterback, and I believe it's on his front foot, so his landing foot. I mean, what do you see from quarterbacks with that injury, and what are you going to watch for today?
So what I think about the injury to Mahomes is that it definitely even affected him in the Cleveland game. He was definitely hobbled. He definitely had just as Alex said, proves Alex's point to be correct, he had a much more difficult time trying to transition directions, trying to cut and run, and trying to plant his feet and get his base. A lot of his throws were really off schedule as far as his throwing mechanics are concerned. I think what you want to do as the Bills defense is you want to hit him with delayed zone blitzes and force him to his right. Mahomes can roll either direction. He's just fine rolling right and throwing, or rolling out left and throwing. We've even seen him change hands with the ball to throw it left-handed. But if you force him to his right, that means he has to plant that foot and explode out of it and get out of that pocket and run and explode to the right. So if you can force him to run to his right, you're going to be able to maybe get to him a little bit more. Maybe he doesn't have the same speed. And also, how good is his pass blocking going to be when he's not moving at his normal speed? Is there going to be timing issues and stuff like that? I mean, we saw it against the Miami Dolphins. They'd bring Jerome Baker on a delayed zone blitz, and he'd blast past the offensive lineman because he's a fast linebacker, and the Chiefs would have no answer. They also do a very interesting thing where sometimes they'll bring Tyreek Hill into the slot on the inside, and they'll split Travis Kelce out wide. They do that because Mahomes loves to throw to Travis Kelce. Now, if they do that against the Bills, that's going to present some problems. Who is going to be that extra pass coverage? Because most times when they do that, the running back is on the weak side, not the strong side, and Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce are both running routes. Neither of them are blocking. So if you're Patrick Mahomes, are you going to be able to run that play set and get that dynamic play set going? Or is that toe going to affect you where you're going to have to kind of stay back there a little bit? So I think it's going to be really interesting to watch. But I do think the toe is going to affect this game. And as far as we had one commenter talk about getting shot up. I've been shot up before. It's not magic fairy dust. It doesn't work indefinitely. It's a temporary thing, and you don't want to be doing it too much. So he might be shot up. He might be fine. Just like Alex said, he might be fine for a little bit, but that pain's going to come at some point.
Okay, really quick, we got a super chatter from Mr. Jason Dean says, say it with me, Trey White. Don't forget that he hasn't forgotten Buffalo passed on Mahomes for him. Huge game for Trey. It seems like, that could be Mahomes trying to get revenge against Buffalo for passing on him, or maybe Trey's like, hey, I was worth it. I was worth trading down for and, using that pick. That'll be kind of interesting. Speaking of Trey, Eric, you kind of got a little bit into your Buffalo Fanatics spy article. Check that out on the buffalofanatics.com. All these guys have fantastic articles on the buffalofanatics.com that'll prepare you for the game. But in there, you talked about looking at that Kansas City Chiefs offense, and you mentioned some of the stuff there with Kelce splitting out wide and whatnot. What is, we've looked at Trey White in that commentary, and I think that's a great point. And I'm wondering, what's the key to stopping this Chiefs offense today?
So I think the key to stopping the Chiefs offense is you've got to keep Travis Kelce locked up in that zone coverage over the middle. The problem with running zone against Travis Kelce is if you're not doing it perfectly, he's going to carve you to absolute pieces. So what I'm saying is that when he's running his routes, he knows how to dissect his zones. So you have to disrupt his route running. Some of the ways you do that is give him odd looks, put linebackers on him off the line. When he leaves that zone and goes into another zone, there needs to be a Bills defensive back or safety there. So Taron Johnson, Trey White, they need to be there. And if Travis Kelce splits out wide and they run that Tyreek inside play set, then we need to see Tre'Davious White on Travis Kelce. And I'll tell you what's interesting about that. Does anybody remember when Trey White went up against Rob Gronkowski and frustrated him so much that attempted murder was a possibility on the field? I mean, Trey White's amazing. And so I think one of the ways you do this is you really have to be on the dot with your zone coverage. And the Bills are more than capable of doing that. We've seen it. But you have to be very careful about what you're doing and in what zone and where and why. So Leslie Frazier and Sean McDermott, you can be damn sure they're going to be on that preparation and having that stuff set up right. I do want to see Taron Johnson on some corner blitzes out of that nickel position.
Oh, man, fantastic stuff. If you guys want to see a really detailed piece, a fantastic piece, check out Eric's piece this week on the BF Spy for the Chiefs. Man, you will see about how this Chiefs offense works and how we can beat them. Zach, this mention of Trey White, it just got me thinking. You do these player profiles, you focus on individual players. Who on the Bills is a key to today's game if they're going to win?
Well, I kind of had a couple prepared. I mean, most on the offense, we already kind of know who are going to be the key players. But last night when we were doing the BF After Hours show, everyone was kind of discussing something very interesting. I know someone in the comment section said earlier that Isaiah McKenzie could potentially play a key role today. We haven't really seen him that much since the Miami game. We know he can make big plays. But what team has a guy with speed that everyone needs to look out for? Tyreek Hill on the Chiefs. What do the Bills have? They have Isaiah McKenzie. He's sort of their Tyreek Hill. He's used in a limited fashion. But I think maybe the reason some may say the reason he wasn't out there as much in the playoff games was we're saving him for this game. And he could play a key role, especially because if you bring him in jet motion, you get the defense thinking about him. Even if he's not the intended receiver, he still plays a part in that. And on the defensive side, I would just bring up another guy, speaking of athletic freaks, fellow all-process team member. Check out my latest article to figure out what the all-process team is. Justin Zimmer. Last week against Lamar Jackson, he contained him. There was that clip that went kind of viral about him keeping up with him all the way until the end of a play. He played 28 snaps, had 3 quarterback pressures, 2 hurries, and a hit. And it's amazing for a guy that size to be able to move that quick. You're going to need that again against Patrick Mahomes, turf toe or no turf toe.
Oh, boy, Zach is bringing the fire. I like it. Yes, make sure you check out Zach's all-process team picks on thebuffalofanatics.com. That is a dynamite piece. Well done, Zach. Jeremy, let me come to you. Give me a Bills player you're going to be watching for in this game who you think is going to be key, whether it's somebody big name or maybe somebody people aren't thinking about.
I'm going to go big name and I'm going to go obvious with Stephon Diggs. And that's just because, almost all of our receivers, I think only him and Cole Beasley were the only ones in the last game that had multiple catches. I think Diggs was like 6 for 46 yards, and he had a touchdown, which is great. But what Diggs was doing the rest of the season, you're like 6 for 46. So I definitely want to see him have like his usual like good games today. And like I said, I want to see this offense like come back and look like they usually did.
Yeah, I believe Diggs had better numbers. I think you're thinking John Brown's numbers on that. But I believe he did have a slightly better game. But I'm with you. Diggs is going to be so important today, particularly if Breeland is out. He's hurt, as Alex pointed out, and he's arguably their best cornerback or up there. So that's going to be really key. And I love your Diggs point. Quick follow-up, Jeremy. Do you think they're going to move Diggs around more like into the slot, try to get him in some strange places?
I'm not the one to ask about that. That was an in-depth offensive question. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, and I'm curious how they're going to use him, but Diggs is definitely a guy to keep an eye on. Mitch, I want to come to you. Who's a player that you see that could be key in today's game?
I think it's going to have to be Cole Beasley, and I think it's just, doing what he does on third down. That killed the Bills last game, the time of possession against the Chiefs. They were just annihilated. I know the Chiefs ran the ball a ton, but it wasn't like the Bills really put together a lot of drives either. So I think Cole Beasley is going to have a big game today, keep Mahomes off the field by converting on third down, moving the chains. So again, that Chiefs secondary, it's good, not great. I think there's plays to be had against them, and I think Cole Beasley could play a huge role today for the Bills.
Yeah, Cole Beasley does seem really central, particularly coming off kind of a bad game last week. Let's see, Alex, who's a player for you that you're looking at on this Bills team, offense or defense, that you're like, this guy is going to need to be the difference maker?
Yeah, my twin, Matt Milano. Let's see how we can cover Kelsey. I think what they're going to probably do, put Milano on Kelsey and kind of design one of the safeties to kind of work over the top of that. And I think they're going to put Trey on Hill and put another safety on top of that, and then try to lock up with the other guys and see what happens. I think that would be the best idea, and hopefully that's what gets done today.
Well, I love that. And Eric's point about maybe putting Trey on Kelsey himself, because he does seem – so Trey, who knows what they're going to do with Milano. There's some options for this Bills team because of the versatility in that back end, which is super interesting. Eric, let me come to you. Who's a player you think is going to make a big difference in today's game?
I got to go with Isaiah McKenzie. I would say Isaiah McKenzie and Dawson Knox. It's a tie between those two, but on McKenzie first, I want to see Diggs and McKenzie running verticals, flat out speed all day long on the boundary, because that's how the Raiders absolutely shredded the Chiefs secondary and beat them in their only loss that actually mattered this season. They targeted the Chiefs secondary. I wrote about this in my spy column. They targeted it, and they targeted it often, and they tired that Chiefs secondary out, and they demoralized it with balls over the top all game long. And the Raiders had the aggressive mindset to understand, okay, this is how we beat the Chiefs, is by scoring more points and by matriculating the ball down the field, and that's what they did. Now, for Dawson Knox, I mean, he might be like George Kittle light on the up and coming. I mean, I need to see him make some differences in this game. And like I said, he's on a hot streak. So get him going over the middle, get him going on those wheel routes, on those post routes. And I think it's going to be a very interesting dynamic to see how the Bills attempt to beat the Chiefs team. But definitely targeting that secondary is going to be key.
Yeah, I'm with you. And Jeremy, I want to apologize to you. I misunderstood what you were saying. We got a Buffalo Bootleg says the NFL app and Pro Football Reference say Diggs had 6 catches for 46 yards against Kansas City. I thought you were referring to last week. Can you ever forgive me? My bad, man.
Oh, I'll think about it. But
No, I think you're right though. That is huge. But Diggs does seem like he's playing a lot better. I mean, why do you think that is? Do you think he's just got better chemistry with Allen, or what do you think?
I don't know. It's honestly just more chemistry. I kind of like how they adjust. If sometimes it seems like in some those games, if the deep ball is not working, then they kind of change up Diggs' thing, and he'll take those shorter routes and adjust. But no, I mean, it was really just kind of those few games where he wasn't doing that great. I really think he's been doing good all season. So chemistry, like I said, I think it's been pretty good. Like I was just pointing to that one game because obviously with the Chiefs part 1, and now we're talking about Chiefs part 2.
Yeah, I mean, I that's a great point, and it is interesting to think how they were able to shut him down. I'm going to throw my surprise player out there, and that is going to be Devin Singletary. The Bills scored once on offense last week, and guess when it was? It was when Singletary was used on that offense. I think being able to have some balance, I'm not talking about 50-50 balance, but you've got to test this Chiefs defense and make them, stop the run. And you see it with great offenses in NFL history, Peyton Manning or Aaron Rodgers. Sometimes they'll get carried away and throw, get out of run plays, and that hurts them. When they come back to the run, occasionally at least have that as an option, it tends to help out these great offenses. So I think Singletary is going to have a good game. I think he's going to be super important to the Bills moving the ball down the field. All right, guys, we've only got a few minutes left. Let's get to our prediction time. So what we're going to do is we're going to make our game prediction, and we're going to have one hot take. Not lukewarm take, hot take. Something where it's like something you think is going to happen, a bold prediction for this game. I'm going to start, guys. I'm going to pick the Chiefs. And I know there's going to be hatred for me, but that's why I'm starting. I'm getting it out of the way. Guys, I've picked against the Bills for the past 6-7 weeks, and we've won. And I'm not changing that up now. I'm sorry. So I'm picking the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are a slightly better version of the Bills. I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be like 34-30 or something like that. My bold prediction is Allen is going to, have 400 yards passing. I think he's going to have a great game today against this secondary. I think it's a bad matchup for the Chiefs defense. But I think at the end of the day, this Chiefs team is just one step ahead of a Bills team that's really similar to them. So I'm taking the Chiefs. Throw your hate at me, but I'm not changing up when we're on a win streak. So that's me.
You got to respect this process. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to do it.
That's right. I don't like it. Listen, I hope the Bills win, of course, but I got to be consistent here. Let's start with you, Zach. Give us your prediction for the game, the score, and also tell us one bold prediction for the game.
Well, yeah, it's definitely going to be a close one. The Chiefs and the Bills are basically that meme of Spider-Man pointing at himself. Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes are the same way. They're very similar. You could do it either way. I'm going to say that the Bills eke it out 41-38.
Wow.
And my bold prediction is that there will be a Bernie Sanders cutout in the stand somewhere of him wearing the mittens and the coat. There will be.
Yes, I like that. The media will pick up on that. That will be shown. That's great. 41-38. I love that. Man, that would be fantastic. Man, Aaron Jordan's coming at me. He says about this game, I'll bet you $100 or $1,000. Oh, ooh.
Hey, we don't, Aaron. We don't bet money on Buffalo Fanatics. We bet tattoos on the location on your body.
That's
So,
right.
just
I've
saying.
already got a tramp stamp, so I got to find another spot. Jeremy, let's come to you. What do you see in this game? What do you think is going to happen? And give us one bold prediction.
So you said bold, not lukewarm.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I messed that up last week, which was terrible. I'll say my score prediction is Bills 31-21, and my bold prediction. I'm going to be bold this week. I'm going to say Patrick Mahomes does not have a passing touchdown in the game.
Whoa, that would be bold.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I've
been researching what bold means since last week, and I think I figured it out.
Oh man, I love it. John Gosney, makes a wonderful suggestion. I think Alex would like get a tat of wagons on your thigh. I think you're talking to the wrong guy, but I love that.
I'll do it.
Okay, I like it. 31-21, right? No touchdowns, passing touchdowns for Mahomes. That is bold. I like it. Mitch, let's come to you, man. What do you think is going to happen in this game? And give us your bold prediction for the game.
I mean, man, this game's kind of a toss-up, but just because, Adam, like you've been picking against the Bills this winning streak, I've been picking the Bills every time on this winning streak, so I'll stick with it for now. I'll go Buffalo 30, KC 27, and my bold prediction is that the right leg of Tyler Bass will send the Bills to the Super Bowl.
Ooh, some Bass love. I like it. Oh, man. He missed 2 field goals last week, but, you got to give a lot to that weather. But I hope, his confidence is not dinged. What do you think, Mitch? You think there's any issues with that?
I'm not too concerned because, the guy he was going against in Justin Tucker, who is arguably the greatest kicker maybe ever, also missed 2 kicks last week too. So it wasn't just Bass. That win was really pretty crazy. So I'm not too concerned about Tyler. He seems like a really confident guy, and I'm sure, he'll be good to go.
All right, Alex, coming to you, man. Give us a bold prediction and your game prediction.
Bold prediction. I don't think the game's close. I think the Bills have a sizable lead. I think we're going to get a storm back from KC late in the game. Guarantee a controversial call. But I see 31-24 Buffalo. We stymie them on the last drive going for a touchdown.
Whoa. I love this. Not even a close game. Oh, man, Alex bringing the fire. I like your confidence, man. That's I don't have it, but
get in my thighs.
Man, there you go. I hope.
Is Alex in Kansas City? Because I want to see if Diana has an insight here.
Who is that? Can we get her email?
Oh man,
I think that was an accident. Sorry.
All right, let's go to you, Eric. You've done a lot of work looking at these teams and how they break down. What do you see going to happen in this game, and what is your bold prediction?
Listen, I see a high scoring shootout. I see the highest scoring playoff game in a long time. I see the Bills taking this one 51-48 on the leg of Tyler Bass. And I say that after a Patrick Mahomes interception to Teron Johnson. I think this is going to be a absolute banger of a game. And if you're not watching, I don't know what you're doing with your life because it's going to be an insane game. So I will say that Patrick Mahomes has a rough day, and he throws not 1, not 2, but 3 interceptions in this game, just like he did against Miami. I think it's going to be a high-scoring shootout. Both quarterbacks over 500 yards passing. Let's go!
Oh, man. Man. What? Eric, I love it, man. I love it. We got some fire in here today. This is good. I'm going to take my coat off. I'm getting hot. All right, guys, really quick. We're going to go around the horn. I want you to tell people what you do for the Buffalo Fanatics. And Alex, I'm going to end with you.
Okay. I know what that means.
Okay. Jeremy, tell us what you do for the Buffalo Fanatics.
I co-host the Buffalo Bootleg Vidcast with Max Underhill. We do it on Saturdays, usually around 6 p.m. Eastern. And I write occasional parody or satire articles for the Buffalo Fanatics.
Yeah, you're going to want to check that out. He and Max are so funny, and Jeremy's pieces are hilarious. So make sure you check that out on the Buffalo Fanatics. Mitch, I might come to you. What do you do for our team?
So I write the Thursday Thought column, which comes out every Thursday afternoon, which you can check out on the buffalofanatics.com. This week I kind of just reflected on the McDermott Bean rebuild over the last 4 years and kind of how we've gotten up to this point. So check that out. And follow me on Twitter. My handle is right there in the left corner. And otherwise, yeah, that's what I do here for the Buffalo Fanatics.
Yeah,
Can we call you Big Baller Mitch? Like, Big Baller Bean?
Listen, we can go for it. It's got a nice ring to it, honestly, so I'm for it.
True. I mean, something else rhymes with Mitch, too, though, but I won't get into that.
That's true.
Yeah, his handsome mug's been all over the vidcast lately, so I think we're going to be seeing more and more of him. Eric, I feel like we do get to know a little bit about what you're doing, but, maybe repeat what it is you do for the BuffaloFanatics.com.
So I'm a writer and contributor for the Buffalo Fanatics. I come on some of these vidcasts and contribute. But my main thing is the spy column. You can find that on the BuffaloFanatics.com. It also gets shared around Twitter, Instagram, all that kind of stuff. I will say you can find me at BF_spy on Twitter. And just for the fans out there, the season is not over yet, but we want to let you know that the spy column will continue in the off season, and Z Vaughn will be collabing with me on that a little bit. So thank you to Z Vaughn for helping me out with that. We're going to hammer it home in the off season. We've got a lot of good stuff planned for that. But make sure that you follow everybody for the Buffalo Fanatics. We have an excellent team. We are absolutely killing it. Nobody's doing it better than we are. Get out there, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share everything BF that you see, and go Bills.
I love it. Really quick, Zach, running short on time. Tell us what you do for the Buffalo Fanatics.
Well, like Adam said earlier, I do some player profiles, and I also do occasional articles outside of that. Lately, I've just been doing honoring this season because this is a tremendous season, one of the greatest in Bills history, especially in a lot of younger generations' lifetimes. But those come out Tuesdays or Wednesdays, usually around then. I will be collabing with BF Spy on some articles in the off season. I have some other things in the pipeline I'm holding off on because I know the Bills are still going. And yeah, follow everyone. There's great content on the site, great podcasts. It's championship caliber content here on Buffalo Fanatics.
Love it. Alex, before I throw it to you to finish us off here, guys, just remember to stay tuned. We've got coverage all the way through to game time, so you're going to want to stay tuned here. You're going to get so many great personalities and opinions and thoughts and information. So stay tuned to the Buffalo Fanatics Tailgate. Alex, tell us about your contribution, and then maybe play us off.
You got it. So I'm on Twitter at Thigh Doctor. I do the pre-game injury report, kind of summarize what's been going on during the week. Since we hit the playoffs, I started adding in about the other team. And once in a while, I'll do an occasional piece on a special injury. And I know you guys have been looking for that. So.
Do it.
Yeah.
Oh. Bringing that thigh in there. Uh-oh.
The Bills make me wanna shout. Your heels up and shout. Throw your hands up and shout. Throw your hands back and shout. Come on now. The Bills will make it happen now.
Oh, man.
Stand up and shout. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shout it right now, baby. Come on.
Okay. Well, thanks y'all for listening. Stay tuned, everybody, and we will catch you next week and going forward. And stay tuned for more great Buffalo Bills coverage heading up to game time.
Well, good morning to those of us on the West Coast. Good afternoon to those of you on the East Coast. 1:03 p.m. on the East Coast. Buffalo Bills game day, AFC Championship game day. The Bills going into Arrowhead in Kansas City to face the Chiefs for the right to go to the Super Bowl. I am Jeff Landers. That is Zach Bot, Z-Bot next to me. Next to him, Kyle Nap Nose Buffalo down in the corner. The BF Spy, and Ocho DeMaxo. Max Underhill joining us here on the BF Tailgate. Fellas, first of all, a bet. I was just scrolling through Twitter before coming on. Dave Portnoy, Stool Presidente, tweeted out a picture of a bet on the Bills to cover the wager. $420,000. $420,420. 420. That is a massive amount going in on the Bills to, at the very least, cover in this game.
Look, when you got it like he's got it, you can have that money to throw around.
Well, I was wondering how Dave got a screenshot of my book. I didn't know he knew I placed it down on the Bills.
According to Portnoy, this Twitter account was the one. Ooze Life is the one who placed a $420,420 bet on the Bills to cover. And if that doesn't get you pumped to start things off, I don't know what will. Zach, what will get you pumped to start things off right now?
Well, nothing gets my juices flowing more than knowing someone's got $500,000 on the Bills to cover today. So that's going to be tough to beat. But I got to tell you, I woke up to and not that we're hoping for the best of the best today, of course, obviously. But I woke up to the news this morning that I thought was very intriguing. Ian Rappaport tweeted out that turf foot from Patrick Mahomes is a lot more serious than I think people are playing it off as. They are talking about potential surgery for Patrick Mahomes when the season is over. I know all week long the distraction was, of course, the quote-unquote concussion or whatever it was that Patrick Mahomes suffered in the game against Cleveland. But we watched that game and noticed Patrick Mahomes' foot was clearly bothering him early in the first half before he got taken out of the game because of the concussion. Now Ian Rappaport, the day of the game today, is tweeting out that Patrick Mahomes might potentially need to have surgery on that foot after the game. Now, going into this one, the foot was talked about this week, but I thought it was one of those things where it's like, oh, Patrick Mahomes' foot, he's going to come out, he's going to do whatever he wants. Now that I'm reading that, it really makes you wonder how limited Patrick Mahomes is going to be in the mobility department today. And I think that plays in a huge favor for the Bills. If you're able to keep him in the pocket, because as we know, similar to Josh Allen, a guy who's able to bounce it on the outside and extend plays, next to impossible to stop. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is going to be the X factor in this game for the Chiefs. But if you eliminate that major part of his game, which it seems like it's going to be at the very least decreased, it just makes me feel that much more confident in the Bills' ability on defense today to at least hinder Patrick Mahomes from his full capabilities.
Nap, what do you think about what Zach's saying? And we got a comment coming in here that I like that I want to pass over to you, is that even if the Bills do win today, we're not going to get credit because it's going to be a limitation on Mahomes and Mahomes not being able to win it for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what's going to happen, but who cares? Why would we care about that? If all that matters is if you win, you go to the Super Bowl and the Chiefs don't. Who cares what excuses everybody else is making? They don't matter. They're not a part of Bills Mafia. They don't care. They haven't been here for the last 20 seasons, waiting for this moment, 25 seasons even. So whatever excuses they make when the Bills do win, it doesn't matter because all that matters is the Bills win and advance. So that's what gets me excited is the Bills have that opportunity to actually get to the Super Bowl, which is something that a lot of fans, myself included, have never experienced.
Carlton, welcome into the conversation. Glad to have you in. We're just getting our opening thoughts and building on what Bot said and Nap here. And Max, I'm going to toss it down to you. How are you getting pumped up for this game, and what are your thoughts on it as we approach what we're about 5 hours away from game?
Yeah, well, I want to echo off Nap's point because I think he hits the nail on the head. I've seen a lot on Twitter this week. People are letting the pundits get in Bills Mafia's head right now, and I don't understand that because we got to recognize I understand the regular season, disrespecting the Bills. It's fun to talk about, fun to hate on the national media because they're disrespecting the Bills. But for God's sakes, we're in the AFC Championship game. Who gives a damn if Patrick Mahomes is limited a little bit on his toe or whatever? If we beat the Chiefs, we're still going to the damn Super Bowl. I think people are letting these pundits get in our heads, and there's a Super Bowl berth on the line. I think it's ridiculous to be worried about that. Like, this is a time for celebration. Savor this moment. Savor this day as the lead up to the game, because I'm so excited. I woke up excited. I took a walk outside excited. I'm on this vidcast excited, and I'm whatever happens tonight, like I'm gonna burn so many calories just being excited.
I already have.
Yeah,
I have to.
I you know what? I was up at 5:30 this morning Mountain Time, and it was to put ribs into the sous vide so that they could sous vide for 3 hours.
Nice.
And then I was like, okay, it's quiet. I got time. I don't want to be doing this during the afternoon game, so I'm cutting up jalapenos, stuffing them with cream cheese.
Ooh.
Like, there's going to be bacon on them later. So we're going to have ribs, jalapenos, I was burning my nervous energy at 5:45, 6 o'clock this morning. I look up and it's 8. Like, okay, like we got some of that out. Eric, what have you been doing on this day? I mean, you were part of the writers' room, but what are the nerves like on this day, and how do we savor being here as Bills fans? It's been so long.
I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about perspective. You know, I for one, just personally, I suffer with anxiety, so I know what it's like. But I've been trying to focus on perspective to kind of tack on to what Max said. I think it depends on what perspective are you looking at this in. You know, because you can either come at it from a negative perspective, or you can come at it from a positive perspective. Yes, most of the national media is negative, but hey, there's also positive national media out there too. So it depends on what flavor you're eating here. You know, do you want Kyle Brandt and Jim Rome because they've been hammering the Bills, or do you want Nick Wright and Stephen A. Smith? So it's kind of all about what perspective do you want to look at this in. And as far as what Zebot said, just to kind of tack on to his point about Mahomes, I think you actually want him to move. I think you want to force him to his right. Get that left foot planted in the ground and make him run on it. Make him use it. Get that pain going in there. Hit him with delayed blitz off of the weak side. You know, get Teron Johnson on that weak side blitz. Get Matt Milano coming through on that weak side blitz. So I think get Mahomes flushing out to his right, get that toe moving, and see what his mobility is like early in this game.
And we're going to toss it over to Carlton. What do you think about what Eric said, and how have you been getting to this point, getting yourself not too hyped, not being a sugar rush Josh Allen just yet in the game? What's going on with Carlton to start things off?
Easier said than done, right? I mean, this is like everybody said, this is the farthest we've been in so long, you know. But I think that we've been groomed for this moment. I think as Bills fans, we're used to being overlooked. We're used to being the underdogs. We're used to not, you know, getting the praise due from the media. So this should be nothing new to anybody. We shouldn't get too low on this one. We shouldn't be upset that we don't have anybody picking us. We should love that. I got mad at a friend for saying the Bills were going to win today. I don't want to hear from you right now. Just stay negative. We need that. We thrive on that. So let's go into this game, you know, first of all, being thankful and grateful that we're here, right? And thankful for the season that we've had, that there's been no setbacks with COVID. We've seen an amazing Bills team, but let's go in there with a little bit of confidence too and say, you know what, let's get that swagger back from the 90s. Let's get that swagger back and let's see the beginning of a dynasty. Happy to be here. Happy to get this day going with the juices flowing. Happy for you guys because this allows me to kind of calm myself down because I was really excited before this. So glad to be here to talk about it.
It was Spy with the chip bag. I was wondering.
I knew it was somebody. I was like,
yeah, somebody was
trolling me over there with the chip bag.
I thought I had it muted.
Fuel up for the game, man.
Apologies.
Somebody's taking it.
It's actually pistachios, believe it or not, because they are a superfood. Lots of good energy in there. So
there you go.
A superfood. Now, speaking of super, I know some of you guys in here are superstitious, not just a little stitious, but superstitious. Nap really wants to get in on this and have this conversation about superstitions. And I'm going to let you guys go because, I mean, for me, it's more about the routine of what works for me. And it really, I don't think it has an effect on the game until, like, I'm at the point of driving myself crazy. So I try not to do that and just accept that I'm not in control of anything. So Nat, you wanted to get in on this and start it off. What is the superstition for you today? What's been working? What hasn't worked? Where are you at with all of this?
Well, I mean, I would start off by saying I'm definitely a superstitious person. In high school with my basketball games, I used to have a bag of Skittles before the game every single time. Probably not the best thing to do, but it's what I did. I'm superstitious. I can't
Sugar rush
myself.
nap.
Yeah, sugar rush nap. Yeah. So, I mean, I think everybody who watches the pregame shows or any of the content that I've been a part of knows that since the Arizona game, I've not fully shaved the mustache. That's been my thing since then. It's kind of been like a little bit of a bet or an agreement with Judge and Dave, and I just kept it going. And so I've been extremely superstitious about that. And I know in the long run, do I actually affect the game? No, I don't play any part of the outcome. But I feel like I do when I have that one thing where I do my 1/11th, some people would say. So I was actually really interested. Do you guys have anything that you've done since whether it's all season or the bye week or whatever it may be, the playoffs starting? What is that thing, if you have one, that you've done that's like your superstition or your 1/11th that you would say is your contribution to the team?
Who thinks they have the ultimate superstition that's been going on? Raise of hands. Anybody? All right, Eric,
I don't know.
Eric, go for it.
I don't know if it's ultimate. It might be kind of like, oh man, you might want to fix that. But my one superstition is, and this has been this way since I was a little kid playing hockey growing up. When there's a win, I don't wash my stuff. So I've been wearing the same outfit since the Arizona loss, and it has not been washed. And take that for what you will. But it's been working, so I'm not changing it. I've been doing it my whole life. So that's my superstition. You know, it's been this jersey, this Trey White jersey, and this Bills, actually it's a combine pullover, and the Bills sweatpants. So that's what I've been doing since the Arizona loss, and it's been working, so I'm staying with it.
Hey, it might not be a favorite of your family. Yeah, it might not be a
Yeah.
favorite of your family, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep. Anybody?
Yeah.
Max, Carlton, you guys?
I mean,
got-
so when the playoffs started, when the Bills got their first playoff win in over 25 years, I figured I had to do something. So I figured what better way, stick to the traditions. I jumped through a table. I went butt down into the table. It was pretty good form. And then when the Bills won against the Ravens the next week, I said, all right, I gotta do something a little better. I got to match this. I got to do something a little better. So I jumped through the same table. I bent the legs back in place, and I jumped shoulder first. I went a little more aggressive with my form, and I was safe both times. Both good, safe table jumps. But now I'm a little worried because I gotta do something even more dangerous this week if they win, and I don't know what I'm gonna do.
You don't have to go more dangerous. Just stone cold before you jump on the table.
Yeah.
You got to just stone cold before you jump the table.
All right, there you go.
It doesn't have to
like
get more
that.
dangerous, but it can get more eccentric.
That's true. That's true.
Z-Bot, you're quiet up there. You're thinking about something that you've got on your mind. I can see it.
I got a lot on my mind, Jeff. But the one thing that I do every game, I don't like watching with a crowd of people. I don't like being around other people other than my dad for the most part, mainly because I feel like if anybody outside of us saw us, then we'd probably have the police called on us or maybe, admitted in a mental institution. I have no idea, but I don't feel necessarily comfortable. Everybody always wants to go to a bar. I mean, obviously now it's not an ideal situation to do so, but everybody always wants to get together and do this and that. And it's gotten to the point where nobody even asks me anymore. My friends will do something. I don't even take offense to it because they just don't ask. They know better. So for me, it's all about watching the game with me and my dad so we can kind of just do our own crazy thing. We're very similar people. And, the Bills can be up 20-0 and we'll find one thing to get absolutely irate about. I think people don't necessarily understand that. But the one thing I noticed during a game, it's not a superstition, but it's the thing I have to do in order to kind of calm myself down. I have to walk around. I can't just sit like a normal person and just watch the game. I have to walk back and forth, side to side. And I oftentimes find myself rolling my pant legs up and standing like with my hands on my knees, like I'm looking over the mountaintop or something. But the funny thing is here, yes, exactly. Pete Carroll, get the clap going like McDermott when something good happens. Yeah. But all in all, when we talk about it like this, I think more so than superstition for me, when you reflect on what you do during these games,
Oh my gosh.
It's honestly insane. You know what I mean?
It's
What else
insane.
does that to you? You know what I mean when you think about it?
Carlton, do you,
You
have
end up
anything
standing
other than the
like
Bills?
3 feet away from the TV.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sometimes.
Yeah, when I get excited, I'm super close. Always super close.
Do you-
But my thing is kind of falling off of what Zach said there. I got to move around in the game. I can't sit still. So if I'm sitting down and I see the drive slowing down, I feel like it's my fault. I feel like I got to stand up. I got to change positions in the room. I got to stand up. I got to clap. I got to get the blood flowing so Josh can feel my energy so he can get going. But the one thing I do that I started doing it last year that kind of started working was running around with the post-game celebration victory dance, right? So that victory dance, I started off, it got us to the playoffs. I feel like it did. It got us to the playoffs.
Yeah.
It got us to Houston. I didn't dance in Houston. That was my fault. I'm sorry, guys. Should have done that.
Yeah.
But this year, I've been dancing every single week, right? And my dances have gotten progressively better. And I feel a little bit of Max's pain. I can't keep one up in those dances. I'm running out of moves a little bit here.
Yeah,
so,
right.
So today, I feel like I got to get something going with a little viral dance. I'll make something happen before the game. But that's one thing. You got to do what you got to do. And like Zach said, we all look crazy, right? But it's what we do because we're passionate. Who cares? Who cares what you look like? My dad's the only one who gets along with me during the games because anybody else, if I hear him start talking bad about the Bills, I'm not the best person to watch it with. I get stressed out.
I understand that definitely. For me, like I said, it's more about routine and maybe trying to set better habits and get into the routine. But my 5-year-old daughter she still doesn't really understand football, but she understands that when the Bills score a touchdown, I'm going to play the shout song and we can dance to it to go along with you, Carlton. So that's been, it's been more about bonding. But I mean, just a little thing, like I have 3 Bills face masks that I wear at work, and I'll wear them in order, and then I'll wash them. I'll wear one a day. I'll wear them in order, and then I'll wash them on the 3rd day, and then let them dry with a little bit of ozonation with an ozonator helping to dry them to help clean them up, and then back to the 1, 2, 3. I got this pair of American Eagle jogger sweatpants after Christmas with a gift card that I got, and they're super comfortable to sit here in the chair in my office for 2 hours. And well, you know what? It worked on a Saturday against the Colts, so I wore them for the post game the next day. And each weekend I've been here, I'm on the stream. I'm just in these sweatpants. Now, the one thing like I said, it's about developing routine because superstitions, honestly, they defy logic.
They do.
They defy science, and they defy my faith in God that He's in control. But
they're also real. Superstitions are real.
Well,
I want to throw that in there.
No, they have. I tend to agree with Bruce Nolan, when he says superstitions have no effect on the game. However, the last time I did put on my Bills or my Josh Allen blue jersey was a Monday night because I had a Zoom referee meeting for basketball, and I was like, man, the Bills are 4-0. I'm going to put this on, let everybody see, we're doing all right because we're in the middle of Broncos and Seahawks country with a bunch of Patriots fans mixed in. And then on Tuesday night, they lost to Tennessee, and then they lost the following week. So I haven't touched my Josh Allen jersey yet. It's been hanging in the closet, left there. And the only time we've lost since then was on a flukish play.
Well, see, that's a good point, though, Jeff. I think there are things like that the superstition of not doing it again when it doesn't work, right? So I look back to the Super Bowl years, and if you're 35 or under, it's hard to remember. I was probably 3 or 4, but my first memory of a Bills fan was being surrounded in the attic with my grandparents, my parents, my uncle. We're all there. We're all holding hands and praying as that field goal kick goes up. So it was a superstition where anytime it was a big play, we just got to hold hands and pray. And we just got to pray for this to go in. And then, in my mind as a kid, I'm like, well, God obviously doesn't love the Bills because it went wide right. So the prayer didn't work. So we stopped now, like last game when it was a field goal. We're like, let's just not pray this time. God's in control. We're all right. Let's not worry about it. So you gotta stop those things when they don't work.
Yep. Whether superstitions work or don't work, we don't have to be rational creatures watching football. Right. We get 3 hours every week to just be dumb idiots and watch our football and believe in what we want to believe. And that's what's fun about it. You don't have to be rational.
Let the emotions go too. And as far as what Jeff said about making better habits, I have a confession to make to all of you guys. When we lost to Arizona, I was extremely frustrated. I had a fit, if you will. And one of my Bills hats, I frisbee threw off the balcony of my apartment onto the building next to me. And as far as I know, it's still up there. Can't see it now. But I made like a solemn vow to myself. I'm not going to throw any more hats. I'm not going to throw anything else. Whatever happens is what happens. So, trying to make better habits, as Jeff said.
All right, so we've got our superstitions out of the way, and everybody who's been listening since the top of the hour when we were on knows I put ribs on. I talked a little bit about the ribs. What are we drinking? What are we eating today? Is the food a part of your superstition, or is it just a routine, a ritual? And how does that affect you mentally, guys? Zach wants in on this one.
Oh, I do, because that to me is like the big thing, I think, because when I start getting nervous, and clearly, I mean, this year has been a nerve-wracking year. I've been packing on the pounds like you wouldn't believe. And I've just been, because the one thing that there is to do all day long, the fridge is always there. Believe me, when you're home, the fridge is there. But on game day, I have an excuse because the kitchen is attached to our back room where we watch the game. So I find myself back and forth, and the food is always crucial. And we're big like finger stuff when it comes to this game, or these games in general. And so for Christmas, finally got my parents the air fryer. And of course, you know, if you own an air fryer, everybody you talk to knows you own an air fryer because it's all you talk about. That's all there is to talk about. So we make like 10 different things in this thing. So today we got meatballs, potato skins, chicken wings. And if you haven't done it, nachos in the air fryer. It takes like 3 minutes. Unbelievable. So we have an absolute spread today, all air fryer friendly. And then I love drinking during football, but these games, man, I got to take it easy. I can't get too crazy with the drinking during these games because I'm laser focused. I have no desire to get out of my my mental state when it comes to these games. So lately I've noticed I'll have a couple seltzers or whatever, but I'm not like pounding like I would be at the grass lot or whatever when we're at the game.
Who else has food, drink superstition, or at least what are you drinking today? Is it whiskey? Are you drinking beer? What's going on? And when are you going to start drinking? Because we're still 5 hours away from the game. Well, go for it, Bot. Go for it. We're still 5 hours away. Are you going to make it?
Oh, we can't do one of these without somebody pointing out the fact that I am a chronic cigarette smoker. You want to know what's hilarious? And this is, for better or worse, I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. And Dad, why don't you come over? My dad's standing right here. This is who I get it from right here. If you want to hear where this voice comes from, it's not Sigs, it's Sam. Why don't you go ahead and give him a talk?
What's up, boys?
How's it going?
There's the voice right there. Now listen, I was just out yelling this morning, so I'm in full effect. I have the harshness going, but yeah. We don't smoke.
It's a biological thing. So now,
what was he yelling about? Was it old man eating at a tree, or what was he yelling? Old man yells at cloud?
The old man. The old man is a lacrosse coach, so he was out this morning getting the players in check. He's probably taking a lot of his frustration out on these poor players today. I think his nervousness and whatever else. So I wouldn't want to have been on the field today with my dad, but perhaps he was in a good mood. Who knows? But when and if they find the polyps on my vocal cords, I'll be the first to come in and tell everybody, hey, it wasn't the SIGs. I got some, rare disease or whatever. But nonetheless, hey, I will say, if everybody would enjoy it, if the Bills win the Super Bowl, I'll take down a carton of SIGs with anybody. I could care less. We'll go nuts.
Ooh, all right. That we could jump off of that one. No pun intended for Bills fans, but let's. What's the most extreme this panel would do if the Bills do win a Super Bowl? Who's got something? I mean, I've for this game, I've got a bottle of champagne that I want video me uncorking. That's about it. Maybe if the Bills win the Super Bowl, I'll do the table thing. It's not really me. I'm Lee Smithing my way through life right now, so I'll probably break a hip doing that.
Lee Smithing. I like that verb. That's good.
That's a great verb. Yeah.
So I mean, Lee Smith, for us middle-aged, getting older, we're getting gray, we're slowing down. Lee Smith is a true hero. Let me just say it. He's a true hero to be out there still. What do you guys think about doing?
You idolize him.
I mean, I do idolize him, but I also stand Dawson Knox. So
yeah, you do. You've been on the Dawson Nate. You were on that. You got pissed at me earlier in the year when I was like, might be time to move off. You got offended. You were deeply offended by that.
Well, not
When I had
Smashing the table for him,
after
too.
my show, we had a whole conversation about Dawson Knox, and I was like, "Whoa, pump the brakes. Maybe don't rock the Dawson Knox jersey one of your first times on somebody's show that's not the pregame show. Hold off on that for a second and just let things happen first." And
And
he's
we went off. We went into a deep conversation about Dawson Knox on that one. Guys, hold on there. I have something for us.
Intercepted. He may go all the way. Touchdown! The Buffalo Bills advance to the AFC Championship game.
Well, I think that the Bills are coming into this game as the underdog.
I'm going to say the Chiefs. The Chiefs have the edge. The reigning defending Super Bowl champion.
The Chiefs are tough, especially at home. They're so fast. They score points. How are you going to match up?
Well, what do you know? Buffalo's still here. The Bills are still alive, and they're still hearing that everybody is waiting for them to die. They've heard it all. Getting all the way to the title game. Great season. Hey, losing to the Chiefs is nothing to hang your head about. To hell with that. Nobody's hanging their head. This team is about hanging a banner. Don't tell me about next year. Next year's for the next title. And do not insult this city by calling this team a feel-good story. You know nothing about it. Nothing feels good about decades of disappointment. Nothing feels good about the pain of watching rivals raise Lombardis, or the fear that for the rest of your life, your heart will be left hanging wide right, or the frustration of hearing the entire world wonder, will it be Mahomes versus Brady or Mahomes versus Rodgers?
I mean, Tom Brady's got 6 rings.
Which quarterback do you want, Mahomes? The most valuable to his team, Mahomes.
But Aaron Rodgers said, "Here I come." Enough. It's Buffalo versus the world. He's got a touchdown. Touchdown, Bill. Feel good? Yeah. Sunday night's gonna feel real good. He's gonna score. Touchdown, Buffalo. Make no mistake, these Bills are not a nice story. And between the lines, they're not nice guys. He is brought down. KC's got a ring. Perfect. Buffalo's got fighters. You keep your ring, the Bills will say ring the bell. Buffalo takes over. And I say, Mafia! Mount up! This underdog is about to bite. You have a score to settle with the Super Bowl. And the champs are saying, come and get it. So say it with me, Bills fans. Buffalo, let's go!
Let me just say, because everybody's commenting on that jacket. You can buy that jacket on the Bills store. It is $400. That jacket.
Yeah.
$400.
What?
If you don't have a brick wall to run through right now, just go ahead and smash that like button. Go ahead and share us. Get us out there. Smash the like button instead of running through a brick wall, because we want you conscious to see the game later. We did play earlier this season against the Chiefs. And no, the Bills did not play very well. This is not week 6, however. We have a better defense. Our defense is playing much better with players on the field who have earned their spot, who have come back from injury. And Josh Allen has been on an absolute tear. I mean, even through the first half of that game against the Chiefs, he missed some throws. John Brown had a drop, hit him right in the chest. Allen missed a throw to Devin Singletary on 3rd down that would have kept the drive alive. This is not the same game by any means, and I want to know how this game is going to be different than week 6. And Max has been quiet. Max, how is this game going to be different than week 6?
Yeah, frankly, it's unfair to compare the week 6 game to this week's game, to today's game. It's worlds apart. It really feels that way. It almost feels like 2 completely different seasons when you just look at the defensive side of the ball. Most importantly, Matt Milano was out. Tremaine Edmonds had that hurt shoulder in week 6. This is a completely different team. Since that Cardinals loss, this team has strengthened up on defense. This team has a new resiliency to it, a new hunger and a new fight. So this is absolutely not going to be like that Week 6 game because, we can go into depth on that Week 6 game, but the Bills defense played scared, and they kind of had to because of their missing piece of Milano and Tremaine. Tremaine was banged up, but they just absolutely let the Chiefs gash us in the run game, and they played super conservative defensively. And this is a new defense now. They're coming off their best game of the year against the Ravens. And they're going to be able to play aggressive, even against the likes of MVP Patrick Mahomes. So this is going to be exciting.
This is going to be exciting. Knapp, you're shaking your head there. How do you think this is going to be different?
I mean, first and foremost, the outcome is going to be different. Because the Bills are going to get the win. So that's the biggest difference, and that's the main difference and the only one that actually matters. But when you actually look back at the game, Week 6, I mean, Matt Milano, John Feliciano wasn't playing on the offense. Like, it wasn't just the defense.
Yeah, the guards
was missing guys. John Feliciano wasn't playing, so Brian Winters was playing at guard, and Ike Bacher was playing in his first actual action where he started the game and played the entire game. And you had Dawson Knox wasn't playing, which obviously, I know at the time, maybe it wasn't the biggest of deals, but it's still a guy who wasn't playing, who is a starter. Josh Allen was playing hurt. Tre'Davious White was playing hurt. Harrison Phillips didn't play, and I know he was a healthy scratch, but he is right now one of the run stuffers on the defense. There was so many missing pieces. Teron Johnson, another guy who he didn't play. He wasn't playing his best football at that point in time. This team, not even just on defense, offense and defense, is they're completely different. The look that the Chiefs have to plan for, it's not the same whatsoever. They were planning for a John Brown who wasn't healthy. Everywhere you look at every level of the Bills team, offensive line, I think what the running backs weren't fully, did Zach Moss still have his turf toe issue at that point in time too? Every level of the team, there was some sort of an injury that the Chiefs could look at and say, we can take advantage of that. And the Bills had to look at and say, how do we work around that injury or that guy who's maybe not the best, that we don't necessarily want in there at this point in time? And right now, they don't have that whatsoever. You want to look at the injuries. It's Gabriel Davis possibly not playing, Vernon Butler possibly not playing. That's it. Everyone else is healthy enough to go. They don't have to worry about scheming around injuries this week. They can just, if they need to, with two guys, that's it. They can plug and play. Outside of that, everyone's good to go. Big difference going into this game.
Knapp hit on the running backs right there, and I want to toss this one to Carlton because I know he's got an opinion on the running backs. We have Devin Singletary, Tywan Jones, who's a special teamer, TJ Yeldon, out of the backfield, who I think makes more of an impact in the screen and passing game. What would you do with running backs? Would you give a Devontae Freeman a shot, or do you want Antonio Williams? Where should Sean McDermott and Brian Dable go with the running backs today?
Yeah, I was one of those guys who was pounding the table for Antonio Williams for a while now. I think what I saw on that Miami game, I saw somebody who was hungry. I saw somebody who was humble, who fits exactly what they preach here, right? And somebody who ran with a burst that I haven't seen from Singletary or really Moss too much this year, to be honest with you. Unfortunately, I haven't seen any call-ups from the practice squad, so I think Freeman and Williams may be out today. So we're got to ride with Singletary. I think one thing we have to do here is, and I'm not going to beat up on Singletary too much because I think that he's a guy who needs touches and needs carries to get going. I think he's fine in the pass game. I think Yeldon's fine in the pass game. But to beat the Chiefs, we're going to have to spread them out and pick them apart. We're going to have to do what we do best. We're going to have to do what we did against Baltimore. And I think as long as Singletary breaks off a few nice runs to keep him honest and keep the defense balanced, we'll be okay. But it looks like it's going to be a heavy Singletary workload today.
Anybody have a counterpoint? Would like to see maybe something different?
Well, I just kind of want to talk about more of the differences there, because I think that really is the storyline. The Chiefs are similar to the Golden State Warriors to me when you look at how teams are perceived based on what they've done in the past. The reason the Chiefs, and of course they deserve to be favored this week. Let's not even argue that. The Chiefs have yet to be dethroned. They've won 24 of 25 games. To say the Chiefs don't deserve to be favored in this game would be wrong. But the majority of the basis in which we're looking at that is based on what they've done in the past and their past experience. They have now had 3 straight home AFC championship games. I don't think that's ever been done in the AFC. It's remarkable, really. And, they deserve all the praise in the world because they've yet to be dethroned. But when you look at that Week 6 game compared to now, and the reason I bring up the Golden State Warriors, everybody thought that they were going to be a gigantic dynasty and it all crumbled. I don't think the Chiefs are going to crumble anytime soon. But a lot of times we look at these teams and we base everything that we think about them on what they've done in the past. And I think that a lot of people in the national media are basing the Chiefs-Bills game on what we saw in Week 6. But the differences are unbelievable. We touched on the defense a bit. Knapp got into it, and it's a huge key. Matt Milano on this team, one of the biggest X factors you'll find on the Buffalo Bills. They have not lost a game with him on the field this year. I've said that 100 times, but it's a point worth bringing up every single time. That's how much this guy means to the team. But look on offense. The Bills scored 17 points in that Kansas City game, and Josh Allen had 122 pass yards. We've seen him put that up in a quarter. The Bills would go on every single game the rest of the year to score more than 17 points up until just last week against a really good Baltimore Ravens D. You look at the opposite trend. 2 games after that, the Chiefs have yet to win a game by 6 or more points. They're on the 3rd worst streak in NFL history and not covering the spread. Meanwhile, the Bills have been winning at an average of 17 points a game since about Week 9. So they've gone in 2 different trajectories, but the main thing here is the Chiefs haven't lost. No matter how close it's been, they haven't lost. That's why it doesn't necessarily matter. But when you look at the trend of these 2 teams ever since that game, you cannot argue that the Bills have not been the better team. This whole thing has been solely based off of the credibility that the Chiefs have built up, and deservingly so. But when you look at it on paper, analytically, and even through the eye test, I would argue, the Bills, to me, in this scenario, seem to be the better team. By how much, I'm not sure. But you can't argue that since that game, the Bills have been the better team in the AFC.
I'm gonna add one thing on it. Not only have the Bills been the better team, but there was, I don't know who put these stats out, but since Week 13, Josh Allen has been the better quarterback just in general, and it's not even close. And one of them is just a points per game standpoint, 35.1 versus 25.2 for the Chiefs. So that's a very large difference. Completion percentage for Josh Allen, 69.5. For Patrick Mahomes, he's taken a pretty big step back, and he's down to 61.5, which obviously, as Bills fans, we know, like, it's not all about completion percentage, but it does still matter. And then you look at touchdown to interception ratio in that span since Week 13. Josh Allen, 21 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, versus Patrick Mahomes, 10 and 5. And yes, he's played less games if you want to make the excuse for the touchdowns, but if you're going to say that, he also has more interceptions in that span. He is not playing as good of football right here and right now as like everybody outside of Buffalo wants to give him credit for. Josh Allen is playing his best football right now. So you look at all of that matters when you look at this game. It's not only what have you done over the course of your career, but also what have you done for me lately? And when you look at it from that standpoint, even just comparing the quarterbacks, Josh Allen has done more lately than Patrick Mahomes.
And to your point, Kyle, I don't know if you guys have seen this. Sorry, I just wanted to put this out there. It's right on Kyle's. It's right on his point. There have been a lot of reports that have come out that anonymously, a lot of NFL executives have said anonymously, if they had a choice right now going forward, they would choose Josh Allen over Patrick Mahomes. Not to say one's better than the other. We don't have a definitive answer yet. But there have been executives in the NFL who have anonymously said to reporters, if they had the choice right now, they would go into the future with Josh Allen.
Wow.
Yeah. Eric was trying to get on this one, I think. Eric, you had something to say. Go for it.
Yep. Just on the quarterback point, I made this point on the writer's room. I made this point a little bit with Knapp on Knapp Knows Buffalo. Great show. Go watch it. Give it some likes. Subscribe, everything. But I have a hot take for you guys. I'm going to say it again. I said it in the writer's room. But for anybody who is watching now that wasn't watching then, get ready. And I promise you, I am not delusional. I do not have a head injury. I am not intoxicated beyond the ability to reason. I am in my own recognizance. So prepare yourselves. Josh Allen is a better quarterback at dissecting a defense pre-snap than Patrick Mahomes. That's my take.
I like
Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is Thanos of post-snap movement. He is an absolute beast and a god after the snap, making things happen off schedule, off schematics, and out of nowhere. We see him switch hands with the football and make these insane throws. But guess what? Pre-snap, Josh Allen's very, very good at doing it. I initially used the wrong comparison when I tried to, figure out who is he like? What's his comp as far as his pre-snap, understanding and dissection of the defense. I initially said like a young Peyton Manning or Brady, but Knapp actually corrected me and said Aaron Rodgers. So that is, I think, a much better comparison, and that's what I got to go with. But I think Josh Allen's is more advanced than Patrick Mahomes at pre-snap movement, understanding the defense, making calls, changing in and out of plays. I mean, a lot of the stuff we see Patrick Mahomes do is improvisational. Now, of course, Josh Allen can do that too. We've seen it. But I'd argue that Josh Allen does a lot more pre-snap to understand and make things happen strategically and tactically than Mahomes does. And to your point, the Spud, he says Mahomes drifts backwards to get receivers open. He doesn't climb the pocket like Josh Allen. That's an excellent point. In my SPY column this week, I broke down the 30-yard sack against Miami that Mahomes suffered when Jerome Baker got him near the goal line. And I did about 4 hours of work on that one singular play. And he's absolutely right, that commenter. Mahomes, he just goes backwards and backwards and backwards, and that causes him to have to multitask and deal with a multitude of problems. So, I mean, we've seen Josh Allen do that a couple times, but this has been a habitual thing for Patrick Mahomes that not a lot of people are talking about, but he's been doing it all season.
And one thing to kind of tack onto this too is like there's a lot of Chiefs fans in the chat. None of this is any sort of disrespect at Patrick Mahomes whatsoever. Like, he's the MVP, he's a Super Bowl MVP, a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He deserves all of the accolades and all of the praise that he gets. And he's one of the, if you want to call him the best quarterback in the NFL, that's fine. I don't have any, like, I don't care to argue that. I think at this point, a lot of this stuff is preference between Mahomes, Rodgers, Allen, whatever. And if you put Mahomes higher than Allen, fine. I don't care. My only point, and I think a lot of the points that are being made are right now, what Allen is doing. You can't try and just discredit it by saying, well, he didn't do this stuff previously or whatever. And he's doing it now, and that's what matters.
One of the things I said last night on the BF after party, after dark, we just brought everybody in from all of our Bills content creator brethren. This is kind of the thing that movies are made of. In a movie, you always lose the first matchup. We got a super chat coming in here, and that is from Jason Dean. Josh Allen said his role models are Rodgers and Favre, and you can see that in his game. Absolutely. Thank you very much for the super chat. But what I'm going with this is, who would be the better main character of a movie? Is it Patrick Mahomes, who grew up the son of a major leaguer with resources at his disposal, and all he really had to overcome was a little bit of chubbiness at Texas Tech, or Josh Allen, who's throwing rocks in a field and been told no his entire career? No, you can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. And yet here he is. He only uses it as motivation, and he only continues to prove those haters wrong. I would take Josh Allen with that work ethic and that attitude of, I'm going to do it no matter what you say anyway.
What a great point, Tim. How about yesterday? I don't know if you guys saw this. The story that came out, the majority of Josh Allen's teammates when he was living out in Firebaugh, they were working in the field so their family could make ends meet. Josh Allen was the guy who drove around the cornfields, picking up his teammates in the back of his pickup truck to get him to practice. Josh Allen's ascendance from where he was, sending out emails to hundreds of people to try to get him a scholarship, winds up in Wyoming. No matter what winds up happening here, the guy is in the AFC Championship today. And like Knapp said, and we can't reiterate this enough for the Chiefs fans who are in here, and by the way, thanks for adding to the viewership of our content. We appreciate it. But look, Patrick Mahomes also played at Texas Tech, had the benefit of that. Then would go on to be under Andy Reid, perhaps the greatest offensive mind the game will ever know. Also had the benefit of sitting a year behind Alex Smith in a playoff team. Josh Allen was thrown to the wolves on a team whose best wide receiver was Calvin Benjamin, with a defensive coach and a guy who nobody ever had any
chicken wing away from a tight end.
Right.
Yeah.
We have never seen a rise like we've seen in Josh Allen. So to compare him to Mahomes, I agree with the points I'm seeing from the Chiefs fans. We've seen this for 3 years now from Mahomes. It's going to be a while for Allen to fully solidify himself at that level over a period of time. Clearly, Mahomes has done that. But you can't deny within 3 years, nobody thought Allen would make the rise that he has. He has, and then some. You have to respect it. Comparing the two is just something we like to talk about. It's a fun narrative. Everybody likes to get in on it. At the end of the day, in reality, it's a bunch of hearsay. But today is one of those games where no matter what your background is, those are the two guys playing. And, we'll see what happens. But both stories, nonetheless, I think are great. And, you want to look at storylines for this game in general, even outside of that. There's 100 of them. This matchup in general is just fantastic.
One of the things
honestly,
I want to
go
for it. We'll get this. Go for it, Max. We'll get this final point in, and then I have a question for the panel.
All right. Yeah, quite honestly, Zach, it's everything you're saying there. It's kind of a superhero type ascendance. It's like a superhero origin story when you explain it like that. And so some great points there. But what's scary is that, these two guys, Mahomes and Allen, they're both so young that these guys are going to get so much better. And that's so terrifying to think about. And I cannot wait, down the line, this Allen versus Mahomes in the AFC, it's going to be a matchup for the next decade that's going to be incredible to watch. And
Brady Manning-esque.
It's going to be Brady Manning-esque. And in an era where we're getting all our former stars retiring, Phil Rivers retiring, Drew Brees retiring, this is the next wave. And this is going to be this is kind of the first chapter in probably today's game is probably the first chapter in Mahomes versus Allen, and we're going to see this for decades to come. So strap up because we got a long way to go.
Did you say strap up or strap on?
Whichever way you want to take it.
This got weird.
That is a Family Guy reference. The old guy. Did you say strap up or strap on?
What's on his voice?
All right. So the question I wanted to get out there was, I'm going to give you a scenario. There's no time left on the clock. The Bills have just scored a touchdown and trail by 1 at the end of the game. Are you going for 2 or are you sending out Bass to play for overtime? And I can see Max thinking about it. He's hurting on that. He's got.
I love this question.
Yeah, that's a hell of a question.
I want to know. Okay, hold up. What are you doing? 2 fingers or 1 finger? What are you doing? Okay, it's 4-2. Carlton and Zach are the only ones kicking to play for overtime in Arrowhead in this situation. Okay, Max, you had the biggest reaction. I want you to give me the play for 2. What is the play call?
Oh man!
I've got one, and I will tell you why.
You don't say Spider White Tube Banana.
Well,
Statue of Liberty.
Spider White Tube Banana, man.
Liberty.
No, Brian Dable, get your best play call out there because I was hearing you guys talk about it on BF After Dark last night. Brian Dable hasn't pulled out a trick play in quite a number of weeks. And
he's called it. There was a pass to Deion Dawkins that Josh checked out of.
There was also
that's fair. That's fair.
Liberty against
but
got a penalty.
Yep.
That's true. You know what? You're right. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're on. They haven't executed one, Matt.
It's been a long time.
You're right. They haven't.
We haven't had one that's been executed. Fully. Right. And yeah, maybe not a 2-point play. It's time to get a little creative. I think Brian Dable gets his best call out there, and it's on the road in Arrowhead, so there's arguments always said if it's a home game, you go for the tie, you play for overtime. But on the road, I'd say go for 2. It'd be a ballsy ass decision, but you'd get absolutely ridiculed for the entire offseason if it didn't work out, which is the most painful part of it. But I think you do it.
This is something that Eric and I talked about on the show, and it was something that
we did.
You don't leave it up to chance. You don't leave it with the NFL's overtime rules. You don't leave it up to possibly a coin toss. I know we trust this defense. I trust this defense, but I also don't want to leave it up to a chance of what if Patrick Mahomes does just hit that one deep ball? Game's over. Your offense doesn't even get a shot at this.
That bit the Chiefs in the ass 2 years ago.
You don't want to
leave it up to that.
Yeah, so, you don't want to not give Josh Allen a shot.
Right, and there's a limit to this. Obviously, like you said, if it's 2-point conversion or kick the extra point, take the 2-point conversion. If you don't get it, you don't deserve to win because you didn't score more points than the Chiefs. That's the bottom line. And if it's like a Hail Mary situation, that's different. You kick the field goal and you do what you can there. But if you have the opportunity to win the game and you're in a position where it's actually like it's a reasonable thought of like, okay, we can actually get this playoff and win the game, you take that opportunity and you run with it because you're not playing for overtime. You're playing to win the game. And that's the whole point of it. You don't want to give extra time. The ball is in your hands. The ball is in your court. You make the play and end the game.
Kyle got a little bit of that. You play to win the game.
I've got the play calls.
I did that on the podcast, but I don't have that Herm Edwards voice. I can't make it happen.
All right. Here's what I would do. I would definitely go for 2. And I love that Z-Bot pulled out the Statue of Liberty because I got the Boise State potato head right here. Go ahead and beat the Oklahoma Sooners on Statue.
That was one of my favorite games of all time.
Absolutely great game. But so 3-4 years ago when I was still in TV, I had to go over to Boise to cover the 4A football state championship game on the blue turf. And it got to be, this is the best football game I've ever seen in my life. I've been to NFL, I've been to college, I've covered thousands of high school games. Skyline High School was trailing by 20 points in the third quarter after the opposing team clanked an extra point. And they came roaring back. And they scored a touchdown in the final minute or so of that game. And then they went for 2 to take the lead on jump pass. Imagine Tim Tebow taking the snap, running up to the line, and then just jumping and tossing it. That's the 2-point play that I would pull out. Maybe a falling down Stephon Diggs or a Dawson. I stand Dawson Knox, so we'll go with Dawson Knox catching that ball and hauling it in, not dropping it. But jump pass would be the play. So, Zach and Carlton, I need your justifications now for why you would kick. I'm going to start with you, Carlton. Why would you send the rookie kicker out there, no time left on the clock, trailing by 1, having scored a touchdown for the PAT to send it to overtime?
I like how you threw that rookie kick in there. Like he isn't the point leader in Bill's history. He's the man, Bobby Bass is, right? So here's how we're going to go with this one. I hate to be that guy, but this isn't Madden. We all want to do the ballsy fun thing here, but that's not McDermott. I don't think you don't live with yourself if you take that 2-point conversion and you miss it. If you for whatever reason you don't convert, that's going to go down in history as one of the dumbest plays that the Bills could have done right there. Now I know we're all thinking, come on, the Bills can do it. If you do that and take that chance, you don't convert and you lose the chance to go to the Super Bowl, because we can always speculate what could happen in overtime with Josh Allen in that offense versus the Chiefs defense if we win that coin toss. And we know how excited Josh gets on coin tosses.
And Josh has been improving on coin tosses the back half.
He's been really working hard.
Underrated,
working very hard.
Coin toss.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
So if I have to put my faith in anybody in the coin toss, I'm putting in number 17. So that's my guy going in overtime. We're going to get.
So you're going to leave it up to chance.
Leave it up to chance, because this whole year has been on chance.
That a little bit real quick. What you said, that's not what McDermott does, being aggressive like that. The Bills have not punted if it's 4th and 5 past the 50-yard line. They're an aggressive team. Over the course of his career coaching the Bills, he's been one of statistically the most aggressive coaches on 4th down or like goal-to-go situations. He more often than not, like in a situation where the analytics say to go for it, he's the type of coach who's going for it. And I think that would be the type of scenario where it's, do we just go for the win or do we kick the extra point? I think that's the type of scenario where the analytics on a 2-point conversion call for, you go for it. And more often than not, McDermott, over the course of his tenure as the head coach, has been the guy to pull the trigger on going for it like that.
I'll say that, Kyle. If we are in that situation, get the oxygen masks ready, because we're all going to be.
I want him to do that, but I'd be the same. Yes, I'm like, I can't watch this.
I can't even think about it. Oh my God!
I would never watch that play. I'd turn away.
Cardiologists in Western New York will have a record profit day on Monday if that happens. Zeba, give me your reasoning for kicking the PAT in that situation.
Well, for starters, I'm glad Knapp jumped in, because when Carlton said that wasn't what McDermott would do, he had to bite his tongue. And I think this is a perfect example of the Bills teams of old and the current Bills and the stigma that follows you when you have been like that for so long. Previous Bills teams wouldn't think of it. Absolutely not. But as Knapp just addressed, the Bills are the team who would probably consider doing that. Now, look, I think either way here, there isn't a bad call here. I would support either one. And I think you're an idiot in the media if you were to drag McDermott for doing so, because look, that's just a talking point. People who watch football know there was probably a better chance of winning the game in that situation if you do it. If it would have worked, obviously you're the hero. We've seen Doug Peterson do it. They did it back in their Super Bowl when they won over the Patriots, and he was the hero. Of course, we saw Andy Reid just last week. They go for it on 4th and 1. He's the hero. Who knows what happens if they don't get it? So we know that's a risk-reward type thing, but I don't think it's a wrong choice either way. Here's the reason why I'm kicking the extra point. Not only do you have a 50-50 chance of getting the ball first, but say the Chiefs do wind up getting the ball first, which is obviously not ideal. The Chiefs have the 26 overall red zone offense, where the Bills have the number 1 overall red zone defense. Even if you allow the Chiefs to get all the way down the field, statistics are telling me the Bills have a much better chance of stopping the Chiefs from getting a touchdown in the red zone than we might realize. And even if they hold them to a field goal in the red zone, we all know the rules. The Bills offense is going to have a chance to either go down and tie that and keep the game going, or win it on their own. So I look at that scenario. Plus, a lot of people are quick to say the Chiefs defense is better. Statistically, no, they're not. The Bills defense is the better defense in this matchup by about 6 or 7 ranking points. So I'm looking at what the Bills' strengths are. I'm looking at what the Chiefs' strengths are. To me, the offenses, if you look at the statistics, are pretty much dead even with the Bills having the better D. So in looking at that from an outside standpoint, going into overtime, I give the edge to the Bills, and that's why I go to overtime with a fresh new slate and see what they're capable of doing. But I can't stress this enough. If it ever came down to that situation, I personally wouldn't be mad with either decision.
It's 2 yards versus 75 yards.
And that's the best point you can make, really. Yep. But ultimately, as we know, even though I'm saying this right now, if they don't get it, and as I just argued, we should never get mad about it. But we all know deep down the one thing it's kind of like Pete Carroll and the Seahawks. Why didn't you just run the ball? It was 2 yards. They threw it. It's one of those things where it's always going to be hindsight's 20/20. So to me, if you go to overtime, at least you eliminate that daunting feeling that you'll have forever if you don't wind up getting it.
As long as you get the stop. As long as you get the stop.
Exactly.
If the Chiefs get the ball and you don't get the stop, you have that same exact feeling, and you didn't even get a chance to make a play with your offense, which is what you trust more. So, and that's where I stand on.
It's a great discussion because it really is. When you look at both sides, and you're like, shit,
Yeah.
Because we've seen recently both decisions. Sorry, we've seen recently both decisions bite teams in the ass. With you think of Kansas City 2 years ago against the Patriots. That's Naps alluding to that point, how that did not work out in Kansas City's favor. Tom Brady drives down in overtime and the Patriots win it. And then, you can make the same argument for the 2-point conversion. So, it is a very interesting discussion.
Yeah. Literally just this year, Minnesota versus Seattle. End of the game, the Vikings had a chance to put the game away, and it was a 1 yard run. They didn't get it. And Seattle ended up going down and scoring a touchdown to win the game. So, you can definitely make an argument both ways. It's all a preference thing.
It is just past the top of the hour, 2 o'clock on the East Coast. We are 4 hours, 40 minutes away from game time. If you haven't smashed that like button, go ahead, give us a like, share us, get in the super chat. You're guaranteed to get your comment up if you're in the super chat with us. I love that discussion, whether you go for 2 or you kick the extra point. But I do have another topic I want to bring up because we also have another game before Buffalo today. That is Tampa Bay at
wait, there's 2 games on today?
Yeah, go figure, right?
Yeah, right? No kidding.
There's only one that matters. There's only one that matters.
This was a tweet earlier, so I got this off of Twitter. None of the 4 QBs remaining have thrown a postseason INT. Who's going to be the first, do you think? Is it going to be Rodgers, Brady, Mahomes, or Allen?
It's Brady.
Mahomes. Tom Brady.
Because they play in the first game.
Yeah, definitely Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Okay, Tom Brady to throw the first. Is there anybody who's going to throw more than one?
Mahomes.
He's trying to speak it into existence.
I like how you believe.
I think it's going to be like the Miami game. I mean, he threw 3 picks.
Yeah.
I mean, Miami's
defense
defense
be like the Miami game. They won that game.
I know, but it was
I want to see
from a defensive game plan standpoint. I mean, that's as frustrated as we've ever seen Mahomes. And he did not play well. I mean, it was a one-score game. We've talked a little bit about the one-score games with Kansas City, both yesterday and tonight, all week long. That's been a point that's been brought up. And if you look at like point differential over the past 3 games, the Bills are 15.8 and the Chiefs are -3 in point differential. And that's according to teamrankings.com.
Okay.
I do think we're back to the
freeze?
interceptions. I think we're going to get a Brady pick 6. I think we're going to see that.
I like it.
End of season like it happened last year. End of season.
Yeah,
like
maybe not on the final play of the game like last season, but it's some the arm strength isn't quite there for Brady anymore. We've seen some errant throws this year.
His favorite weapon,
obviously
Antonio
still
Brown,
incredible.
not playing.
How sweet is it for us that Tom Brady's final pass as a Patriot was a pick 6 that ended their season? That's just beautiful. Now, speaking of Brady against us, who by a show of hands is rooting to face Tom Brady in the Super Bowl? Who wants him in the Super Bowl versus Aaron Rodgers?
100%. 100%.
Storylines, it's like get the monkey off your back, finally get that win against him that ends his possible career there. And that's facing against Tom Brady in the Super Bowl would be like the ultimate cap on the Bills really are the team of destiny. Every single thing is lined up of like they did this, they beat the Patriots twice, they swept the division, then they won the division outright, and then like they're the 2 seed, and they keep checking off all these boxes. I can't remember who said that last week, I think, but like they keep checking off all these boxes. That last box to check off, because he's not in New England anymore, is Tom Brady. He has owned the Bills for the last 20 years. There would be no sweeter way to win the Super Bowl than to beat Tom Brady, even if it's when he's in Tampa. I don't care where he plays. That's the best way to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's literally a Disney storyline. You literally could not pay someone to write it better. But I want you guys to envision this. Imagine the 30 for 30 that we will get 20, 30 years down the line here, where they go through the 20 years of torment that the Bills suffered against the Patriots and Tom Brady. Then the storyline gets to the Bills finally emerge to where they are. The other storyline was, can Brady win without Belichick? Both teams make the Super Bowl. Brady making it in the this is unbelievable. The Dallas Cowboys have not made the NFC Championship since the 90s. Brady comes into the NFC in 1 year with an impoverished franchise in the Bucs, who have been terrible for a very long time, and gets them there. They both meet in the Super Bowl. Of course, obviously the Bills will win. I could not imagine in the history of sports a better storyline that would write itself the way that would. I'm watching the 30 for 30 in my head right now. It'd be must see, but I think you have to root for the Bucs here simply because both teams are good with great quarterbacks. Why would you not want the opportunity to avenge the guy? Because even though it was 20 years of absolute torment, it would take 4 hours over the course of a Sunday in February to absolutely erase all of that. And that's what
I can hear it already. Z-Bot, the Michael Smith. What if I told you?
Yes. Oh, you get Chris Berman narrating it. Oh my God. Sign
Carlton,
me up.
go for it. Carlton.
Yeah, man. So they gave me chills right there, Z-Bot, by the way. I got excited. Oh, man, that was good. All right. So how I look at this
from 6 to midnight.
Yeah, I touched on this last week too. There's nothing better than facing Brady in the Super Bowl, but there is one thing that I haven't gotten to cope with yet, and that's Antonio Brown, right? Antonio Brown dissing us last offseason, saying that, Josh, I need to go to somewhere where I have a better quarterback. I can't do this. Nah, he really looked at us like we were just like the stepchild that he didn't want to go to. And for us to be here and possibly like take them out in the Super Bowl with Stephon Diggs and that connection they have, I'd love to see it. But here's why I think it's the best matchup. You have Tampa Bay, who's a team that may have bought their way to a Super Bowl. And then you have the Bills, who built their way to a Super Bowl, right? You have everybody here who are either, late round guys who were, dissed and disheveled and thought less of. We brought them in. We built our culture on that. You got Tampa Bay, who has all these high-priced, big-name free agents who have performed lately and have gotten them in the conversation of a Super Bowl. But how great would it be to see those two meet head-to-head? And like Z-Bot said, to erase all those 20 years of doubt that we've had and feeling like the underdogs and come out on top. I'm all about that. Let's go. Let's go Bucks today.
Yes, sir.
Eric's got something to say. Eric, chime in here.
You know, I've been worrying about this Packers game just from the simple point of, and I try not to get sucked into the weather argument because normally I'm a huge critic of the weather kind of point. But, you know, Jim Rome was talking about it on the Jim Rome show. It's like in the teens, low teens in Green Bay for this game. Snow expected. You know, I know Brady has played in this type of weather plenty, but he did say, I never will go back to the Northeast to play. So, I mean, that's the one thing I worry about in terms of the Bucs going up against the Packers. I do think that the Bucs can win this game, though, even given the weather point. But, you know, you have to wonder, you know, who's going to what are the important matchups in this game? I think a lot about Jair Alexander for the Packers and Mike Evans for the Bucs. You know, I'm excited to see that matchup. To me, that's a huge one that really could go either way. I mean, Jair Alexander's he's been great all season in coverage, and Mike Evans, he does have his struggles here and there with injury, but you know, he's a huge mismatch and a red zone threat. And the one thing that I want to see from the Bucs is what kind of coaching approach do we see Arians take? Because sometimes he likes to go run heavy, sometimes he likes to kind of let Brady off the leash and do whatever he wants. So the one thing I want to see is what's the tactics for the Bucs in this game? Because you know, the Packers secondaries and their defense as a whole is not really a world beater. So I'm interested to see, you know, what are both teams' schemes in this game. But ultimately, I would like to see the Bucs win. I would like to take on Brady in the Super Bowl and kind of, you know, Zebot put that perfectly. I would love to see that.
Yep.
Now, you can all think back to, what was it, mid-March when Brady finally said, I'm signing with Tampa Bay. I'm not. We were all speculating where he was going to go. I think we all kind of knew he was not going to re-sign with the Patriots. The writing was on the wall. And then he signs with the Bucs, and then it's all like, I think Bills Mafia was like, this could be a Super Bowl. What could you imagine?
Yeah.
In March 2020, all of us going, could you imagine if the Bills made it to the Super Bowl only to face Tom Brady? How awesome would that be? One, because we're in the Super Bowl finally after all these years. But two, to exercise those demons and that particular demon number 12. But I do want to get into our Super Chat. I see you, Dylan. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. Let's get back into the Bills game. Chris Mortensen at ESPN saying Gabe Davis's ankle is very iffy, looking like we might see Stills today, boys. We could. I think it would be on a limited basis because you still have an Isaiah McKenzie to capitalize on. You still have Cole Beasley, John Brown, Dawson Knox. You could even say, you know, Lee Smith might get a red zone target. Yeah. If Kenny Stills gets into the game, you guys think it's going to be limited basis, right?
Definitely limited.
I don't know if it would be.
I think so. I think you may get him out there, you give him a few go routes, you get him involved a little bit, but he's only been here for 2 weeks. I mean, how much of the playbook and audible does he really? My fear, I'll be honest with this. My little fear in the back of my head with Josh and Kenny Stills is you have Josh who's gotten so comfortable with all of his receivers, right? His you can just tell the chemistry they have is like top notch. You don't build that in 3 weeks with Kenny Stills, right? So it could be something there where, you know, I don't want to fall a sacrifice of like we lose this game based on like a Kenny Stills mistake or him, you know, running the wrong route. Just I don't know. I'd rather see him, you know. I'm kind of
one of the things
Carlton,
we don't know. Go for it, Max.
Sorry, Jeff. I'm 100% with you, Carlton, because like I'm if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if Gabe Davis isn't good to go today, which, you know, I'm hoping he is, but let's say he's not good to go. We want to have that chemistry with our wide receivers. Josh Allen needs to have that chemistry with his guys, and you know, if Davis is good to go, I know we saw, you know, Kenny Stills gets elevated from the practice squad, but I think it could be a scenario of, you know, he's still listed as inactive. We've seen the Bills do this a couple times this year with elevating guys and then just making them inactive. So I think we might see that. I'm not on the Kenny Stills train.
So
go ahead, Nap.
You said something. You said if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if Gabriel Davis is injured and can't play, it's broke. Something's wrong. That has to be fixed. And that's he plays a lot.
You don't put
snaps. It's not like you can just ignore his snap count within the Bills offense and be like, well, we'll replace it with a couple of snaps from a guy like Kenny Stills, or we'll just totally replace it with Isaiah McKenzie, because they play totally different roles.
Yeah.
So it's not the same. And I'm not saying that if Kenny Stills plays a lot of snaps, he has to get a lot of targets. I don't want the whole Duke Williams action from last year where the guy comes in and gets 10 targets and he's supposedly the leading receiver for the game. I don't want that whatsoever. But I want the snap count to be replaced by a guy who has that speed to still be a deep threat, because as much as Gabriel Davis is like a bigger guy who can make those contested catches, he's also a guy who the Bills have used as a deep threat. And that's what Kenny Stills is. He can run the deep go routes. He can run the crossing patterns. He has the experience. You don't have to utilize him as a guy who gets a ton of targets, but if he's on the field, the defense has to focus on him a little bit.
I've got 2 points to make before I toss it over to you, Spy. First of all, we don't know how much extra work Josh Allen has been putting in with Kenny Stills since he's been here. It's because the media access has been so restricted this season. We really don't know how much extra time those two have gotten together, assuming that they didn't put any extra time in to get Kenny Stills up to the playbook. I imagine a leader like Josh Allen would say, oh, I got this new toy to play with. Let me go out and put a little bit of extra time in with this guy so we know he's up to speed. And the other one, we got Jake Kumaro coming into the comments all over it. Jake Kumaro, touchdown Jesus. Allen did just fine with him. So I do like where Knapp is going. I don't think you have to play him a ton if you're going to utilize him as a decoy or as just somebody who stretches the defense a ton. But I don't see how you have to force him in there to replace Gabe Davis either. It's not one or the other.
It'd probably be a mix of, like, don't play him too much, but you got to play him more than just like a 10 to 15 snap count type of thing.
Yeah, but you made a good point there, though, too, Kyle. I think what you're losing with Gabe, right? You're losing a physical guy. You're losing a bigger guy. He's a great blocker, too, as well.
Yeah.
I would almost argue that maybe Duke Williams would have been a better call-up to replace Gabe Davis in this. I know it's not popular for everybody to say that, but just to have somebody to kind of be that red zone target there, I think you're losing something without him. Kenny Stills, he's not the go-up-and-get-it guy. He's not the – I mean, I don't know. I'm not feeling that.
I totally disagree with that point of, like, what Gabriel Davis does in the offense outside, because, like, completely outside of the passing game too, he is integral to the running game when they actually have, like, outside runs. You see him lined up, like, off tackle a lot, where he comes and he does like a little he comes
got a
in
unique skill set.
He's a guy who knows how to be utilized in the running game. So that I don't hate that point where, like, for running purposes, maybe Duke Williams would have been better, but they already made the decision to not bring him up so that he doesn't have that opportunity. And I think you still have to worry about how do we replace that snap count. And quite frankly, it's not Isaiah McKenzie who's going to replace what Gabriel Davis brings to the offense. He has his own role and responsibility.
To that point,
I mean, Nap, take the chat here.
This is not New Kids on the Block. It's Nap Knows Buffalo.
Nap Knows Buffalo.
I like that.
Hey, same initials. Hey.
Yeah, you know what? Very fair question.
So on Kenny Stills, I mean, let's be real about this. Let's keep it 100. So good teams can make adjustments. The good teams will make the adjustments necessary, take the necessary steps to be able to adjust, compensate, and still flourish at the end of the day. So how many times have we seen the greats of this game throw to no-name Joe Schmo off the street and still win games? All the greats have done it. Manning, Brady, Rodgers, Breeze. They've all thrown to little-known receivers who came out of nowhere to good quarterbacks make it happen. Josh Allen is no different. I think the Bills are going to be able to strike a balance. If Stills does play today, I think they're going to be able to strike a balance between, hey, let's not put too much on his plate, and let's not give him not enough. Let's have it somewhere. Let's find a happy medium. Let's find a place and a play set and things like that where it is comfortable, and let's just roll with it, get that flow and that rhythm going. But I mean, don't be scared of it though. I mean, Kenny Stills is an experienced player. He's a deep threat. And guess what? The only team that beat the Chiefs in a game that mattered this season, the Las Vegas Raiders. Do you want to know how they did it? By matriculating the ball down the field and scorching the Chiefs secondary. Yeah. So Gimme Stills and Diggs running verticals on the boundary all day.
And Stills had success last year on the Texans against the Chiefs. He played really well against the Chiefs, so he knows how to exploit them. I can see that working out. One question I wanted to kind of ask you guys here. I got a message from my brother-in-law earlier today, and he said his X factor for this game is Isaiah McKenzie, which I thought was really interesting. I really thought that was. I kind of want to hear your take on where do you think he fits into this game plan.
Well, first of all, on Isaiah McKenzie, I want to give my boy Tyler Dunn a shout out for Go Long TD. He had an excellent piece on Isaiah McKenzie. If you haven't read it yet, go hit up Go Long TD. Tyler Dunn, great piece on Isaiah McKenzie. Absolutely can be an X factor because this defense doesn't scare me. I'm sorry, but I looking back at our schedule, the Ravens defense scared me more than this one. Colts defense, I honestly thought put in a hell of a performance to make Josh Allen not look as good as he could have. Then you go back to Miami, New England, Denver, and I'm going, I kind of think
49ers,
Kansas City's defense is in the same realm as Denver, New England, Miami. Miami had a top 10 defense, and we embarrassed them by 30.
Right.
This defense does not scare me. So Isaiah McKenzie, yes, can absolutely be a secret weapon, and I want to know how he's going to do it. And Zach's been quiet down there in the corner. So, Zach, give me how you think Isaiah McKenzie is going to run all over this defense.
Well, there's only one Tyreek Hill in the league. We all know that. But I look at Isaiah McKenzie, and he has similar traits to a Tyreek Hill that I think can be exploited if you're Brian Dable. The guy's speed is unlike anything we've seen. Of course, Tyreek Hill, the cheetah, he is the fastest guy in the field, but make no mistake, Isaiah McKenzie is ungodly fast. And I look at Isaiah McKenzie as one of those guys that perhaps you could also relate to Taysom Hill. You bring him on in certain situations. He's not a guy that's going to be playing 90% of the offensive snaps, but I feel like he's somebody that you can get in. And as we talked about a bit earlier, I know Max addressed this, the trick plays. Isaiah McKenzie strikes me as one of those guys who is in on a play like that. We also saw him have 3 touchdowns against the number 1 scoring defense at the time in the Miami Dolphins. This is not a guy that you should sleep on. Of course, the Bills have an embarrassment of wealth on that offensive side. And that's half the reason we barely talk about Gabe Davis. In any other year this year, we would be talking about Gabe Davis with the highest regard as a rookie wide receiver, mainly because the Bills have struggled in that department for a very long time. And within the course of the last couple of years, they're perhaps top 3 in that department. Isaiah McKenzie is just a guy that I think if you need an explosive play, try and get him involved. He's a secret weapon that there's not a lot of tape on. And I think if you need something, that's a bit unorthodox, look to Isaiah McKenzie. Max talked about it earlier, and I really do agree with this. A trick play does not seem out of the realm of possibilities for Buffalo today. We've seen them go to that well when they needed to get points. Obviously, we saw it last year in the playoff situation, first drive against the Texans. I think Isaiah McKenzie can play a role in that department.
And you mentioned his touchdowns. You mentioned his touchdowns. He has 7. He's been a part of 7 touchdowns this year.
Has he really? Wow.
Yeah, he has 5 receiving touchdowns. He has his own passing touchdown, and then the return touchdown as well. He's been in on a lot of those scoring plays. So it's something where they like to use him in moments where it's like, yeah, we need a big play. We feel like we can trust Isaiah McKenzie. And don't forget, he is the longest tenured Bills wide receiver right now. Pretty weird to say, but
it's crazy.
Yeah,
he's been around.
Brian Dable loves him.
He has rapport with Dable. He has rapport with Allen.
To tack on what you said, Nap, does anybody else tend to notice that Isaiah McKenzie is like very sneaky and in the red zone? I mean, he finds areas where there are no opposing players. He seems to have this knack about him. I don't know if it's football IQ, if it's scheme, if it's just if he has a natural sneakiness about him. But I notice in the red zone, he tends to just escape and find these zones where there is nobody and he's open. I mean, we used to call Chris Hogan 7-Eleven. I don't know that I've ever seen Isaiah McKenzie in coverage. Like I've never seen him being covered. He's always open. Like whenever the ball's going his way, there's really nobody within 5 yards, it seems like. I mean,
so what you're talking about is that rapport he has with Allen, because McKenzie knows Allen's tendencies and what Allen is looking for when the play breaks down. When you've run your route and the route is over, but now Allen still has the ball. Okay, what are the three things Josh wants me to do? A, B, and C. That's where Kenny Stills that comes in, having that rapport with Allen. Has Allen told Kenny Stills, here's what we do when the play breaks down? If I'm stepping up in the pocket, taking a little extra time, if I'm rolling right, rolling left, here are your rules to live by. And I think we've heard as Bills fans all season long that the receivers kind of are allowed to freeform after that first, 5 seconds maybe? That first 5 seconds of the play, then the receivers, they're allowed to freeform. They know what Josh is looking for. Can Kenny Stills get up to that speed? And what your point is, Spy, is that Isaiah McKenzie already has that down, and he is supremely talented in order to give Josh the speed into the window in which they're both looking at.
And I would agree. Talk about extending the play. Sorry, this is real quick. There's three things typically that receivers will do. They'll either go across the field, they'll get downfield with their speed, or they'll just come directly back to the ball. And so it's not like it's that difficult if you've played with Allen to know what's your skill set. When the play's broken, what's the best way you can personally get open? Some guys are better off getting across the field and moving with Allen. Some guys are going to be better off coming back towards him. We've seen John Brown and Stephon Diggs be really good at both of those things. But we've also seen Isaiah McKenzie score a touchdown on what do I need to do? I can use my speed, and when the play breaks up a little bit, when we're done with our routes, I'm going to get down the field, because if I change directions and get moving, the defense isn't going to be able to stay with me.
Go ahead. Yeah, and we're talking about Gabe Davis's status. It's being reported that he's quote very iffy. That's according to Chris Mortensen. So we can't discount the production that Gabe Davis provides. It's easy to overlook it because we got Stephon Diggs and Cole Beasley and John Brown, and that's a blessing because but Gabe Davis does provide a lot, and he's such a unique player, a unique skill set. Gabe Davis is everything we wanted Kelvin Benjamin to be, almost, is what I like to think. It's kind of he's a contested catch type of guy. And he's a beast. And we're not gonna be able to slide in Kenny Stills and say, okay, do everything Gabe Davis did, because they're just two different types of players. So I think this is where Brian Daboll has to get creative and change up the game plan and say, all right, we can't do exactly all of the things we would have wanted to do with Davis in the lineup, but I have the guys. I have Brown, I have Diggs, I have Beasley, and now I have Stills, maybe even Jake Kumaro, and of course Isaiah McKenzie. So there's still a lot of possibilities for where Brian Daboll can draw up, but unfortunately it's a little bit limited with Davis potentially being out.
Has Kumaro officially signed? Because from last thing I saw, he hadn't signed yet with the practice squad.
I thought he was on the practice squad officially.
Thought he was.
Yeah, he might be on the practice squad.
I just don't think he got pulled up or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I to your point, Carlton, I don't remember if it was ever made official, but I'm fairly certain he was on his way to Buffalo for that reason. So, now you brought up Brian Daboll, Max, and this game is going to be just as much about the coaches and coaching decisions made here. So you have Sean McDermott, who is an understudy to Andy Reid for a very long time, until he made it out on his own. You have Brian Daboll, who has ring after ring after ring as coordinator. You have Leslie Frazier, who's been a head coach. And on the other side, you've got, it's almost a mirrored reflection. You've got Andy Reid, you've got Eric Bieniemy, and then you've got Steve Spagnuolo. What's the chess match between these two? We've talked all about the players, but the decisions the coaches are going to make a huge impact today as well.
I mean, Steve Spagnuolo is probably looking at this. I mean, it's got to be hard for him to make the decisions on what scheme to go with defensively, and I'll tell you why. I was wrong last week, first of all, about the Ravens game. I said the Ravens, they're going to do what they do. They're going to do what they do well. They're going to blitz hard. They're going to come after Allen, and that's how it's going to be. I was completely wrong. The Ravens changed their scheme up entirely and played soft and played zone and got off of the press man coverage. And that really shows the respect that Josh Allen has earned in this league, that one of the best defenses in the league decided to completely change their scheme in a playoff game in order to try and beat Josh Allen. So Steve Spagnuolo's got to be looking at this and saying, wow, what do? Josh Allen can beat zone. He can beat man. He can beat blitz. He can beat delayed blitz. It doesn't matter if we blitz him or not. He can do it any which way. So if you're Steve Spagnuolo, I'm really curious to see what defensive scheme are you going with today? What are we going to see out of the Chiefs? I honestly don't know defensively for the Chiefs what we're going to see. And it's based on what happened last week with the Ravens. I mean, I really wasn't expecting that. It stunned me that Wink Martindale decided to just completely change the chess match, and it didn't work. So
what you're talking about is the worry. We can worry as Bills fans about all the weapons that Kansas City has, but I don't think their fans realize just how much they should be worried about our weapons as well, because we have Stephon Diggs, who led the league in receptions, yards, and targets. We have just as many weapons, and just because we haven't gotten the national pub because we weren't Super Bowl champions last year, that's what you're talking about, Eric. And go for it, Carlton. Jump in.
Oh no, I just got excited because my son came around with the Buffalo Bills bib on. But
Nice.
I'll show him off real quick. But yeah,
are you feeding him baby chicken wings already?
Of course, man. Blue cheese in the bottle.
Blue cheese in the bottle.
There we go.
Oh, look at that.
Hey guys. Hey buddy, what's up? Yeah,
can you say a?
He's learning. but yeah, man, I think when it comes to this week, I'm looking at the chess match, and I honestly think that wait a sec now. All right.
I think it comes down to toy,
right? Well, he wants a Josh Jacks. Look at that. So I really don't think
knows what's up.
He does. You don't think you can really stop us, do you? Like with all you have is I'm not gonna say all you have. Let's not be disrespectful to the Chiefs. They have Honey Badger. You have Chris Jones. Those are two guys that I'm keeping an eye on if I'm the Bills. But outside of that, you don't have the athleticism, I don't think, to really stack up on a spread them out 4-wide offense. So I really love to see Dable stick to his gun, stick to what got you here, spread them out. And I really think this is a game where we see Josh run around a little bit more than we have in the last few weeks. I think he scrambles a little bit. I think that they don't have the athleticism to really spy him like some of the other teams we've faced so far. So I'm excited to see our offense against their defense more than anything, because I think we're going to have to do that to keep up with the Chiefs offense.
I think the Chiefs offense is going to have to worry about keeping up with us. Flip it around.
Like that, Kyle.
Yeah. We've had that confidence in the Bills offense all year of they're the number 2 offense in the league. And if you look at just a points per game basis, the Chiefs don't score as many points per game as the Bills do. The Bills are actually got the numbers right in front of me. The Bills score 31.3 points per game, second in the NFL. The Chiefs are at 29.6, sixth in the NFL. You want to talk about who's keeping up with who? The Chiefs don't score as many points as the Bills. The Chiefs have to keep up with the Bills this week.
Do we make an adjustment to stop Clyde Edwards-Helaire? I always mess that name up, but I heard he's playing this week, and I know he really killed us last week.
I think he's going to be on a snap
count. Because of all the guys missing, partially also because of the scheme. And yes, he's a very good player. He's going to be a factor. But if the Bills show up and run the exact same scheme that they ran against them with all of the players in the defense playing the way they are now, there's going to be a different outcome. So I would rather them do the same thing. Run the same defense. Try and let Edwards-Helaire beat you like he did last time, because it's not going to happen the same way.
He might be on a snap count too. I mean, he's coming off a pretty serious injury. I mean, Alex in our writers' room alluded to that in detail, but I think he's going to be on a snap count, and it's a much different game for him.
And Le'Veon Bell's out.
Le'Veon Bell's out. Yep.
I think you have to worry about Williams more than you do.
Yeah.
I think you have to worry about Williams. I think his name Darwin Williams is the
Damian
guy's
Williams.
name. Damian Darrell.
Neither was two of them. No.
Damian opted out. Sorry.
Yeah.
Antonio Williams.
I think you have to worry more about Williams than you do about Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Kyle.
I think you got to worry about Williams more. I mean, he's gotten some run late in the season for the Chiefs and in their playoff game against the Cleveland Browns. And I do think that Edwards-Helaire will be on a snap count. That's just my personal belief. I don't think he's going to be as effective as he was. It's going to be a much different game for him. You're going to have to go up against, Justin Zimmer and Harrison Phillips, who's playing some of the best football of his Bills career. Justin Zimmer's fast, and then you're going to have to contend with Milano crashing the A and the B gap. So I think it's going to be much more difficult for Edwards-Helaire to have an impact this game.
If he's as effective as he was last game, that means he has a career day. He's never that's a complete outlier in his entire season. He had 2 games over 100 yards. It was the first game of his career, and that game against the Bills. And if you want to, like, I got into a little bit of an argument with Kevin, who, like, we all know and love him. He's like the lovable Dolphins fan of the Fanatics family, and he was saying, well, like, he did that because he got more carries. No, if you look at a yards per game. Like, if you look at that as a stat as well, the Bills game is still the outlier in his yards per game stats. So, like, if he does what he did against the Bills again this week,
Momo,
zoom in on it there.
Come on, man, it's not
no,
fake.
Momo, come on.
Give it a little tug. Give it a tug.
Little twist on the side.
I can't. It's ugly. I get that, but it's real. Trust me. But what he did against the Bills last time that they played is not normal for him. He's a good running back. He's had good production as a rookie, but that's pretty much the baseline of what it is. It's been good. It has not been great. So to expect him to come into this game again and be great again when he hasn't done that a lot all season, that's asking a lot of him.
You know what's intriguing here, guys? If you look at the other weapons for the Chiefs, obviously Tyreek Hill, one of the first to come to mind. Against the Bills in Week 6, 3 catches for 20 yards. Now, as we remember, it felt like Travis Kelce had a massive game because of the 2 touchdowns. Both of those were in the red zone. If you look at the stats, that was the second fewest receiving yards Travis Kelce had all year against Buffalo. That was without Matt Milano. And the previous game where he had less yards, it was in the Week 1 opener against the Texans. So after Week 1, the Bills held him to his lowest production throughout the season. Obviously not talking touchdowns. He's a huge red zone threat. But I find that intriguing. Their 2 biggest weapons were held in check. Obviously the run game was more of the feature there. But that was without Matt Milano. And I think Tre'Davious White did an unbelievable job on Tyreek Hill. So looking at this one, obviously, to me, Travis Kelce among anybody is the guy that needs to have the most attention focus on him. But I wouldn't even have believed myself right there if I was told those stats. It's pretty nuts. So obviously, those are 2 things that are crucial. And to see what the Bills did against him in Week 6, I understand it was in a losing effort. I understand Kelce still had 2 touchdowns. The ability is there, and you have to wonder how much better it'll be with Matt Milano in, plus a fully healthy Tremaine Edmonds.
Yeah. Well, and I want to flip it back to the other side of the ball as well, because we touched on it earlier in the show. I think it was Knapp who pointed out that our guards on the offensive line for the Bills in that game were Cody Ford and Brian Winters, and Ike Butker was only getting a little bit of play at the time. And Greg Thompson really pointed that out last night on our broadcast that Spy was on. Josh Allen just has to play a little bit better than he did in that game to extend some drives. But here's another piece. This was from Aaron Schatz from Football Outsiders, and I'm sure you guys have seen it already this week. But Buffalo only punted from the plus side of the field 3 times all season, and all 3 were at least 12 yards to go. So 3 times they punted from the opponent's side, and all 3 of them, they had 12 or more yards to go. So the offense, if they can get into that 40-yard, the plus 60, however you want to describe it, keep the gas going, because I don't think, like I said, this defense doesn't scare me. If Josh just plays a little bit better and we contain on the defensive side Edwards-Helaire just a little bit more, or Darrell Williams, or whoever it is, if we just improve the running defense, and at the same time Josh plays just a little bit better than he did in that game, it's going to be a completely different ballgame than what we saw. And I want you guys.
Hold on, Jeff. I wanted to say, I got NFL Network on. I haven't seen a single person all week pick the Bills. Nobody did on there but Rich Eisen. He's on the bandwagon today. He's the first person I've seen pick the Bills. So finally, somebody is on the bandwagon.
Michael Robinson's been rolling with the Bills all year. He
That's
picked the
true.
Bills.
Michael Robinson has.
Michael Robinson's been in.
Yep.
We're keeping track of who does and who doesn't.
Yeah, we
got a hit list.
We know. The Mafia's ready.
Does anybody know who runs the Bills QB Watch account? Because that account is the best at keeping receipts.
No
The
way that dude
absolute
has a
best.
job. That dude got it, man. That's a 24/7 operation. That dude is unreal.
I even love how the Buffalo Bills have been taking shots at some of these journalists too, who have been saying these hot takes. Nick Wright, Stephen Smith. I see that they're calling them out now, so it's starting to happen.
Well, the one meme I saw was not Toby from The Office, but the guy who was the temporary guy, dark haired, and he's writing down.
Oh yeah.
And it's and the tagline was Bills Mafia writing down charities as people were talking shit about us.
Well, you know what? I don't know if this made its way to the locker room today, but I saw a tweet earlier. A bunch of Chiefs retail stores in Kansas City, they've already gotten the AFC Championship gear in stock. It's boxed up and it's labeled "Do not sell until after the AFC Championship." So
I did see that Dick's Sporting Goods in Buffalo. I saw a tweet that one of them in the Western New York region, Buffalo area, also had AFC Championship
No, you didn't.
gear,
You didn't
and we're gonna open up. So
You definitely did not.
Josh.
I was listening to the.
Go for it. I'm
I
sorry.
was listening to the Jim Rome show earlier this week, and he has one of his staff. What's that?
Why would you listen to Jim Rome?
I had already watched the Buffalo Fanatics content for that day. I'd already listened to WGR. I had done my work.
I'm teasing you.
Okay, good.
Eric's like, I got to give you a reason.
I had nothing left to do. But anyway.
Okay, clone. Why are you listening to me, clone?
Well, I like listening to he has one of his staff come on and do picks for the game and talk about the money lines and the gambling of it and stuff like that. And his name is James Kelly. They call him the flight deck because of the size of his forehead. But anyway, he was picking the games, and he routinely picks against the Bills. And Jim Rome interrupts him, and he goes, by the way, how are you living? How are you dealing with Bills Mafia coming after you on Twitter? And I guess James Kelly said he's been getting absolutely lambasted on Twitter for picking against the Bills consistently every week, and that he said he was going to keep it up. And I was like, ooh, that's okay, keep it up. But I guess he's been getting a lot of run on Twitter from Bills Mafia. So I always love how this fan base sticks up for its team. I don't know if there's any fan base that does it quite like the Bills Mafia.
And we got comments coming in. Do we go to the airport after a win? And I think some Bills Mafia is going to the airport regardless.
Oh my God!
Hey, if we go to the Super Bowl, do you think they put the game on in the stadium?
No,
they don't want anybody there.
Yeah, I don't think New York State
Yeah.
allows that.
No.
There's not.
My
a
God,
law
no.
that allows that.
You know what, Eric? Now I'm going to think about that, and I'm getting sad because that would have been something else.
Way to bum us out, Eric. Thanks.
Yeah, come on, Eric.
I would have flew
We got
First Jim Rome, and now this, Eric. For God's sakes!
Oh, good.
I'm kidding. I'm a huge Coward fan, so.
Speaking about going to the airport, because we know Bills fans put so much meaning into this team, into the region. What has this season meant to you? We kind of did a little bit of Bills therapy last night on the Bills tailgate after dark. Drew Gear gave us, just this absolutely amazing response that was going to make. He was almost going to cry, and if he hadn't have been a few whiskeys deep, he might have. But what has this season meant for you? And tonight is for all of the blank, maybe shit that you've put up with, for all of the Trent Edwards checkdowns, maybe. What has this season meant for you? And tonight is for the blank. And I'm going to start at the top with Nap.
Honestly, this season has been a little therapeutic of we've been hurt a lot over the years. And even last year, the way the season ended, it just leaves a sour taste in your mouth. And this year, it feels like every single time the Bills are told, no, they can't do this, they go ahead and do it. And it's like, well, we're going to put a bandage on this wound. We're going to put a bandage on this wound. And it's just been therapeutic of it doesn't matter what we get told we can do. It doesn't matter what the Bills as a team. It doesn't matter what Bills Mafia is told. The Bills are going to get it done. And they've shown that throughout the year. So I think it's been therapeutic to go through the season and start to change the mindset where in past years, it's understandable to go into a game like this and be like, well, no, the Bills are going to lose because they're just not as good of a team or whatever the case may be. And throughout the course of this year, I've been able to change my mindset even of no, the Bills are going to win. The Bills are the better team. They have a better offense. They have a better defense, whatever it may be. They're positioned better to win, and I'm confident that they're going to win. And that's a feeling that I haven't had up until this year. So having that feeling is totally new for me. And I think that a lot of Bills fans, no matter what they say, despite going into every game being like, yeah, we can get this win, there's always that thought in the back of your mind in past seasons of like, but it's understandable if we don't. And I think this is this is the turn for Bills Mafia, where now you have that thought of like, yeah, we can win, and there's no but what if? Because there shouldn't be, and the team has proven that time and time again.
Max, what does this season or mean to you, and what is tonight for?
Yeah, this season, in a year 2020, which has just been terrible for so many people, and it's just been the Buffalo Bills have been the light at the end of the tunnel for a lot of people. It's been a reason for hope in such a such a tragic year. And it's really just been a great distraction from some of the terrible things that are going on in the world right now. And this team, it has Team of Destiny type vibes to it. It really feels like it's something special, and then it's about to culminate this year with everything that's happened. And I gotta say, like, being a part of this community, I grew up in New England. I grew up in like northeastern Connecticut, around a lot of Patriots fans. And yeah, it's tell me about it. I went to high school with Patriots fans, and I was the one Bills fan, and I was ridiculed for years and years, and that stung. And I can take a joke, and I had fun with it, and I have friends that are Patriots fans from high school, and I still joke around with them. But this has felt so sweet this year. It's kind of been a little, all the Super Bowls that these New England fans had that they went through, and all the joy that they had. Now I'm getting a little bit of it, and it feels special to me to kind of get back at them a little bit. It's this. I really do believe this is kind of a team of destiny this year, and this is going to be something special. And shout out to the older generation of Bills fans that have, because I was born I'm a young guy. I'm in college. I didn't go through the 25 years of real hurt after the mid 90s. I started becoming a Bills fan in like the Ryan Fitzpatrick years, like 2011, around there. And I went through a little bit of the heartbreak, but certainly not the 20 years worth of it. So shout out to those guys, because to grind with your team, this is why you stick with a losing team for so long. It's for these moments. It's for special years like this. So shout out to the amazing Bills Mafia community. Today is a special day.
Awesome. Eric, we're going to come down to you. What does this season mean, and what is tonight for?
I talked about this a little bit last night on the After Dark show, but it's spiritual vindication. It's righteous vindication for the Bills Mafia collective the world over, and what it means to me personally, and what I think it would mean to a lot of people is, life is a process, and Bills Mafia is a culture, and 2020 has been such a rough year for so many people, myself included. And I really do believe that this team and its culture and its process has been the glue that has held us together when we were at our weakest. I was at my weakest that I've maybe ever been in my entire life this year when I became a part of this wonderful, beautiful Buffalo Fanatics community. I could not be more thankful or more proud to be part of it and to be a Bills fan. This team's got me through my darkest days this year in 2020 when I lost literally everything. So I have nothing to say but great things about what this season has meant for so many people. I have seen so many hashtags of the process and culture, and not even having anything to do with football, but just having to do with life. People talking about how the Bills have been therapeutic for them. People talking about how this season, the Bills coming together like this and finally being good is a release of energy. I talked about it in my spy column. The Bills generations of old, the Bills had success, but it's been draped in trauma and draped in, chaos and draped in heartbreak and despair. And now to come full circle, I mean, we have generations of Bills fans like some of us who are experiencing this for the first time. And, like Jeff and like Joe Miller, who talks about, being girl dads. I myself have 2 young daughters, one of whom is at the age where she can kind of understand a little bit what this is all about. And I think that's been absolutely just beautiful for me to be able to experience that with my daughters. I remember early in the season, I think it was week 4, my 4-year-old asked me to buy her a Bills T-shirt, and I went into the bathroom and teared up just because it's such a small, simplistic thing, but when your 4-year-old comes up and asks Daddy, "Can you buy me a Bills shirt?" It absolutely just melted my heart, and this team melts my heart. This community melts my heart. It's been an absolute godsend for me. I could not be more thankful for it. I will never not be proud of it, no matter what happens, win, lose, or whatever the case may be. This is always going to be something that we can hang our hats on and be proud of, and that is what it means to me.
Carlton, followed up.
Hard to follow that one, right?
What's this season mean to you? And tonight is for what?
Yeah, this season has meant hope for me. This season has been something when I look back to my earliest memories of being a Bills fan. I talked about it was being around my family, right? Being in the attic, being with family members that aren't even here anymore, and seeing grown men cry over the Bills' loss, and seeing that passion up close. And that was put into me at an early age. Going to training camp in '95, all the heartbreaks are memories of mine. Music City Miracle, I remember exactly where I was. I was at a basketball game in middle school, and they stopped practice to tell everybody what happened. Going up into the years of hope, when you see a team and then just being let down year after year after year. And, this team is special for me because I see, when I look at Bills Mafia and see how we're so widespread and we're coming together, it's a pride now you see in communities. And I'm from Buffalo. I was in Buffalo for over 20 years. Being in Atlanta now, you see Bills gear popping up here and there. You see people proud to wear their Bills stuff. And that gives me hope because when I go to these games, when we drive across country, me and my dad to go to every game, you see people that look like you, that don't look like you, coming together, sharing, ribs and chicken and having a beer. And, you see this unity and love that I feel like the country and the world needs right now. So to see the Bills on top and to see the Bills winning, I think it goes beyond just being a Bills fan. I think it's a story that you can get behind because you see the unity in Bills Mafia, and it just gives me hope for more sustained success. And I think the last point I'll make is this is for, I think, all of the Bills fans that weren't able to make it to today and didn't see this happening, right? So you have a lot of fans who may be gone, who weren't able to see the Bills rise up to this AFC Championship. We're all here right now. There's no reason why we shouldn't be fired up and carrying them with us going into this game. I have my son here. He's coming into a whole new generation of Bills where he's going to be able to see, hopefully the beginning of a dynasty coming up, right? Where I might have saw the end of it. And it's like you carry that tradition and that generation over and over again. And I think that, when you look at where we are now, you got to be hopeful. You got to be hopeful.
Z-Bot, same 2 questions, man.
If you're like me, you remember the catalyst of the coronavirus to me when I really started to recognize how this was going to affect our country was when March Madness kicked off back in March, and they had to clear the court mid-game because there was a potential breakout. And then all of a sudden, the next day, the tournament was called off. You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar tournament that within 24 hours was called off. And that, to me, was when I first realized this is incredibly serious. And not too long after that, I got laid off of my job. I know plenty of other people who did as well, and the world started to turn in a different direction. Sports has always been the thing for me. It's a constant thing to look forward to and to have at your disposal. I've played sports my whole life. I've been a Bills fan my whole life. And I think people who don't surround themselves with sports, they're missing out. They don't quite understand people like us and where we come from, especially the Bills fans. I think it's a whole different department. But the reason I bring up the NCAA tournament is because that was the moment. Not only did I feel like this thing was going to get incredibly serious, but there had never been a time before where sports did not exist. And all of a sudden, months went on where there wasn't any sports at all. And then it started going on quicker and quicker, and the months seemed to go by like days. And you wondered, was there going to be an NFL season? And I remember a large majority of my summer was spent trying to figure out if I was going to be able to watch the Bills, because the last memory I had of them was losing to Deshaun Watson and the Houston Texans in the wild card. And that was just obviously unbelievably devastating. But then things came around and we were able to have the season, and there was a million different question marks surrounding that. We get Stephon Diggs. We start to see the culture of this team shift. You come into the season, obviously you have expectations that were based on last year, but I don't think anybody could have saw what was going to happen this year. And I just find it incredibly ironic in the best way that in perhaps the worst year possible for so many people, the Buffalo Bills, who have provided us nothing but agony, unfortunately, for years and years, decided to flip the switch in a year where I think everybody was at a low point at some point or another. And I think it's truly remarkable that when you look back on 2020, even 30 years from now, if you're a Bills fan, one of the worst years in the history of mankind will be synonymous with the Buffalo Bills and the success they had, win or lose tonight. I think the Bills are playing with house money going forward. They had yet to win a playoff game in my life. They just won 2. I am just unbelievably fortunate to have had sports this year, to have had the Bills this year, and to have had the season they had in a time like this. I think we're all going to remember it no matter what happens tonight. And I think, like I just said, the fact that we will look back on 2020 and think of the Bills as quickly as we think about the other tragedies that happened this year speaks volumes as to what this team did this year.
Absolutely, Z-Bot, and I want to get in here before we get to bold predictions and game scores. For me, when I was a young man, kid growing up, even through college and just the years out of college, the Bills were life. The Bills were life. That was what life was, were the Bills. But, this year really cemented the flip to the Bills are the outlet to life. That in this year of 2020, so many Bills fans have had to take Josh Allen's advice. His motto is what I'm thinking of: adjust, persevere, overcome. Josh Allen lives by APO: adjust, persevere, overcome. This year officially flipped that for me. Having to adjust, persevere, and overcome, and now it is officially just the outlet. It is still my love, but it's just the outlet. It's not life after this year. So thank you to the Buffalo Bills for helping me get through 2020. Yep. But tonight is for the process. Tonight is for the growth mindset. Tonight is for ego is the enemy. Do your 1/11th, sacrifice everything you have to put it all out there on the field. Don't leave anything off the field inside of you. Give it all out for your teammates. Adjust, persevere, overcome. This is for Sean McDermott changing the culture inside an organization that was toxic. Okay? The infighting after Ralph Wilson passed, leading up to his death, where a businessman became the head of football operations. This is for the turn in 2017 when we brought in Sean McDermott. Adjust, persevere, overcome. That's what tonight is for, fellas. Now I want to hear your bold predictions and your game scores, and we're going to go in opposite direction. We're going to start with you, Zach.
I'm ready to put my helmet on, by the way. That was awesome.
Yeah, no kidding. I think that was fantastic. Great way to get that going, Jeff. I think that was a conversation that we should have. I think that, this game this year, football this year has been more than football. I think it's just been one of those things we've all had. I mean, think about it. Since September, we have had something to look forward to every week, and something not only to look forward to as far as just watching something that we haven't seen in forever. So it's unbelievable. And here we are tonight. The time in which I think everybody has been waiting for the longest time. If you're like me and my age group, you've been waiting for it your entire life. It's here. I don't even think it's hit me yet. I don't know if it'll hit me until this game kicks off, when I see the field and see the AFC Championship painting on the field. Maybe it'll hit me then. But as far as right now, it's so unearthly. I don't even know if it's registered, but here we are. And I look at this game and I look at the two teams. They are very evenly matched to me. Offense seems very evenly matched. Defense, very evenly matched. Two incredible quarterbacks. Two incredible coaches, one being a great offensive mind, the other being a defensive mind who used to coach on the same staff. There's so many storylines going into this one that, you could write a book about it. And it just feels incredible to be able to have it come down to this situation. If you asked anybody throughout the NFL who's a fan, what did you want to see in the AFC Championship this year? The obvious answer was Bills KC, and it's a reality. I'm looking at the game, and once again, like I've felt throughout the rest of these playoff games, all of these games just seem like a coin flip. They seem incredibly close, almost too close to call. But if I had to pick it, I think for one, it's going to be a lower scorer game than most people think. I think 54.5 is the over-under here. I just think that both teams are going to come out just absolutely inspired on defense to try and stop two dominant offensive units. I think the ball gets moved well, but I don't know how often it's going to result in touchdowns. To me, that seems to be the difference here. And the reason why I think the Buffalo Bills win today, I think they cash in the red zone, and I think the Chiefs wind up settling for field goals, something I think is going to be the difference here. I think if one team or the other executes on that end, they wind up in the winning column. My hot take would be I think Patrick Mahomes throws an interception today. He has yet to throw an interception in the two previous AFC championships. I think the Bills get him on one today. But I'm going to take the under here in a lower scoring game than people think, and I think the Bills wind up winning down late in the fourth quarter, 27-24.
27-24. Carlton, score prediction, bold prediction.
Let's go, man. Score prediction off the bat. It's going to be close. We know that. We know it's going to be close. I think it's going to be high-powered. But let's just take a second and just inhale, breathe a little bit, and realize where we are. We are in the AFC Championship. Like Ziva just said, we're going to see AFC Championship on the field. We're going to see our boys running out there in the locker room. We're all going to be watching this together. And I just want us just to really embrace and appreciate the moment that we're in right now as fans, to see that only 4 other fan bases can relate to how we feel right now. So this is awesome. Off the bat. Close game. I really see, I see a high-powered game. I see 31-28 is my call for the Bills. I do think we show out convincingly. I think this is the game where Josh really cements himself for a playoff run. I think the last 2 games, he's played okay. He hasn't played like he has for the last 5 or 6 weeks before that. I think this is the week we see Josh actually go for 4 touchdowns. That's my bold prediction. So it's going to be 28, him, and we're going to get Bobby Bass with a game-winning field goal.
Game-winning field goal.
Bobby Bass with the game-winning field goal goes down in Buffalo Bills legend. Right there, number 2.
Sir. I'll take it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll take it. Eric, bold prediction, game prediction. We're running up against time. Steve and Cash are coming up.
I'll be quick. I'll be quick.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm hammering the over. I think it's going way over. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. I do think, however, it's going to be a one-score game. I'm taking the Bills 48-41 on a pick 6 from Tyron Johnson, the playoff hero, back at it again. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. The Mahomes is going to be trying to come back late, and Tyron Johnson's going to say, "No, this is my field."
I like it.
All right, we got Taron Johnson, Weber State, Big Sky Country, just down the road from me here in Idaho Falls. Max, game prediction, bold prediction. Hit me with it.
All right. I'm going to start off with my bold prediction, and you guys are going to love this one because it's championship weekend. Josh Allen has been in the NFL for 3 years now. Josh Allen's had a lot of great moments in his short career already. Josh Allen's going to have he's going to have a legacy moment, and I think he's going to have like a league legacy moment. He's going to have a play that goes down in NFL film lore. He's going to have a moment where Josh Allen has arrived to the scene in the NFL because that's what the playoffs are built on. It's these moments, these impactful moments, especially championship weekend. Mahomes versus Allen, Chapter 1 in a long book, hopefully, of matchups, future matchups. Allen's going to have a moment, and the entire league is going to be on notice from here on out that this isn't just Patrick Mahomes' AFC. This is Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen's AFC. And you have to get through both of them to even have a chance at the Super Bowl. That's my bold prediction. Score prediction, 24-21 Bills.
24-21 Bills. Josh Allen on his way to a Super Bowl MVP, sounds like, from Max.
Ooh.
24-21 Bills. Nap, take it.
So when I look at this game, I see two teams that statistically throughout the course of the year, they are extremely similar, whether it's offense, defense, passing game, running game, doesn't matter. Everywhere you look, these teams are right next to each other, statistically. It doesn't matter whatsoever. People can say whatever they want. And because of that, I think both teams, the top guys on the teams are going to show up. I think what it comes down to with this game is who gets that unknown player to have a big play or a good game. And so I think the Bills end up getting a win. And I think it's because they get an obscure player to score a touchdown, somebody who doesn't normally get involved in the action. So it's going to be somebody other than Allen, Diggs, Beasley, Brown, Gabriel Davis, if he's good to go, Dawson, somebody other than those guys is going to score a touchdown, whether that's Devin Singletary, who he might not sound like an obscure player, but he doesn't score touchdowns very often. Whether it's TJ Yeldon, whether it's one of those trick plays to the offensive lineman, Andre Roberts, whoever, somebody who doesn't normally get in on the touchdown scoring action is going to score for the Bills tonight. And it's going to end up being the difference that ends up giving the Bills a victory. Might not be a game-winning touchdown, but they're going to get in the end zone. I got the Bills winning a close one, 34-30.
34-30 Buffalo. All right. I don't think the Chiefs fans who have been trying to troll the comment section are going to like this, but my bold prediction is Patrick Mahomes is not going to finish this game. His toe is going to affect him too much. Maybe he takes a hit that doesn't settle well with his concussion, neck, nerve injury, whatever it was. Mahomes isn't going to finish the game is a bold prediction, and that's going to open the door. I think if I could pick a game that I want the Bills to emulate, that this game could reflect on. I hope it comes out to be our Miami game, the last game of the year. But I think more realistically, it's going to be that Seattle type of game. It's going to be Josh Allen's coming out party for the postseason, like the Seattle game was his coming out party for the fourth or fifth time in the regular season. I think that Seattle game is kind of the game that we're going to see because Mahomes will be able to put up 34 points. But I don't know if he's going to finish the game with that turf toe injury. Yeah. If it's going to limit him way too much, maybe the Bills can get after him. But I'm going to go with that 44-34 score, Buffalo.
I like it.
Nice.
Coming up that Seattle game, do we see an AJ Klein sighting today? He played really good in that game. I don't know. Where's AJ Klein?
Nobody wants to be like
nobody got excited over AJ Klein. I love it.
We all wanted to trash AJ Klein up until the bye week. I think. And I think the bye week was the line of demarcation for him. Maybe even it was the Seattle game when he was like, okay, wait a minute, he can do this, and then he kind of put it together the rest of the way.
It's going to be unsung hero on defense. I don't know who it is, but it'll be somebody. Somebody's going to have a
somebody you're not expecting makes a big play. I think, so here's something that we haven't talked about that we don't have to get into too much, but I think of a huge key to the defensive side of the ball is the safety play. We've talked about the safeties all like for the last 3 years about how Poyer and Hyde are the best safety duo in the league. And I don't care if Chiefs fans in the comments want to disagree with that. Whatever, you're wrong. They're the best safety duo in the league. And I think what they're able to do, especially with Mahomes having that turf toe injury and not necessarily having the same athletic ability to get out of the pocket and get out of trouble, they're going to have to take, or he's going to have to take some chances possibly this game. Mm-hmm. So what they're able to do pre-snap to disguise their coverage and then post-snap to get into the right spots and make the right reads, I think that's going to be extremely valuable to the Bills. And I think one of them probably ends up coming up with a turnover because of that.
Or let me see a big Poyer hit. Let me see a big Poyer hit.
To set the tone off the bat, first drive.
That's going to do it for this segment of the BF Tailgate. Some of you guys are going to stick on. We got Steve, the Judge Mathis, and Casey Cash Out BF coming up. They're going to take you almost all the way up to kickoff, I believe, 6:40 Eastern time as the Bills visit the Chiefs. But I'm going to duck out. I got to go pull the ribs off the smoker and get some food going.
Hey, get them ready, man,
guys. Thank you very much for your time. Let me get one last go Bills. Let's go Buffalo.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Let's go, Buffalo.
Go Bills.
All right, Buffalo, now that we snatched the divisional round, we're AFC championship bound. This week has been the same old song and dance, and it's called The Bills Still Don't Have a Chance. They play that on repeat, but we scratch that up and we dance to our own beat. Constantly underestimated but not yet eliminated, they keep doubting us, ignoring us, and counting us out. But we won't stop until we can kick up our heels and show. We're not just happy to be here or in the conversation, we're here to turn that page and make our own destination. And with Poncho and the Mafia we've lost watching from above, and guiding our team through the ups and downs with their love, we've made it this far, but we're still not done. We need to stay humble and hungry till the whole damn thing is won. And to Chiefs Kingdom, you have my total respect. But it's our time now to intercept. So my boy Takeaway Trey, all I gotta say is your first steps to that gold jacket come today when you make that play. We're gonna turn Arrowhead into Arrow Dead when the ones hoisting the Lamar Hunt Trophy are in blue and red. And as you know, the Mafia still wants mo, and will always be. Buffalo head to toe. Let's go.
All right. Welcome in,
right.
ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who do not know, that is Corey Ryan. You can find him on Facebook like I did. And the second I saw that man on Facebook, I was just like, dude, you need to send me that video every week so I can use it on the tailgate. And he was like, dude, brother, no problem. And he's been sending that to me since I believe the third or the fourth week of the season. So kudos to him. And hopefully we will get one more out of him before this season is over. And when we head to Tampa, hopefully, fingers crossed. But
Brady
I'll
with
tell
the
you-
dime.
Tampa.
Yeah.
Speaking of Tampa, holy Mike Evans.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unreal. What a throw.
Well, first of all, let me tell you,
I love that my stream is behind. And
I'm a little bit behind as well, but that's okay. But I'll tell you what, I got the remote control in my hand. I've got an entire handle of Captain Morgan. I got a
So do
bucket
I.
of ice. I've got a bucket
I
of
gotta
ice.
go crack my beers. Yeah.
I got a bucket of ice. I got the Sabres game on one TV. I've got this NFC Championship game on another TV. Like, we are living the life here, boys. We are living the life. So let's get it started this way. We have the homeless man underneath me, Casey Reed, growing that playoff beard in the Duck Dynasty style. Since you are the newest one to this conversation here today, Casey, how are the nerves right now?
I can't sit still. I honestly can't. My wife doesn't know anything about football. She doesn't know anything about the Bills. She just hears me talk about it. I've been making her watch hype videos since 10 o'clock this morning. When we woke up, I was like, hey, look at this. And bless her heart, she's like, yeah, okay. And I was like, yeah, exactly. Get pumped. So.
Did we lose him? He was so hyped up we lost him. Did we lose him or was it me?
No,
I still got my boy.
All right, yeah.
I don't have him. Did he?
I got that Ethernet cable, Judge. So we're absolutely humming today. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
That's the crispest you've ever sounded, Bot. That's the crispest you've ever sounded. So it's a wonderful thing. All right. So let's get to it. First of all, the Sabres, 2 minutes in, they're not losing yet. That's a good thing. But let's get to this football game. And the first thing I want to start off with today is everyone, with the exception of apparently the Fox people, are picking against the Buffalo Bills. And, the Buffalo Bills, I think that works in their favor. They got that chip on their shoulder. And one of the statistics I think that people aren't talking about is the red zone success of the Buffalo Bills compared to the red zone lack of success by Kansas City's defense. Kansas City is one of the worst teams in the red zone. Buffalo Bills are one of the best teams in the National Football League in the red zone. At the end of the day, I think that could be the difference in this game. Eric, do you think I'm wrong, or do you think I'm on the money here?
I think you're on the money, and I think there's a couple of reasons why. Let's look at Diggs can make any catch. He can make any play. Look at his catch against Kansas City. Everybody forgets because we lost that game, but that was an amazing catch by Stephon Diggs on the right end of that end zone there. And also, we talked about this a little bit in the roundtable just a few minutes ago, but Isaiah McKenzie tends to get free in the end zone. He tends to be on his own. He somehow sneaks away into this place where Josh Allen can find him. You call it whatever you want. Call it rapport. Call it chemistry. Call it Isaiah McKenzie having a great football IQ. But then also look at Dawson Knox. just like Travis Kelce on the other side of the ball, Dawson Knox is a huge red zone threat, huge mismatch in general, and he's hot. I don't care what anybody says. Dawson Knox is on the up and coming. He's Rambo Knox, and I'm going to keep banging the table for him. Give me some
Amen.
Dawson Knox in the red zone, and I'll be all good to go. I think the Bills are just a lethal team in the red zone, and I don't think the Chiefs are going to be – I think they're going to be even worse than normal in the red zone because
Touchdown
of
Bucks.
Mahomes'
Unreal.
limitations.
Who
got it?
So
Evans. That was an unreal drive. They just did whatever they wanted. That was insane.
Well, the Packers
No, I
defense, I mean, I don't know about the Packers defense.
They got to bring more pressure on Brady with Preston Smith.
They didn't,
Well,
they
they
didn't
blitzed
get
him.
close to him.
They
Yeah.
didn't get close.
They blitzed him on that throw to Evans earlier in the
Do I-
drive, and he just torched him.
Do I have Mike Evans anytime touchdown? I don't.
Yeah. What's your bets today,
Yeah,
Casey?
yeah. Let's go. Casey is the betting man here at Buffalo Fanatics. What are the bets that you have going in this game, Mr. Parlay himself over here?
So I've got a ton of single game parlays, and I was just messing around, $2.50, stupid little stuff, because my big bet is Green Bay money line parlayed with Buffalo money line. I dropped 50 on it to win about, and I'm just now watching the Mike Evans touchdown. That was a beautiful throw, but I've got both of them in parlay, and I should win about $200 off that. So that's my big one. But I wanted something to keep me interested in games because, and I'm like a squirrel. I have a terrible attention span if there's not gambling involved. So I've got Green Bay money line, Devontae Adams anytime touchdown scorer, Tampa Bay plus 10.5 alternate spread, Aaron Jones over 61.5 rushing, Devontae Adams over 91.5 receiving, Robert Tonyan Jr. over 32.5 receiving, Cameron over 30.5 receiving, and Scotty Miller over 23.5 receiving. Threw down $2.50 to win $204 off of that. So that's one of the big ones. I took a couple other small ones. I think the small one that is going to hit is Aaron Rodgers plus 250 yards, Devontae Adams 80 plus yards, Tom Brady 250 plus yards, Devontae Adams anytime touchdown under 62.5, Green Bay money line, Aaron Jones over 61.5. So that's really the one that I'm paying attention to right now.
We got Scott Vanaloo coming in with a super chat. Scott, we always appreciate it. He says Patrick Mahomes has turf toe, and Andy Reid said he will be evaluated by doctors before the game. He also said he wasn't at 100% because of his turf toe if he can't plant his feet and throw. And I think that, Scott, you're onto something, and they were talking about that in the last hour of this show. And I believe it was you, Eric, who was bringing up the point where one of the things that Patrick Mahomes likes to do is he really likes to just drop back and back and back and back in the pocket, as opposed to other quarterbacks who might try to scramble out of the pocket and make a play outside the pocket like a Josh Allen, or quarterbacks like a Phillip Rivers type who like to step, or a Tom Brady type that like to step into the pocket. So you have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes who's so freaking athletically gifted that he's able and capable of being able to drop back and back and back. If this dude is automatic against the blitz. But if you're the Buffalo Bills and he, number one, has that tendency, and number two is playing with turf toe, do you consider bringing pressure on Patrick Mahomes this game?
I do. And there is one type of blitz that Patrick Mahomes does struggle with, and it's delayed zone blitz on the weak side. He struggles with that. Delayed zone blitz coming from the weak side from a nickel corner or a fast linebacker, Patrick Mahomes struggles. Watch the film. It happened against Miami. It happened a little bit against the Raiders. It happened against the Falcons. He struggles with that. Now, with his foot limitation, he does like to roll straight back, vertically down the field. He also does like to roll out, but there's a problem. Normally, his running backs or his HB lines up on the strong side, which would be to his right. So that leaves that weak side even more exposed. And if they do that same thing, and they have, those weird kind of unique looks that they like to do, Patrick Mahomes is not going to be able to plant that foot and run and roll out, especially to his right. So you need to try and flush him out, get him moving on that toe, let it hurt him, and see how that pain management goes. See if maybe he can't get his base, can't get his feet and his hips right because that foot's making him struggle so much. But if he can't roll out, what else? What other option does he have, guys? It's to roll straight back. It's to go straight back and back and back. And by that point, you're risking holding penalties because it's harder and harder for your old line to keep guys blocked. And also, you're risking a fast guy like Milano or Teron Johnson or even Poyer on a safety blitz just blowing past you and getting to Mahomes. So yeah, I do think you have to bring some pressure today.
Yeah, and this turf toe is serious. Like someone on ESPN this morning reports that he's probably going to have surgery in the offseason. He's obviously going to tough it out this week, and if they're playing again in 3 weeks. But Logan coming in here and saying pressure Mahomes as if he were Lamar Jackson. I think the last thing we want to do is make Lamar have to be a quarter, or I'm sorry, make Patrick Mahomes have to be a quarterback. But at the end of the day, like I said, that turf toe making him slip back and back and back into the pocket. You have both their running backs dinged up in Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Le'Veon Bell. I think this is a surefire way for these Buffalo Bills. We lost somebody here. We got him back. For these Buffalo Bills. And if I were them, I would come out the first drive and I would send these pressure packages, whether it's Teron Johnson or Trey White or Matt Milano. Freaking Buffalo Sabres already down 1-0. Anyway.
Well, I mean, let's be real. Like, we expected that.
Mm-hmm. So it's at the end of the day, first drive, test it out.
Right.
Let's test Patrick Mahomes drive number 1, and let's send some of these pressures at him that maybe he's not expecting to see because teams are afraid to throw those pressures at him. So why not first drive? Just be like, all right, they get 7, and our offense will get on the field and we'll do what our offense does. So why not just say fuck it on the first drive and really go for it? We got Scott coming in again with another super chat. Really appreciate it, Scott. He said he told reporters he was 100%. That's a fucking lie. But I don't believe that. Obviously, he's out of concussion protocol, but I don't believe this turf toe is at 100%. I bring everybody at him. Again,
I don't know about everybody.
I would caution against like an all-out blitz,
especially you can't go cover zero.
Especially with guys like Tyreek Hill and Mecole Hardman and Travis Kelce. But Patrick Mahomes telling people he's 100% is a flat-out lie.
I wouldn't say
there is nothing true to that statement. Turf toe is a serious injury.
Yeah, Judge, I was just going to talk about that. I talked about it in the last block. Turf toe sounds like one of those. It kind of sounds like athlete's foot a little bit. You're like, oh, what the hell is turf toe? Who cares what the hell it is? It doesn't sound like much. But I talked about this last block. Ian Rappaport tweeted out this morning that might require potential surgery in the offseason for Patrick Mahomes. And this week, I thought that the turf toe in general was kind of something that was being played up a little bit too much because obviously it's Mahomes. We don't know how much it will affect him, although it did affect him noticeably against the Browns. But to hear that today before the game, that he might potentially need surgery on that, definitely speaks volumes to how serious it really is.
Yeah, I'm just watching this game here. I know you're a little ahead of me. Buccaneers just got a sack on Aaron Rodgers and the Packers.
Big sack.
Punting on their first drive. I love Shaq Barrett. Very good player there. They're in Tampa Bay. But
yeah, I would say
not good for the bets. Not good for the bets.
I would say you can't cover zero. I would say you can't cover zero blitz Mahomes at all. That's a terrible idea.
Not even once.
Get complex with it, though. Is my point. Like to Scott, I would say, I think your heart and your mind's in the right place. I think you girls hope Mahomes is limited.
Dude, I don't know what kind of girl. Todd, I don't know. I don't know what kind of girls you're fucking, but if they have beards like this, I'd be concerned.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. That's
Todd, you know how to pick them, brother. Todd, you know how to pick them.
Like get complex.
Message me offline, Todd.
Like get complex with the blitz. Like give me Justin Zimmer on the opposite side of Harrison Phillips this game, so that he's on Mahomes' weak side, and give me Justin Zimmer spinning through the B gap. Like let me see that, because with Justin Zimmer's speed, I don't know if Patrick Mahomes can get away from him. And then if you look on the outside of the line, if you've got Milano rushing on that weak side too, oof. I don't know how you're blocking all that. Really don't.
Yeah, it's and I'll tell you what, speaking of, you just mentioned Justin Zimmer. I wanted to mention the defensive line a little bit because Alex Lucci talked about it in the first hour, our thigh doctor, after he did his little thigh dance. Or before he did his little thigh dance, he mentioned that he really does not think that Vernon Butler, who missed the entire fourth quarter of last game and was DNP all week with the exception of a limited participation 2 days ago, is not going to play. And I'm with him. I don't think Vernon Butler or Gabe Davis are going to play today. And Gabe Davis is a conversation we can have in a moment. But Vernon Butler is not playing, which frees up a roster spot. I mentioned on our Thursday show, what's it going to be? Is it going to be another defensive lineman in Trent Murphy, who's an edge player? Is it going to be Tyrell Dodson, a linebacker who can contribute on special teams? Could it have been a running back, which we know now it's not because Antonio Williams and Devontae Freeman were both left on the practice squad? To me, it comes down to two guys. Could the Buffalo Bills keep 8 guys on their defensive line, which teams typically do? The Bills are a little different in having 9 guys activated on game day. Could they go 8 and have Dane Jackson, that extra DB, present and be playing a lot of dime looks and a lot of like quarter looks in this game? Or are we going to see Trent Murphy? What do you guys think? Casey, I'll start with you and then we'll go around. Who do we see replacing Vernon Butler in the lineup if he doesn't play? Dane Jackson, Trent Murphy, or somebody else?
Well, they did bring up Dane Jackson, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't automatically mean that he's going to be activated, just like it doesn't automatically mean that Kenny Stills is going to be activated. But I think it does mean that they're going to activate him and throw him in there. And he's played well this season, so why not give him a shot?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, someone said, I thought Dane and Freeman were elevated from the practice squad. They were protected. It was Dane Jackson and Kenny Stills. And Chris Mortensen came out today, and he said straight up, Gabe Davis is going to test the ankle at game time. If he's not good to go, it's Kenny Stills' position. So pretty much Chris Mortensen came out and said, if Gabe Davis can't go, Kenny Stills is filling that slot. So I don't think Gabe Davis is going to go. I think it'll end up being Kenny Stills, and we can have a conversation about that in a moment. But Bot, what do you think? Trent Murphy, Dane Jackson in that extra roster spot, or somebody different? Another tight end, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd probably go. I mean, Trent Murphy's not the most liked guy in the world, I think, around the streets of Buffalo, but it doesn't seem
Balled
like the
Balled out last week.
That's what I'm saying. I was just going to get at that. I feel like he had a great game last week, so it seems like McDermott put stake in what he's seen previous weeks, and then carrying that into the next. We saw that earlier in the year. Clearly, he saw something in Brian Winters earlier in the year that kept him playing. I feel like McDermott, once he's on a guy and sees if he's producing or not, he keeps him in. So, like you just mentioned, Judge, Trent Murphy had a great game last week. Seems like a viable option to me if that winds up being the case.
How about you, Eric? And we'll get to your super chat next, Scott.
I say, yeah, give me Trent Murphy. I liked his performance against the Ravens. I think that he'll be good in this game, especially on that edge, kind of disrupted a little bit. Kind of keep that containment on that strong side there, and also I would like to see maybe a little bit of Darron Lee, a little bit of a revenge game against the Chiefs, maybe a little bit.
See, he wasn't activated, so I don't think is he on the 53 now? Because if he's still in the practice squad, he wasn't activated.
Yeah, I don't know, but I know he was up for the Colts game, but his only snaps came on special teams. But maybe I think it's a cool storyline. I think that Darron Lee's been a linebacker that's been misused literally his entire career.
Oh, without doubt.
And it's almost criminal. It's almost like what would have happened to Jordan Poyer had he not come to the Bills.
He could have a spot here next year too, depending on what we do with Matt Milano. Todd, before we discuss super chat, Todd, you're just making it too easy on me here. He says Bills act like Milano can cover. He's slow as well as your small D front. Well, Todd, you know something or two about small Ds, so maybe you're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Bravo, Judge.
Scott Vanderloo coming in saying, say we win against the Chiefs. Would you rather, which I don't think Todd thinks we're going to do, but would you rather play Tampa Bay, which means going against Tom Brady, or would you rather go against Aaron Rodgers? Speaking for myself, and then we'll do a little loop around and start with Eric. I'd rather face Brady. Number one, I love to exercise those demons. And number two, I think this Buffalo Bills defense could bring more pressure on a guy like Tom Brady. And I think he's a little bit more limited as a quarterback than Aaron Rodgers. So I know I'm not really taking defense into account here, but I think we would have an easier time slowing down Tom Brady than we would Aaron Rodgers. Eric, what do you think? And you can take more into account than just the quarterback like I did.
Yeah, I'm with you, Judge. 100% Tom Brady, and I think it would just be a better game. There's more storylines. There's more drama. There's more things that can happen. I would love to see Tom Brady frustrated on the sideline. That'd be amazing to see against the Bills. As far as more than just the quarterbacks, I mean, I think there's more weapons in this game. to see. More weapons on both sides. You know, if you want to talk about the Bills offense, all of our receivers. You want to talk about the Bucs, all of their receivers. You want to talk about, you know, tight ends, talk about their tight ends. So there's just so many more storylines, so many playmakers, even on defense, as far as excuse me, as far as, you know, there's a lot of similarities between the Bucs and the Bills defenses. They're very fast, they're very intense, and they have a lot of well-known players. So yeah, give me the Bucs, give me the Bills in the Super Bowl. I'm all about it.
How about you, Zach? What are you feeling? Are you feeling? Would you rather play the Bucs or the Packers if the Bills were to advance to the Super Bowl?
Tell you what, if the Bucs play like this, I want nothing to do with them. They're just tic-tacking down the field right now.
Brady's being Brady right now.
Yeah, no offense to Casey on his bet, but I'm definitely pulling for the Bucs here. Talked about this in depth in the last block. The storyline to me, I don't think there's ever been a better one in sports. If the Bills find a way to not only play the Bucs in the Super Bowl, but beat them. I said that it would take 4 hours on a Sunday afternoon in February to rewrite the wrongs of 20 years of torment against Tom Brady. You look at the year that the Bills had this year, and every box that was checked. They swept the Patriots. They won the division. They won the most games they've won since 93. There's a million other ones too. The unfortunate reality here, I think, over the last couple of years was that this Bills team was still not able to beat Tom Brady. They came awfully close a couple of times, especially in the second matchup last year. Super, super close. Weren't able to get it done. And I cannot think of a more poetic way to finally rewrite the wrongs than getting a win against Tom Brady in the biggest one of them all, to not only get their first Super Bowl win in franchise history, but to inevitably put an exclamation point on this season and eliminate, obviously, the torment we faced against Brady. Brady's synonymous with Bills fans for hatred and the number one villain. I mean, you name it. There's a million different things. And it's nuts to me that the reality of the situation would be 20 years of watching that guy utterly dominate the Bills twice a year would be an absolute afterthought if they were able to beat him in the Super Bowl.
And again, before we get to Casey, Todd, you're just making this too easy. He says Bills have not won these playoff games, only survived. Well, I hate to break it to you, Todd, but while the Buffalo Bills were skull fucking their way through the regular season, your team was only surviving in about 10 of their 16 games. So
and almost getting beat
not
by
so
Miami,
fast, my friend.
Almost getting beat by Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the last time we saw the Chiefs play at full strength.
What game is the Buffalo Bills came back from double digits? None, because we've only been down by double digits once this year, bro. Sorry, your team's down by double digits.
Yeah.
What an awful
Sorry, Logan,
point
it's fun.
that is.
It's fun, Logan.
When's the last time you got down in a game and came back? You guys suck. What the?
Yeah. Hey, Todd,
God, I want what you're having,
tell
brother.
you. Go spend some time learning about the point differential stat because it's a good indicator for how good teams are, and the Bills are way ahead of the Chiefs. So, just saying.
This is just
I will
fun.
say,
So,
though,
sorry, Logan.
Yeah. I guess to Todd's point, the Bills did survive in the Colts game, but that's the playoffs. I don't really give a shit. I mean, survive, dominate, whatever. You walk out of there with a win, nobody cares. I talked about this on my podcast. Style points don't matter for anything in the NFL. They do matter in college football, I think. It obviously can propel you into the playoffs in college football if you beat the snot out of a team compared to just edging it out. But I think that there's some value in style points throughout the regular season because it gives us a narrative to speak on. And the point differential compared to the Bills and the Chiefs towards the end of the year is insane. The Bills are winning by an average of 17 points a game when the Chiefs are winning by an average of about 4, never winning by more than 6. They still won every game, obviously, and I mean, that's all that matters. But I think when you look at it that way, it's definitely something to think about. It's not everything, and of course, wins are the only thing that matters, but it's definitely something to think about. I mean, they were an interception that was dropped away from, losing to the Falcons in a game where they played their full strength. And another point that I heard earlier this week that I thought was a really good one, there was one game this year that was a real meaningful game for the Chiefs, and it was the second game against the Raiders. If you guys remember, they lost to the Raiders, of course, as their only loss, the legitimate loss, rather, this year. And there was that rumor going around that the Raiders drove their bus around Arrowhead and they were, taunting him or whatever. There was a lot of bulletin board material for the Chiefs going into that second Raiders matchup, who, mind you, a team not only the Bills beat, but a team who did not make the playoffs. And they came out in that game with about as much ammo as they had all year for motivation to beat the crap out of a team. They almost lost again. So I don't know. It's just, that was a good point I heard earlier this year, because it's the one thing I think out of all year long that the Chiefs had a real like chip on their shoulder, I guess you could say. They did win, but I mean, they're not the Chiefs of old where you go in every week and you blow the snot out of everybody across the line of scrimmage.
All right, Casey, to you now. Despite pocketbook aside, because I know you got your money on Green Bay here.
I do.
Who would you rather face in the Super Bowl if the Buffalo Bills were to advance? Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers scares me. To be honest with you, he does. And we're watching a game where sure he's had one drive, 5 plays, but he scares me. I would rather have Tom Brady. And I get all the narratives of, oh, he did this. I don't care. I'm looking at team matchup. I would rather have Tom Brady. I really would. I think our defense matches up well with their offense. So I don't want Green Bay, because Aaron Rodgers does scare me, especially when he gets mad. When he stops talking to us like he does with his parents, he scares me. So I don't want that. Speaking of gambling,
that is Olivia Munn's fault, not him. All right.
Yeah.
I'm in a gambling group that
Another sack for Tampa.
Let me just say,
listen, I'd stop talking to my parents. I'd stop talking to my parents for Olivia Munn too, though. I mean, let's be real here.
Yeah. Let me just say, Devin White
Just
is
kidding.
an
Love you,
absolute
Dad.
menace. Devin White is an absolute menace. He's
yes, that
unreal.
linebacking core. Period.
It's almost like
I know
Winfield's
I know
out too.
JPP. I know JPP makes this play, but Devin White is just a menace. I mean, he's sometimes you'll see Tremaine get inconsistent every now and then, and I know he was hurt earlier this season, but I just wish he had the consistency that Devin White has. He hasn't missed a snap all season. Devin White has played 100% of the snaps. Just think about that. It's absolute insanity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's I'll tell you what, it's almost like Todd Bowles should have gotten like a serious interview to be a head coach again.
Yeah.
Not a sham one. So
What?
Shame on you, Philly.
Interview is serious.
Oh, hey, speaking of which, Judge, I saw an article today. Leslie Frazier and Eric Bieniemy have both started to put together staffs for the Houston Texans job. So not only is this game big, of course, for going to the Super Bowl, but inevitably, whoever loses this game is probably going to lose a coordinator to the Houston Texans.
But at the end of the day, how pathetic is that, right? Like,
oh, I know.
I know we're
terrible.
leaving. I know we're leaving. The realm of NFC Championship game and Buffalo Bills here for a minute. But like, how pathetic is it that the better you are at the job, the less chance you have of becoming of getting an upgrade? Like, it's insane. It's like Houston's like, Eric Bieniemy versus Leslie Frazier, whichever one does less good in this game, we're going to hire that person so they can put their staffs together 2 weeks sooner. Like, come on.
Or if you're an African American coordinator or head or coach, people just don't give a shit.
Yeah. It's but I'll tell you what.
And it's wrong. It's criminal.
The only reason, what's so funny here is the only reason that Eric Bieniemy even got an interview in Houston is because Deshaun Watson was like, dude, if you don't talk to this guy, I'm quitting. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Why would they
also said that about Robert Saleh too.
It's common sense. If you're Deshaun Watson, I mean, why are you not talking to these people? They're incredibly skilled.
Come on.
They're incredibly smart.
Keep going.
When you look at the vacancy, though, it makes sense for Leslie Frazier to take a job. I don't know how many other offers he'll have down the line here. If I'm Eric Bieniemy, I know we've said this for 2 years now, but I can't imagine after all the controversy that this year's brought upon that he won't be the number one target next year. I'm staying far away from that Houston job. And as of yesterday, we pretty much were told with certainty that Deshaun Watson is not going to be there. I would 100% have to make sure that he would be my quarterback before I even thought about taking that job.
I think the only way Deshaun Watson plays for the Houston Texans again is if Eric Bieniemy takes that job. Like, I'm sorry, I have all the respect in the world for Leslie Frazier, but I had this conversation on last week's pregame. Like, this is the only job that Leslie Frazier will ever be offered again to be a head coach in the National Football League. He's got so many things against him. He's 60 plus years old. He's a defensive coach. Like, he failed in his first stint. He has so many things going against him, despite the fact that he's a good coach. If Houston offers Leslie Frazier this job, if he ever wants to be a head coach again, he's got to take it. no matter how big of a dumpster fire it is. And Deshaun Watson knows that's the only reason Leslie Frazier's taking this job. There is nothing Leslie Frazier can say to Deshaun Watson that will make him want to play football for him. If Houston hires Leslie Frazier, Deshaun Watson is either a Carolina Panther, a San Francisco 49er, a Miami Dolphin, or a New York Jet, period. Like, end of story.
Tori out here is talking to us. Are you guys doing the interviews? Maybe the owner doesn't like the way the interview went. Stop it with the racist crap. Have you ever sat down
Kel
and actually,
McNair or Eddie McNair speak?
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
How about this? Have you ever gone into an interview, right? And you might have choked up during the interview, but yet your work history behind you supports how awesome you could be in a job. Does it really matter, right? They already know what's going on before that coach goes in there. They already have a game plan. Like, we've seen it. You don't see crappy coaches getting hired too often. Dan Campbell being the exception. But
Adam Gase.
Adam Gase. But look at Adam Gase. They always wanted him to do what he did with Peyton Manning, right? They always wanted that back, right? So that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Are you
picture Adam Gase in a job?
I am in the interviews. I've been called about 4 times. That's why.
Another point.
Yeah, Houston
here
actually called Casey.
Well, there's no concrete evidence to say that the race card is being played, of course, but there is concrete evidence to the fact that of 32 national football teams, there's 6 African American coaches. That is incredibly low. There's plenty of African American coaches who are equally as qualified as their Caucasian counterparts. Now, not to say that it's skewed one way or the other on purpose, but ever since the Rooney Rule has been put in effect to help avoid these things, it really has not been avoided. So
it hasn't done anything.
And Eric Bieniemy is a perfect example because I keep hearing every excuse in the book. He got a DUI 25 years ago. He's a bad interview. He's got baggage. I mean, the guy's had the best offense in the league for like 3 years. You don't think he deserves a job? I mean, it's a load of BS.
He hates my mother. Like, I don't. This guy is
Jason
awful.
Sehorn. Jason Sehorn was a corner one. Anyway, but like at the end of the day, Dan Campbell is a head coach in the National Football League, and he spent his entire press conference talking about eating kneecaps. Zach Taylor is the head coach. Zach Taylor is a head coach in the National Football League, and I believe he was like Sean McVay's like water boy. Like, I think he like got him his coffee in the morning.
Right.
Freddie Kitchens.
Yeah, Freddie Kitchens doesn't know how to read, and he was the head coach in the National Football League.
I love the best part about that whole thing is 2 days later, Matt Stafford says, "Get me the hell out of here.
I'm out."
Yeah.
And Cliff Kingsbury, like, I understand where Arizona was coming when they hired him, but the fact that they haven't cut bait is ridiculous because like the dude couldn't even win in the Big 12. If the Arizona,
what happened? I wish you wouldn't do stuff like that.
It's favorable for you, Casey.
Okay,
it's
touchdown
favorable
Green
for
Bay.
you.
Okay. Was it Valdez?
Absolute bomb
from who?
Rodgers.
Who was it? No. I get
We're
that.
watching. I'm watching.
Touchdown?
I'm watching it now.
Was it Devontae? Was it Devontae?
50-yard touchdown.
You know,
to
Valdez
Scantling.
Scantling.
Oh, come on now. God
bless. Wow.
Hey. I got one more comment to make about head coaches, and then we'll move back to the Bills because Valdez Scantling makes me think of something here. But if Arizona had any stones at all, they would have fired Cliff Kingsbury this offseason. They would have hired Eric Bieniemy. And could you picture Eric Bieniemy calling plays for a Kyler Murray and a split offense?
That's a good point.
Yeah. So anyway, they're going to go another year with Cliff Kingsbury, who couldn't even win the Big freaking 12. They'll fire him next year, and they'll lose another year of Kyler's development. But to the Valdez Scantling point, chances are you are not going to be seeing Gabe Davis today. I really do not think Gabe Davis will be playing today. Marquez Valdez Scantling reminds me a little bit of Kenny Stills, that sort of one-dimensional down the football field type of player. What kind of impact could we see from Kenny Stills only having been on this football team under a month? Like what Eric, we'll start with you. What kind of impact do you think Kenny Stills could even make in this game?
Look, I talked about this in the last hour on the roundtable, and I'm going to say it again. The good teams know how to make adjustments. The good teams know how to make the best out of any situation. The good teams can plug and they can play, and they can do it with flow and with ease and with confidence and with chemistry in mind. And that's, I think exactly what you need to see from the Bills. It'll be another good sign to see if Kenny Stills can come in and have a seamless transition. Mm-hmm. The great quarterbacks in this league always have been and always will be able to throw to average Joe Schmo off the street who came out of nowhere. Brady's done it. Manning, Rodgers, Breeze, Jim Kelly, all the greats. You name them. They've done it. They've thrown to whoever. Put your name here. So Kenny Stills, if he comes in, let's remember one thing about Kenny Stills. He is a deep threat. Last year, somebody brought it up. He played very well against the Chiefs last year. So give me Diggs, give me Stills on deep routes. How are you going to stop it? The Raiders beat the Chiefs in their only meaningful loss this year, and they did it by scorching the Chiefs secondary. Let me see that in this AFC Championship game.
I was up until about 2:00 in the morning watching Kenny Stills highlights, if anybody was wondering. And then I went on his Wikipedia, right? Don't know why. I just started reading things about him, studying him up. So I'm pretty excited about it.
Mm-hmm.
I can get down with that.
Somebody asked in the chat about Zach Moss. His season is over. He's on injured reserve with an ankle injury. Zach, what do you think? What kind of? He can't play this year. Zach, what are your
technically
thoughts?
2021.
Well, well, for starters, it can get a hell of a lot worse than Kenny Stills at the backup wide receiver position. I will say that.
Amen.
Secondly, think about it like this. 2 years ago, if Kenny Stills was on the Buffalo Bills, he would be the number one wide receiver on the team unequivocally. And now we're talking about whether or not he's going to fit in on the team at any roster spot. So that's just a kind of a nugget right there as to how far this Bills team has come offensively. But I think that there's too much to look into there when you're saying, he doesn't have the chemistry or whatever. He hasn't been around that long. He's a veteran, plug and play guy. You need him for a couple plays, get him in there. Josh Allen's a good enough quarterback to where he can find guys if they're open. I don't think you lose anything by him not being on the team for that long of a period. I think if anything, you do lose the talent that Gabe Davis has. I think that he has been one of the most underrated players in the NFL this year, by far the most underrated player on the Buffalo Bills. I say this all the time. Just a few years back, if Gabe Davis was on the team, we'd be talking about him like he was the next Randy Moss, because that's just what we were used to in Buffalo. I remember we were talking about Zay Jones like that for a period of time, for God's sake. So, Gabe Davis this year has been a hell of a lot of fun to watch. How promising has he looked? Some of the catches he's made. So more than anything, I think we'll just miss his production. But Kenny Stills, I see it as a very viable option to replace Gabe Davis if he can't go.
Yeah, a couple of things. Number one, Casey, I think it's really impressive that you have an internet connection in your doomsday bunker. Between that beard and your setup there, dude, you straight up look like you're in a doomsday bunker.
Dude, I had I
just picture you eating canned beans at some point.
I wish I had canned beans. I'm starving right now, but I have a heater underneath my table here, my setup, everything like that. And because it's normally very cold up here, we just go off fireplace because we're in the backwoods, right? So this is upstairs. It's normally very cold in here. So I turn on the heater. I'm getting everything ready for this going on. I don't know how long we've been on the show right now. About minutes. I'm sweating up here, right? I have my sweatpants pulled all the way up to my knees. I had to take off the camera real quick, jump over the table, and go turn off that heater because I'm dying right now.
Mm-hmm.
So. Smitty, your mic's muted.
Yeah, I got you. Real quick, guys, I have a good friend of mine who's a Chiefs fan. He's watching us right now. He said we're doing a great job. We're putting things very well with the way we're talking about things. So shout out to you, Paul. Thank you for watching. Good luck later today. But
not too much luck, Dave. Not too much luck.
Yeah, we appreciate the respect.
Yeah, we found the one Chiefs fan today with something positive to say. Good for you, Eric. You got a good circle of friends there.
Exactly. So good on you, Paul, for being a class act. You're not like Todd down there just vomiting garbage onto our stream.
Oh my God.
Stop it. Why would you do that to me? What's happening?
This game is insane. Chris Godwin is one of the best catches you'll see.
Shout out to Michael on the chat for censoring the word fuck and the word bitch. I really appreciate that.
Wow.
I really appreciate that.
That was
Judge is like, whatever, Z-Bot. Then he's like,
I haven't seen it yet. I'm like 14 minutes behind. All right,
why don't you guys get a decent connection over there, for God's sake?
I'm watching YouTube TV. I'm streaming this damn thing. We will get to you. Michael Kahan, thank you. We will get you real quick.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Eric,
Jesus.
thank you for having a decent connection.
Jesus
this is
Christ.
nuts.
You
Leonard
gotta be kidding
Fournette
me.
back from the grave.
No,
Wow.
Did you
Playoff
say
Lenny?
Leonard
Playoff
Fournette?
Lenny?
I hate
Playoff
that.
Lenny?
That's so dumb. Playoff Lenny is so dumb.
Playoff Lenny.
Garrett Blunt type shit right here. Whoa. That was
Glad-
that was
Oh
pretty.
my
Glad I
God.
I saw the catch, so I'll
Wow,
let
this
y'all
is gonna be
know
a
what's
tough
going
game to
on.
live up
All
to
right.
later on.
We
What a
got-
start.
Oh my goodness.
All right, gentlemen, we have a super chat, serious faces. All right. Just so you know, this is not your typical Buffalo Fanatic show. This is literally a live viewing party. So we have one eye on the screen and we have one eye concentrating on the words that are coming out of our mouth. So it's not going to be the typical. It's not going to be the typical perfection that you are used to on a Buffalo Fanatic show. So you're just going to have to deal with it until 5:30 when a professional like Dave Tilton and Joe Miller join us. But Michael,
Playoff Lenny hit the circle. By the way, I was wondering, he hit the circle button.
the circle button. I was going to say,
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you know how Playoff
did
Lenny
quick.
is in bed? I have no idea how you knew that.
Well, here's the thing. What you don't know about my. Hey, Michael Kahn comes in. He says, obvious, but this is the biggest game for the Bills in more than 25 years. Go Bills. I believe we are the better team.
I think we are the better team.
I
think we are the better team.
Look, everybody's been asking me like, oh, by the way, I'm in Tennessee. So obviously everybody's telling me I'm going to lose, right? But people have asked me, really, where's your confidence stand, right? And I never want to get too high because I feel like the drop-off, if something does happen and say we do lose, the drop-off will kill me, right? I'll cry for days on end. So I'm trying to tamper back everything, right? I would say I'm about a 6 out of 10. 10 being on top of the moon, we're definitely going to win, blah, blah, blah. 6 being we have a really good chance. We go out there, let's execute, right? So that's where I'm standing right now is about a 6.
Yeah. We got BFLO Mafia News coming in saying Joe Buck is the shittiest announcer ever. Honestly, that's why I'm doing this live viewing party, just so I don't have to listen to Joe Buck.
I hate the Joe Buck slander. I love him.
I like him as a person. I like him as a person, but as a play caller, like I'm more of the like. I feel
You're not
like
Hall of Fame.
I feel like Jim Nance, I don't even like Al Michaels that much, to be honest with you. I feel like guys like Brett Musburger and Chris Fowler and Ian Eagle and Keith Jackson back in the day, and even Nance to a degree.
Kevin Harlan,
when there's a big play, I want some emotion. And I feel like a second and 9 1-yard carry gets the same decibel level out of Joe Buck than the David Tyree catch in the Super Bowl.
That's true.
It's literally, and that's what bugs me the most. Also, if you had a chance to go back and watch the Bills Chiefs game from week 6 that was on Fox, I don't know who shit in Joe Buck's coffee that morning. Not piss, but shit in Joe Buck's coffee that morning.
Which, by the way, is nothing to play around with. Have you ever had?
They loaded that thing up with a vegan.
That
food
dude
steamer.
was salty. That dude was the saltiest motherfucker I've ever seen in my entire
and Troy
life.
Aikman hated on the Bills all game.
Was coming at us, dude.
Who was saltier, him or Chris Collinsworth last game when you could just see the chub he had for Lamar Jackson the whole game?
Well,
Collinsworth's fine.
Collinsworth likes
last game.
He was all about
Lamar,
the fan. Yeah, he likes Lamar, but he was all
He
about
was
the fans. He was all about
Lamar.
Bills Mafia. I was
Collinsworth
surprised.
breaks it down well.
But then Chris Collinsworth to turn around and go to the Believe sign that for Al Michaels and talk about it and the fans. And all
I like Chris Collinsworth. The last game against the Ravens, you could hear how sad he was during the pick 6. He was like, "Well, so sad," but you could hear it. It was so annoying. Aikman was.
Maybe he was just in awe. Maybe
Aikman was hating on the Bills that whole game. He really was. If you go back and watch. I love Joe Buck. I think he's phenomenal, but every play call is typically like I saw it in the comments, and it's funny because it's true. It's like passes caught, touchdown. There are no flags. Everyone is that. That is the exact call every time.
But the thing with I like Joe Buck on Part of My Take. I like Joe Buck, especially on what's that show on IFC? Oh God, with what's his name?
Oh, Breckman or whatever.
What's the name of that show?
Brockman or Brockman or something.
Brockmeyer. Dude, he's great on Brockmeyer. He's great on Part of My Take. Oh, did he touch that? And then is that going to be a
I don't know.
It looks like it.
He hasn't kicked the ball off yet.
Well, what's the issue? He picked it up and then he ran. What's the issue here?
I don't know.
He
They
shouldn't
said
have
something.
ran.
They said something about where the ball.
This kind of reminds me of what happened in Bills Houston.
Because the Packers wanted it at the 20?
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
that's
because it landed. Because they're saying,
what's the call here?
Who gives a shit? That's what I want to say.
well-
9 yards. It's not like you're backed up on your own goal line, LaFleur.
Hey, I've got a question for y'all while we all just wonder
okay,
what's going on
this
right
brings
now.
up a good point. Bad challenges. We can't have any bad challenges.
Well, Sean McDermott's so bad at challenges. Can we talk about that for a second, too?
Like, just
he's
don't
not great.
challenge.
He's
just
not
give
great.
the
Just don't
challenge
do it.
flags to Brian Dable.
Yeah, just
and tell him to
Brian's
keep
up
him in
in
his
the booth.
pocket.
Brian's up in the booth.
That's why you want those things as far away from McDermott as they possibly can be.
Did
Who
you guys
scares
see
you more, Travis Kelce or Tyreek Hill this game?
Oh, that's
Travis Kelce for sure.
Travis Kelce, right?
We
Right?
shut
Okay,
down.
we're all in
we shut-
agreement. That's fine.
So, all right, so we're gonna get back to some serious analysis here. We shut down Tyreek Hill last game. Our
Yes.
game plan shut down Reek, and I don't know if they call him Reek. I call him Reek.
No,
Anyway.
they don't. They don't. They never. I'm in his inner circle. We've never called him that in the world. It's never happened. I did
world of
one
Casey.
time. I did one time. He punched me in the. Don't ever call him that again.
Whoa, so he treats you like his wife, huh? Is that what you're
He
saying?
does. Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Which one was worse? Whose was
Oh.
worse? My parents' joke or that joke?
Definitely mine.
Well, you are a
I'm gonna
dad
say
now,
yours.
Casey, so you can do that.
I know. I'm so
So
excited.
here's what I'm saying. If we utilize the same game plan as last time, obviously we got to tweak it a little bit because Kansas City will expect us to use the same game plan as last time. But I mean, the Bills' game plan last time broke the mold. It was the first time in like 15 years no one had blitzed the quarterback once. Like we didn't blitz him at all in that game, literally. But if we can shut down Tyreek again, utilizing a similar game plan, we now have a defensive line that isn't perfect, but is still playing better. That was the first game that Harrison Phillips and Trent Murphy had been benched. And we have Matt Milano back. So the combination of those two things, we should be able to be better against the run, and we should be able to be better handling Travis Kelce. So,
yeah.
I think one thing the Bills are going to notice on film about the Kansas City Chiefs, and I talked about this a little bit in the roundtable, but the Chiefs started to do this later in the season this year. They started doing a look on offense where they put Tyreek Hill in the slot on the inside, and then they split Travis Kelce out wide. And what that does is it presents a mismatch because a lot of times it seems like, especially when teams play zone coverage, they expect Travis Kelce to be coming across the middle and working between the hashes. But if you've got him on the outside, most of the time you can get a mismatch that way with Travis Kelce against a corner. But let's not forget, Tre'Davious White is very good even against tight ends. Does anybody remember when he shut down Rob Gronkowski and almost got murdered for it on the sideline there?
Yes.
Oh, who could forget?
Yeah.
So, you have to look for those kinds of things. And like you said, Judge, I think you're 100% spot on. I think the Bills are going to make the defensive adjustments necessary to be able to get this done. And Travis Kelce he wasn't a game killer against us. He did have some red zone touchdowns, but he was held to one of his lower outputs of the season as far as yardage is concerned. So if that was without Milano and with a hobbled Edmonds and with Cam Lewis starting in place of Teron Johnson, you're going to have a different result in this game, I feel like.
But
that was his second lowest of the year.
Well, how much of that was the fact that they were just going to run the ball the whole time? Like, I get that it was the second lowest, but like, are we looking at like they ran it like what 150, 200 yards of rushing off of that? I think we do a better job with Kelce. I think his over under is set at like 95. I don't think he hits the over on this game, but I do expect him to catch a couple touchdowns. Yeah, I would put his over under on touchdowns too. Oh my goodness.
So I don't know what's going on, but Bobby Ray says, Judge, you need to download the Booker T promo from Twitter to play immediately. Yeah, I RT'd it from our Bills guys account on Twitter if you guys want to check it out. WWE did a great promo. I will try my best to get it downloaded. I've got the Kyle Brandt long version in our repertoire for today. I still need to get the Ariel, I don't know how to say his last name. The UFC guy.
Ariel
Helwani.
Yeah, there we go. His piece on
Ariel.
I got his piece from Pat McAfee, And also Kyle
Bruh.
Brandt did a pretty good shorter version of his thing today too. So there's some
Pat
good
has
stuff.
been coming at Bills Mafia, it feels like he just doesn't respect it. I don't know. I love Pat. I really do. I love everything about Pat McAfee. But like today he tweeted out, which I get now watching this game, but he was like, how was the AFC in, the AFC championship game? How was that one, the one in primetime? And I was like,
I think that's
why would it
based
not?
on,
You know what I'm saying?
I think it's based on who it gets the Super Bowl. Who has the Super Bowl this year?
CBS.
Oh, that's weird then. I have no idea. That.
I mean, you weren't losing either way. It was kind of like, pick your poison. They were both unreal games.
I'll tell you why Pat McAfee. It's because Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen are the future of this league. They're faces of this league. They are the next generation. And along with some of the other younger quarterbacks in the league that are right up there, but they are the future. That's why.
He's also like a huge friends with Aaron Rodgers. So of course he's going all about A-Rod, but I don't know. I've tried to listen to his clips, and every time he talks about the Bills, you can tell he has not watched all the games, and that's what kills me about the national media. That's what just kills me. And my friends, when they're texting me, it's like, oh my goodness. Like
Stephen A is the worst. Stephen A. He's never watched a game. You can just tell. But it's like why would you not watch?
He made a comment about a player that wasn't even on our team anymore.
I saw that.
I think it was it this year? He complimented our defense, and he said, Shaq Lawson was a difference maker or something like that. He literally complimented a player that wasn't on our team anymore, and I'm like, Jesus. Well,
you got to wonder, he's at a stage in his career. Does he just show up and someone throws him the material and just keep going at it?
The dude makes $13 million a year. I think it's insane.
Yeah, I believe it.
Why are they running with Williams and not Jones? Because Jones is over. I did not take.
They tend to do a rotation in their backfield because they like Aaron. They like Aaron Jones to be fresh because he's about to.
That was Aaron Jones.
Big run right here. Casey's behind.
I'm behind.
Casey's behind even me.
I'm behind.
Aaron Jones just busted one off. Casey.
Yeah, Aaron Jones just busted one off. He went for like 20 yards.
I'm always behind.
And the funny thing is, I'm on bunny ears too. I'm literally on bunny ears.
I love getting on here with Steve. It just reminds me of the good old days when we had our own show.
What a game this has been.
Were you in the same doomsday bunker that you're in now when you had that show?
I wish. So I have a dream that Kyle Knapp, who is
before that, do you want to respond to Kyle before we
Williams produces and hasn't. Kyle, shut up. No one likes you. So I
come on, man. Everybody loves the mustache. Come on now.
He's texting me tell him to quit. So I have a dream, right, where we get to the Super Bowl and Knapp has to come and watch a football game with me. There's a chair empty right next to me, and I'm hoping Kyle Knapp takes that 9-hour drive and comes and spends the night with me like we're in high school.
Thank you, Bobby. That will make it a lot easier for me to upload into the stream. So I will play that because I typically with these videos rip it from my phone, then send it to my email, and then from my email I put it into some kind of software to turn it into an MP4. So thank you, Bobby. You made it easier.
A lot of downgrading on the
Packers got away with one there.
Really? What happened? Who was it?
Aaron Jones got hit hard and fumbled, and
but
Packers
how many
covered it?
He got
how many?
Robert Tonyan, baby.
They still got a first down on it.
How many yards on Robert Tonyan?
Maybe like 5 or 6.
Okay, cool.
I don't think he gets. I don't think he gets points for recovering the fumble.
Oh, that's a pass. What? That doesn't help me at all. I thought it was a run. No one likes you. Nap begs me to come watch the game. Really, I want Miss Karen to come with you, but that's neither here nor there.
Your mom?
Yeah.
Anyway, one more thing about the practice squad that I wanted to get to before we moved on to other things, because we've talked about Kenny Stills and we've talked about a couple other things. Just to sort of put a bow on how crazy the 2020 season has been. I know you guys spent some heartfelt moments there at the end of the previous hour talking about what, the Bills being so successful in the pandemic year has meant to you, but before like the Rona struck, like if like after the Houston game last year, if I would have told you at this point of the season, the Buffalo Bills would have had Kenny Stills, Devontae Freeman, Deron Lee, Daryl Worley, and Jonathan Harrison on their practice squad, what would you guys have said to me?
I would have said that's the best practice squad in the league.
Right after the game, because right after the game I laid on the floor and I just sat there. So if you had said that to me right after the game, I probably would have done something like this. Right, that would have been my response. So
yeah, but you look at those guys, like how many of them would have been starting just a couple of years ago? That's the crazy thing, when you look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Can you still also just the simple fact that also just the simple fact that the simple fact that they came to the Bills at all. The simple fact that they came to the Bills at all. A couple of years ago, you couldn't pay somebody enough to come here.
Well, yeah, that's why Josh Norman came. He said
this
he wanted
was
to
the
win
wide
championship.
this was the wide receiver cemetery as far as production is concerned. It's just a few years ago, and now we have the number one receiver in the league. So just think about it from that context. Just the fact that these players are I'll come to Buffalo. I'll sit on the practice squad. Yeah, if it means I have a shot at a title, then yeah, I'll do that.
We got the Packers here in the red zone. Spoil nothing, bot. Aaron Rodgers,
come on, bot.
Go for it.
All right, my lips are sealed.
He just called
facial expressions, though. I don't know.
Aaron Rodgers.
What about your face?
Aaron Rodgers just called a timeout on my feed. So, and now Baker Mayfield is sitting there in his robe, and having his book club.
Does he live at the stadium?
In the commercials.
Is that all he does is commercials anymore?
Well, if he's smart,
I don't know.
Remember what Rob Gronkowski said. He said that he didn't spend any of his contract money. He spent all the money that he made off of commercials and stuff like that. Like that's what he lives off of. And then when he retired, he's going to take all of his contract money that he takes. And I think about that with Baker doing all these commercials because I'm like, it might be a smart way to go.
Picture
I don't know. Ask Z-Bot. Z-Bot is Baker's best friend.
Yeah, you're Baker's best friend.
Yeah, I mean, clearly he let me borrow his table or his chair at his table. So I mean, me and him are like this now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
and then he gave you a concussion, right?
That was nuts, man. He did not want to be seen, yet he went to the most packed bar in all of Cleveland 2 nights before the game. That was really, really weird.
Why were you there again?
My best friend lives in Cleveland, and it was his birthday that weekend, so we went down to visit him. And we went to this restaurant / bar there, and they're doing the social distance thing, so the tables are limited. So we get there, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna have to wait 30 minutes or whatever." We're like, "Oh shit!" But there was room at the bar, so we're like, "Hey, can we just hang there until the table's ready?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure." So the end of the bar was wide open with. The end of the bar was.
He just saw Devontae's drop.
Oh my God!
He had
it so bad. God.
The end of the bar was there was some chairs, but the end cap there was room for 2 more. So I look behind me and there's this couple sitting there. I'm like, all right, I'll just ask him for a couple chairs. Walk over, ask the guy for a couple chairs. Look at him. Look across the way at his girl. Look back at him. I walk over. I go, Jesus Christ, that's fucking Baker Mayfield. So we put the chairs there. We tried sending him a shot. The waiter wouldn't let us. Ooh. Nobody went up to him. And then I went up to him afterwards. I said, hey, all of Buffalo's rooting for you, man. But
oh, my God. Like this. He keeps going to Devontae. Just catch the ball and score a touchdown for me.
I mean, the one of them bounced off the guy's face, man.
I know. Let me be mad.
Well, let's see. I just got the third down feed, and
what
Devontae
was that?
again.
Devontae.
You're really going to be upset. You're going to be really sad. Was it a Cheesecake Factory, Zach, that he was that you were at?
No, it was it's called Town Hall in Cleveland. I'll tell you what, this place is as cool as it gets. It's awesome.
Well, I love the bars in Cleveland. The bars in Cleveland.
It was shocking.
One of my favorite stories is the game. Oh God, I don't remember how many years ago it was. Every year, me and my tailgate.
Oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me!
every year, back when I had season tickets, every single year, me and my tailgate crew would pick a road game every year, and we would go to a road game. Some of the games that I was at, Leos McKelvin's fumble, EJ Manuel's first game back after an injury against Pittsburgh, where we realized he was not the answer. And then the Cleveland game where CJ Spiller broke his collarbone about halfway through that game. We still won it though. But Cleveland, man, we got there the night before at about 6-7 o'clock at night, and we checked into our hotel, which was it was like a really nice hotel in downtown Cleveland, right next to the casino. I don't even remember the name of it. But we checked in, we walked down, we put on our button ups because we didn't want to like make a scene in Cleveland. And we walk into the first bar, and I swear to God, we open the doors to the bar, right? And we walk in, and it's just like the six of us in our button downs. And the entire bar turns around and looks at us. And they're all wearing Bills jerseys. They're like, who the fuck are these guys? Like, they were just like ready to fight us. So we immediately, like, the waitress was like, hey, can I find you guys a table? We turned around, walked out, went back up to our hotel room, put on our Bills gear, and spent the entire night just getting absolutely shit-faced with like 300 people packed into like 100 people bars, just singing a shout song all night and getting hammered with Bills fans. Like, Cleveland is a good time.
I love it there.
Especially when LeBron is there. When LeBron's not there, apparently it's pretty dead. But
my wide receiver, my number one wide receiver would never catch a ball outside of the end zone and then try to toe tap. Like, he was really like my number one wide receiver would never.
No,
never.
Diggs would never.
Never.
He would never.
Never.
Casey, are you in Nashville or no? Is that where you're at?
No, I'm about an hour and a half west of Nashville.
Because speaking of like just great places to see a game, I mean, we went last year, and oh my God, that was Nashville. We bumped into Eric Wood. Hey, Casey, what's that one like diner in downtown Nashville that has like 8 floors and every floor is a different style of food? You know, you ever been there?
Yes, because I went to the barbecue place there. And they're
I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Yeah. Don't give me
every floor of this place.
You stayed on the main street down there. Did you venture off?
Dude, I've never seen anything like it in my life. 75% of that stadium was Bills fans. The entire strip was all Bills fans. It was. We were supposed to go. We had plans to go back this year. We obviously didn't do it. I'm pretty sure they're back on the docket next year, if I'm not mistaken, though.
Yeah.
Cheers, gentlemen. Yeah. So
cheers,
Eric.
I went to the Saints game in Nashville last year. It was Saints in Tennessee, obviously, and there were people walking around with Josh Allen jerseys on. So you just had me yelling, "Go Bills!" And then as I'm walking up the stands to get into my seat, they're playing like the intro to the game and all the other stuff. And it's a beautiful stadium there. And they play the Music City Miracle as I'm walking up into my seat. And all my friends just started laughing at me. And I was like, I would just like to enjoy a game. Like, I don't need to be murdered right here. So
yeah, no kidding.
Did anybody just see Devontae Adams go crazy on the sideline?
No.
Well, Casey went just as crazy. So
yeah.
So sorry.
Logan, his helmet.
Logan asks, why do you guys keep featuring the trolls messages? And it's because it brought up a point. So Logan, I was meaning to get to the point, but I was trying to be respectful and let these degenerates finish their story here. Anyway, he said, why do you keep featuring the trolls message? And the other guy, he said that the moment is going to be too big for the Buffalo Bills. So I have a question. I have a question that I want to pose to you guys, inspired off of that trolls comment. What is a more true narrative? What is a more true narrative? That this game is bigger than the Buffalo Bills can handle, or that the Kansas City Chiefs are paper tigers, that they are a house of cards, and that this team isn't actually as good as their 15-1 record would suggest. So
paper tigers, paper tigers, paper tigers. That is the more true narrative. The Chiefs have been winning one-score games for the majority of this season, at least the latter half, which is what counts to me because of relevancy and immediacy. But the winning one-score games is not a sustainable way to win. I don't care what you say. And if you struggle immensely trying to beat the Raiders, the Falcons, and the Dolphins, you are no living tiger to me. You are straight paper mache, and not even good paper. My 4-year-old makes some good paper mache. This is like paper mache made in China or something. It's terrible. The better narrative, or the more true narrative, is that the Chiefs are paper tigers. If you disagree, you're biased, you're ignorant, and you believe in rhetoric and propaganda, and that's on you. That's your fault. That's your problem. That's your headache. I hope you get constipated thinking about that rhetoric when the Bills win.
So yeah, but I don't. Go ahead, Casey. Cheers to you, though, Judge.
I was gonna say I'm the only
half
one.
Gone. We're half gone. We're halfway there. Oh,
I'm drinking non-alcoholic carbonated.
I just want to say,
what do you got going?
This beer is incredible. This is Milk Mustachio Stout from Tractor Brewing Company, right here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and it is to die for.
I'm the only one not drinking. If anybody's wondering, I have a carbonated tea that I like to pretend.
Oh, Casey,
beer.
I thought you were blacked out. You're not drinking?
No, I'm not drinking. No, you're good. No, I'm actually 1 year and 7 months sober.
No kidding! Congrats,
alcohol.
man.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So I have fake beer because I like the taste. So
yeah, he drank enough in the Army. Let me tell you from experience.
I did. Yeah.
What's your favorite?
I know how it is.
Well, I'll tell you this. Beer?
Right now I've got the Heineken 0.0 alcohol free Busch an alcoholic beer. There's the tea company that makes a carbonated tea that is actually really good. It tastes like an IPA. So,
do those actually taste like beer? I've never had one.
Well,
yeah.
Casey literally sent me a text like last summer. He's like, dude, you need to try this tea. It tastes just like beer. And I'm like, bro,
it does.
I was like, bro, I don't drink beer for the taste. I drink beer.
Why not?
Dude.
Be an adult.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. But getting back
try this candy. It tastes like tequila.
Yeah.
Try these Sour Patch Kids.
So getting back. Hey, thanks for the congrats down there. Getting back to the paper tigers and whatnot. You make a good point, and I think about this maybe once every year, and I bring it up to my circle of friends. I really think I could take a tiger 1v1 in a fight. Just me, a tiger, gladiator style. I could kill a tiger, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. I just want to bring that up to y'all that I think I could 1v1 a tiger. No, I can see it going both ways. I could see where the Chiefs, they're a really good team. They really are. But every game, it feels like they can lose this game, right? Whereas the Bills, right? Seattle game is a good point. Watching the Seattle game, like you halfway through, like, okay, we're going to be fine. Miami's another one. Like there's tons of different games where you can say that. With the Chiefs, it's like we're always going to be watching it. And I've been getting dogged by random people because I said, hey, I said the Browns had a chance to beat the Chiefs. Even with Mahomes in the game, I thought the Browns would have a chance to beat the Chiefs. And I'm getting killed for that, right? But it's just because the Chiefs have weaknesses that we can, go at, right? But on the other side, I could see where people were saying that this might be too big of a game for Buffalo, right? And that we haven't been this in a very long time, blah, blah, blah. I can see it going both ways.
I'm sorry, but I think that narrative is bullshit.
I do too. Yeah, at the same time, I agree, right? I'm still thinking the Bills are going to win this game because the Chiefs have weaknesses, and sure, Buffalo does too, but the Chiefs' weaknesses are glaring. So
it's like Josh Allen is fearless on the field. And if you want to talk about experience, I mean, hell, Daboll's coached in 9 championship games in his career, McDermott in 6, Leslie Frazier in 3. Yep. So, I don't care. And to his credit, Brandon Beane was the AGM for the Panthers when they made their run. So the Bills have experience up and down. And Josh Allen, he's fearless on the field. So you're not going to try and tell me that the Bills are not going to be up to the task or that they're going to not meet the moment. Whoever said that is not a real football fan, because if you you understand the dynamics around this team, not just football dynamics, but culture and processing dynamics.
They've won 11 of their last 12. They've won every single primetime game. Hadn't won a playoff game in 25 years. They've won 2. To say that this is too big of a game for them is ridiculous, but to say that Chiefs are paper tigers is equally as ridiculous. They've won 24 of 25 games with Patrick Mahomes starting.
You don't think that the one-score games matters?
No, I don't. I mean, I think that there's a narrative there to discuss, especially when you compare the point differential with the Bills. It adds to the argument that the Bills definitely had a better season, especially towards the end. But yet again, the Chiefs have lost one legitimate game in the last 25 games, and it was a very, very close game against a divisional opponent. And they've yet to be dethroned, and this is now their third straight home AFC championship game. To say that they're paper tigers is wild, but to say that the Bills don't deserve to be here or don't match up is equally as wild. I think all in all, man, this is about as even keeled of a game as you get, and I think that's why everybody was really rooting for this to be the AFC championship game.
Judge didn't ask which one was more wild. He said which one is more true.
Yeah,
well,
Zach.
neither of them are true. You guys.
Zach, I'm on your side. I'm on your side, Zach.
What are you talking about, Casey? You're a money line guy. You're a gambling guy. You know,
he's the cash out boy.
Games aren't sustainable.
Sure,
you know one-score games aren't sustainable.
I can't sit over here and say that the Chiefs do not worry me and that they're paper tigers. Like, I can't do it. I just can't. I'm going to be on pins and needles, whether I was a Bills fan or not. I'm going to be on pins and needles. This is going to be a good game. It's going to go back and forth.
Casey, I have a gambling question for you.
It has nothing to do with this.
I've got a gambling answer, but you need to go first.
How much does Vegas take into account Mahomes' toe/neck/head injury? Like, does that play into the money line? Do bettors take that into account? Do they care about that?
Yes. So every injury,
You're a fucking liar.
I'm sorry. Did he ask you what the fuck you had to ask? No, shut the fuck. Get out of here. So they do. They take injuries into account for everything, right? Looking at the game, they've got it at +3. No, and this one was really wild, right? Because everybody was talking about Pat Mahomes' injury, right? And what we're going to see Chad Henne. They were asking that question, right? The line never really wavered anywhere, right? It was 2.5 for a little bit. It's back up to 3 now. But even with Pat Mahomes having the question mark, Vegas saw that and they were like, he's playing. It doesn't matter. He's going to play.
Yeah.
So this game, no, not really. But normally games, they'll take it into account real quick and in a hurry.
Thank you for that.
And that's why I wait. That's why I wait until around Wednesday when you actually see the injury report before you start making these player props, right? Because there's been. Well, I was just going to say there's been examples where,
I appreciate your answer, Casey, because like betting and the gambling and the money lines and the spreads, that's my weakest knowledge area in football. So I appreciate you explaining that. Thank you for that.
Casey, you'll get a kick out of this. Coward every week. He does like a Saturday gambling podcast with this dude from Vegas, one of the lines makers. And the guy said the sharps are on the Bills just because they've looked at the analytics and just based on the raw data in comparison, the Bills are the better team. So apparently, like, the wise guys out in Vegas this week are all over the Bills, and that's kind of why the line hasn't moved. The majority of the public is on the Chiefs, but it's kind of evened out with the sharps being on the Bills.
A couple of things. Sorry, before we get to, I'm gonna change the subject because number one, we have a super chat. Number two, I saw something on my television. Number one, Alan Lazard just caught a pass, and I'm not gonna lie, Alan Lazard is one of my favorite players in the National Football League. Not only because he made my fantasy team so much better this
Arizona.
year. There's a player on the Buffalo Bills that hasn't played a snap this season. That could be our Alan Lazard, and that is Isaiah Hodgins. I can't wait till my boy Isaiah gets on the football field. That's all I'm gonna say next year, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking forward to. I'm not saying fucking Duke. It's Isaiah Hodgins. It's not Tanner Gentry. It's
sure?
It's Isaiah Hodgins.
What about Tommy Sweeney? Because I really think Tommy.
He might never play again.
He might never play football again, dude.
Because of his heart condition. I've heard.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so Tommy Sweeney got cardiomyopathy after his bout with COVID. Cardiomyopathy is a rare heart condition that can sometimes result from previous illnesses such as COVID. There's a couple others that can give it to you too: pneumonia, yellow fever, malaria. All can lead to whatever. Because of that condition,
that Penn State running back. That Penn State running back just quit. Yeah.
Severely and permanently affects his ability to have cardio endurance, right?
Mhm.
And it could also lead to a dangerous heart condition where his heart stops working. So that might be above and beyond the risk that McDermott and Bean are willing to take. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if maybe McDermott, if Tommy Sweeney decides to call it in for medical safety purposes, I wouldn't be surprised if McDermott brings him in, puts him on the coaching staff. Let's have this kid stay here. Let's train him up right. Let's keep that culture and process going. And one more thing, Josh Norman, I believe, will stay in Buffalo after his career ends. I would like to see McDermott. I would like to see McDermott get him into
There it is.
the secondary.
Casey just got the delayed word.
Listen, James sent us a second chat to say read a super chat. So, James, sorry, we didn't mean to disrespect you like that. We appreciate the super chats. He says Eric Washington will replace Leslie Frazier. Go Bills. Bills 35-31. Bills winning the AFC Championship and Super Bowl. I like second string. Watched it yesterday. Yes. So
nice.
Yesterday, first of all, what's his name? The guy who fucking hates me, Jeff Landers. That guy. He was doing a little competition between all of us on the After Dark show. He said, name every starting quarterback for the Buffalo Bills since their last AFC Championship game. And he didn't count my answer of Dan Heller, which really upset me. I said Dan Heller from the movie Second String came in when Doug Flutie got food poisoning, led us to a Super Bowl victory. How can you forget Dan Heller? But Second String is a great movie. John Voight played the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. Doug Flutie made a cameo. Gil Bellows, the famous Canadian actor, was starred as the Bills starting quarterback who came in when Doug Flutie got himself some food poisoning and led us to the Super Bowl. But another point he makes here is Eric Washington replaces Leslie Frazier as defensive coordinator. So, James, that's another thing I want to hit at. Eric Washington is the popular name, and I think he is the betting favorite to take over as defensive coordinator if Leslie Frazier gets the Houston job. But I just want to get this on screen so I can clip it in the future. So I'm going to write down that we're at the 4 hour and 22 minute mark of this show.
Oh my God. I'm going to ruin this clip for you.
I wouldn't be surprised. Listen, there's a name that I wouldn't be surprised. I've heard from some people that I trust that this is an up and coming coach in the National Football League. So on the Bills offense, you have like the team Chad Hall. Everyone loves Chad Hall, right? Everyone wants Chad Hall to be the next, the next defensive coordinator. Bobby Babich Jr., son of Bob Babich, who's currently our safeties coach. Apparently, other than the fact that he kind of looks like Casey Reed, is apparently an up and coming coach in the National Football League. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby Babich Jr. Was named the Buffalo Bills defensive coordinator. Look him up, Casey.
Yeah, I mean, Josh McCown might get a job here, so I don't think you're that off.
We got James Cortez coming in again. Thank you, James. He said Eric Washington is replacing Leslie Frazier. Bills 35-31. Watch second string yesterday. It was good. Yeah. Could mean the Bills win the Super Bowl in their fifth Super Bowl. Yeah, and one of the things, James, I don't know if you noticed this or not, James.
He's attractive.
He's a very attractive man. Anyway, in that movie, the Buffalo Bills played the Minnesota Vikings in the Super Bowl. And James, that was not a coincidence. Why? Because the Buffalo Bills lost 4 straight Super Bowls. But they are not the only team to have lost 4 Super Bowls. Even though they were not consecutive, Minnesota has lost 4 Super Bowls. So they purposely put the Buffalo Bills versus the Minnesota Vikings in that movie. And also, I understand that it was
Holy
he didn't copy their dude super chat. It was the same guy. It was the same guy, Tebow.
Oh my God. Whoa.
All I see is a Skycam video of Lambeau Field. So I'm going to get my last comment out there.
4th and 3. I won't say anything.
They're going for it.
Well, you guys don't say anything, and I'll finish my statement here.
I'm waiting on it. Get it out.
Forgot what I was going to say.
You were talking about Minnesota Vikings, 4 Super Bowls, or something else that goes on with that movie. I'm here for it. The Bills are Rodney Dangerfield. They get no respect. I hear that.
Whoa. Oh, my God.
Well,
You were gonna
Tebow,
clip it.
they got it. They got it.
Brady's just he never stops going.
Can we talk about Leonard Fournette for a second? Like, holy
Playoff Lenny.
shit!
Playoff Lenny, baby.
Let's
Where
talk
did this
about him. I
guy
don't know what
come
happened.
from? He just doesn't do anything the whole regular season. And
He pulled a James White. He pulled a James. What was it? Was it Kevin? He pulled a Kevin Falk.
Yeah.
Is he catching?
Seriously.
Is he catching stuff out of the backfield? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, he just caught a first down. He just converted a 4th and 3 against double coverage.
They're still in a tough spot though. No timeout. 6 seconds left.
It's probably going to be an end zone shot.
Brady airs it out. Oh my God! No way!
Oh, holy cow!
Well,
With 8
Casey,
seconds left?
your Scotty Miller prop just cashed.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Are you for real?
Deep shot. Boom!
50-yard bomb as time expires at
8
half.
seconds.
Brady to
How
Scotty
did
Miller.
that happen?
I called it deep shot. Boom!
Oh
Touchdown.
my God!
How do you let that happen to
That was horrendous
A rookie.
coverage.
Down
A rookie
Julian
wide
Edelman?
receiver. A rookie wide receiver too. Oh
Is Scotty
my
Miller a rookie? I don't think
God.
Scotty Miller's a rookie.
No,
Is
Scotty's
he?
not.
No,
I
it's
think he's-
Jackson.
That was
Jackson.
similar to
Scotty
Raiders.
doesn't know.
Jackson.
That was
Jackson's
like Raiders
rookie.
Jets right there.
Hold on,
at the end.
hold on. Catch the damn ball, Scotty. Thank you.
Oh, Casey, you didn't know he caught it?
No, I had no idea.
Yeah, Casey is 17 years behind on his stream.
All right, now I need Tampa Bay to chill the f- out for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
and
you got
Green
your
Bay
other
to win
stuff.
this game. Yeah, I'm good now. I just need
So
legitimately.
what's left on that same game for you?
I'm about to go check the stats because I really haven't been paying
Hey,
attention to
the
it.
Sabres tied the game and then lost the lead. Like,
No one
within 30
cares. No one
seconds.
cares. Devontae Adams needs to pick up the pace a little bit. Robert Tonyan as well needs to pick up the pace. Aaron Jones is running pretty hard. He's at 30 yards right now, or 27, but let's count at 30. That's pretty okay. 9 times out of 10, if I can get somebody stupid like Scotty Miller getting the over, I can hit the rest of this. So I'm okay with that. Really need Devontae Adams to come on strong in the second half, which I think, Aaron Rodgers is pissed right now. Would you be pissed?
Yeah, so is Devontae though. Did you see him on the sideline?
Yeah, exactly. So they're fitting to come on out, go firing.
I don't know. It could go the other way.
Cameron, I doubt it. I mean, I highly doubt that Devontae Adams just quits on his team in the middle of it. I'm pretty sure he's going to come out just firing after the second half. Cameron Brate needs to step it up too. He's only got 5 yards, but other than that, our BF group chat is flying off the hook right now.
Hey, Casey, was there any money on Leonard Fournette around the league, around the betting world this week?
Yeah, so he had a couple of good ones. His easy touchdown was, I think it was 280. So it was pretty good odds, but I tend to stay away from Leonard Fournette because he's up and down. He's up and down.
Yeah, okay.
He's inconsistent. I don't want to put money on somebody like that. That's why, which you can, like finding a Scotty Miller, knowing that AB was going to be out and Scotty Miller was kind of their dude in the middle of the season before AB caught on. That's why I picked up Scotty Miller and decided to bet with him. But everybody else, Mike Evans would probably been another good one, but I didn't see Tom Brady doing this amount of damage to Green Bay's defense.
So if you were going to bet a player that's inconsistent like Leonard Fournette, would you have to do prop bets or what? Like how would you?
So all of them really are player prop bets. But I think his over-under was set at like 30 yards rushing. And then, of course, anytime touchdown was around 280. He had a receiving. I think his receiving was under 20 yards. So he just bet straight up all Leonard Fournette stuff. I'm pretty sure he's already hit everything in the first quarter or the first half. So, but I don't know many people who are betting the house on Leonard Fournette right now. This is pretty awesome what he's doing right now.
I just wonder how that works.
Quick, I gotta bounce out. I just want to say, go Bills! I gotta bounce out.
We're gonna say goodbye to Bot right now, and we're also gonna cut it to a quick commercial. Booker T is going to Bills Mafia it up, and then when we come back, I'm gonna show you exactly how much our man here, Cash Out BF, looks like Bobby Babich Jr., the safeties coach of the Buffalo Bills. We'll be back,
boys. Go Bills!
Go Bills.
Go
We're back in
Bills.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Booker, tell me how you feel about the Buffalo Bills. I mean, come on, man. Josh Allen set franchise records. MVP candidate. Stephon Diggs, game changer. The defense, they're going to be running around the field making plays. Mahomes, you in trouble, dog. Not since 1993, dog. AFC Championship. AFC Championship. And you know what? We're ready to celebrate. The only way the Bills Mafia know how. Come here, dog. Go Bills! Kansas City Chiefs, your AFC Championship run is over. Now can you dig that, sucker?
That was not 2 minutes. That was not 2 minutes. Not even a little bit 2 minutes.
No way.
That's cool. I'll just sit here. I think Judge went to the bathroom. I was about to go to the bathroom because I thought I had a little bit more time, but that's okay. I'll just chill.
Yeah, see, the problem with me was I broke the steel way too early.
Oh man, you should not have done that. Oof. You're in for a wild night. I've got some pizza that I really want to. I think my wife's taking a nap. I really want her to heat up that pizza and bring it up here. Logan's saying pee in a bottle. Bro, Logan,
I
like.
had a bang energy before we did the whole live stream thing. Yeah, I gotta go though. Just run right through it. I'll fix it in a second. Like,
Logan, that's a good point. Pee in the bottle, but don't remove your face from the stream. I'm peeing right now. You don't even know it, Logan.
I know Judge is all about that. I know Judge is all about that Santa Fe life. Here we got Santa Fe Brewing Company.
Hell yes.
Yeah. You said we had 2 minutes, and you're a liar. And I wish you wouldn't lie to me ever again.
I was taking the biggest piss.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Anyway, gentlemen, I don't know what we're gonna do without Bot, but we'll try to figure it out. You know, we'll try to make the most of it. But I think we can handle it.
Yeah,
it's halftime. It's halftime, so I think people expect some serious analyzing here. So
did you wash your hand from the kingpin himself? Did you wash your hands? I need to know this because that's unsanitary if you didn't.
I washed my hands. Of course I did. Of course I did.
I know a guy who will wash his hands after he pees because he takes a shower in the morning, right? So he knows his stuff is clean, but he doesn't know where his hands have been. So he'll wash his hands before he pees, right? Instead of after.
Realistically, you should wash them before and after every time.
Oh, now come on. That's just too much work. Like,
can I say something? And only because
you can say whatever you want to.
There's only 215 people in here, so I feel safe in saying this. It's not like we have our maximum audience like we normally do. You know, when I go to the bathroom, sometimes I go to the bathroom without even touching it. So, like, what's the point of washing my hands? Like, I can literally, like, you can go through the entire process of urinating in a urinal without ever touching your downstairs, and then use your elbow to flush. And you like, why do you need to wash your hands after that?
Pierre said Casey sounds like he doesn't wash his hands before or after. I can't remember the last time I washed his hands. T-Rock, I think is his name, the raccoon, the Tennessee Titans, came to my elementary school, and he touched my hands, and I have yet to wash them. I've never met anyone famous. So.
All right. So while Eric is apparently now going to the bathroom, so let's.
I'm here. No, I'm here.
He's here. We've lost some camera.
I got a text message. So I had to answer.
That's why I keep hearing a phone. This is on your phone. That's why I keep.
No,
hearing
mine's on vibrate. Mine's on vibrate.
So let's get to some serious points here because we are at halftime. So it's time to have some conversation here. There are some injuries on the Kansas City injury report that really sticks out to me. A couple of them Number one, I know Bashaud Breeland just came out of concussion protocol, but Breeland was on the injury report all week, as was Fenton. So the combination of Breeland and Fenton, the two cornerbacks from Kansas City, on the injury report, makes me feel even more confident that the Buffalo Bills are going to have a good day throwing the football today. I know that they're playing. I get they're playing. I understand that, but it's not Madden. Just because they're playing doesn't mean they're 100%. So I think the Kansas City secondary, especially on the boundaries to guys like Stephon Diggs, is an area that we can exploit. What do you think, Eric?
I completely agree. I think that you should target Breeland early and often. I think that you should get vertical routes going early and often and keep it up. That's how you beat this team is by targeting and torching their secondary. Matriculate that ball down the field. Excuse me. Force the Chiefs to have to contend with you. If you try to play them passively, just like we did in week 6, you're going to have a rough time and you're probably going to lose. So be aggressive, target their secondary. The team that beat them this season in the Las Vegas Raiders did exactly that. And they won. They got a victory because they understood that if they targeted the Chiefs secondary more often than not, that calculated risk was going to pay off with points on the scoreboard. And I think that's exactly what the Bills need to capitalize on.
Yeah, no, I agree with you in totality. And the other part of the injury report that really stuck out to me was Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Le'Veon Bell. So Le'Veon Bell in the middle of the week, after having participated fully in the first practice, sort of he's dealing with an ankle and a knee or an ankle and a toe, something like that. And then obviously Clyde Edwards-Helaire is dealing with an injury as well. Literally the Buffalo Bills game plan in week 6 was let them run however they want to run. Let them hand the ball off as much as they want. Our sole focus in life is going to be Patrick Mahomes. I think some of that was out of desperation because Matt Milano wasn't playing. And you saw guys like AJ Klein before he sort of like, I don't know what the word to describe what happened to AJ Klein between the Kansas City game and the Seattle game, but like woke up.
I'd say he fogged.
Yeah, there we go. But you see, like, our game plan was to let them run and to shut down their pass. Now you have Patrick Mahomes with the turf toe. You have Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who's not 100%. You have Le'Veon Bell, who's not 100%.
Willie Gay is out.
But it's just like, I feel like that defensive strategy we used week 6 could work now.
Yeah.
Because I just think our team is more confident. Harrison
just not overdone.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just not overdone.
I
think that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. We've got Levi Wallace. Who is healthy now. Trey White, who is healthy now. He was his first game back from injury. You have Matt Milano, who is healthy now. Tremaine Edmonds, who is healthy now. Teron Johnson was benched that game for Cam Lewis to try to wake him up. So Harrison Phillips was benched that game. Trent Murphy was benched that game. So our defense is definitely, like, I'm not saying our defense is perfect, but it's not at the state of where our defense was the first time we played Kansas City. And Kansas City is struggling a little bit. So
how much of that game do we even consider? Right, because it was such a bad game for our defense. Because a lot of people
I hate the comparison. Honestly,
yeah, exactly. I hate it too.
The stash is back.
What's up?
Hello. That's fine. Take your time now.
You guys were having so much fun. I figured I'd come in and join you.
Hell
it
yeah!
wouldn't be the same without you.
That's true.
So,
but to my point, like, I hate the comparison. I really do. I think there's so many different
I think it's
outliers
a horrible
in that game.
comparison.
I don't like, because people will be like, oh, well, the Chiefs beat. It's like, okay, well, what about this, and this, and this, right? I don't like making excuses, but like, there's a lot of people out in our defense, a lot of people who were hurt on the defense as well. So I don't like the comparison. I don't like looking at it. It's like oranges and apples to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think of this like this, and Casey's going to know what I'm talking about here. I'll explain it for you two and the rest of the audience. Cooper's colors code is something that I want to bring up here, and that's basically a system for judging or for measuring stress. So when you're in condition green, you're fine, everything's gravy, you're on top of a cloud, you're on cloud 9, you're in heaven, you're in paradise, whatever you want to call it. When you're in condition black, you are in chaos, you're freaking out, you're panicking, you're having an anxiety attack. I feel like the Bills in week 6 were in condition black against the Chiefs. They were overdoing it. They were over pursuing. They were overthinking, and that ultimately led to a close loss. And they took their game plan and they overcooked it to the nth degree. And I think what we're going to see this game tonight is a Bills team that has their composure in check, that has their passion in check. I think Brian Dable's going to do a good job of keeping Josh Allen off the stimulant hero ball pills. And I think we're going to see a much different type of Bills team this week or this game than we did in Week 6, and that's another reason why I hate the comparison. It's just night and day.
Yeah, speaking, you meant you cooked. You said the word cooked a couple of times, and there was a comment up here about somebody said they just ordered their sheets and their wings, and I just ordered my wings for this game.
My
I'm not gonna lie to
wife
you.
is making wings, and I'm so up. Like,
dude. So
where are you getting wings in AZ? Because I can't find any in New Mexico.
That's what I was about to say. So number one is I mostly make my wings, right? I make my wings a majority of the time. I buy like Kroger wings, and I will bake them a little bit, and then I will add butter and Frank's Red Hots, and then I will air fry them. It's not the greatest, but it'll do. It'll do. But I found a place
it's better than what you're gonna buy a lot of times, though. If you do it that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I found a place 20 minutes from my house that they are retired from Buffalo. Right, this place is in Surprise, Arizona. They are retirees from Buffalo who take their wings every year to the Buffalo Chicken Wing competition and have actually won awards. So. I have never yet tried these wings, and I'm going to try them today. So I'm looking forward to trying some wings. But what are you got? Like, we got New Mexico, we've got Columbus, Ohio, and we've got Nashville, Tennessee. So before we get to that, how do you cook your wings? I'll tell you how I prefer my wings: slow cooked and then grilled. Slow cooked and then grilled is the best wings.
Underrated.
So good. But anyway, Eric, let's start with you in New Mexico. What do you eat in pregame, and how do you get your wings? Like, how do you get your wing fix out there in Arizona?
I've actually got my pregame on a slow bake. My game meal on a slow bake right now. My downstairs neighbor in the apartment below me is a very nice older Hispanic woman. She taught me how to make homemade tortilla chips. So I've got those slow baking right now at a very low 80 degrees. And also she taught me how to make homemade salsa, but I screwed it up. So she made me some of hers. I've got that ready for later as well. And I'm thinking I'm going to make some homemade nachos, because she also delivered me, and this was unexpected. This morning I got a delivery of homemade queso from her. So I'm just going to throw it all together.
You better take care of that woman.
And by the way, she's now a Bills fan. She will be watching tonight, so that's a wonderful thing. And I'm very, very thankful for her and all of her guidance she's imparted upon me.
And a couple of things, because there's a comment that I saw that I need to address here from Logan, but also queso is the most underrated of cheeses. Like, it is
so good. It's so good.
It makes a meal sometimes. And also, fuck Chipotle for ruining queso. By the way, Chipotle's queso sucks.
It's the worst.
I've never had Chipotle.
It's terrible.
Moe's over Chipotle.
You guys got to come out here to New Mexico and hit up Garcia's. Hit up.
We got Garcia's out
here. It's really good out here. But homemade tortilla chips. I've never had that before in my life, so this is going to be a first.
Logan is spot on here. He says, as long as those wings are crispy, I'm happy. And tell me if you think I'm wrong here.
You're wrong.
The crispiness makes the wing, right? The crispiness makes the wing.
Yes.
It's the crispiness that counts.
Maybe I shouldn't talk much, right? But I don't know. Like, I do appreciate a very crispy wing, but I also appreciate a good seasoned meat at the same time. So I don't know. I think it has to be a little bit of both.
We lost Nat, but
he'll pop back up. I'll talk about what I'm at real quick.
So chances are this is that's a catch. That's a fumble. Buccaneers ball in the red zone. Aaron Jones just fumbled the Packers season.
Devin White is a
fumbled
beast.
the Packers season away. That's a catch. He turned. He made a football move. That is a fumble, ladies and gentlemen. That was Whitehead, the DB, the safety, and then
Casey,
Devin White.
Did you have any? Casey, did you have anything on fumbles as far as action today?
No, I didn't have anything like that. I did not. I like Tampa's defense. They are a really good defense, but I did not expect them to absolutely destroy this Green Bay offense. I did not expect that. So
I thought Green Bay would come in. What really impressed me the most about the Packers last week was the way they were running the football. And I thought the Packers would just come in and they would move the ball up and down the field. And I understand the Packers defense hasn't been great this year, but Mike Pettin is a very good defensive coordinator. And I thought that they would be pressuring the shit out of Brady. And neither of those things are coming to fruition.
Yeah.
The Packers can't sustain a drive, and the Packers defense is not getting any pressure on Tom Brady.
From what I've been hearing, apparently Brady's getting them out faster than he ever has as far as the ball coming out. I think they said it's coming out.
I think Giselle has something to do with that.
Almost 2 seconds flat. So that's quick.
I think Giselle has something to do with that.
Yeah, definitely. She's got that unlocked.
But anyway, yeah, the Buccaneers are going to get that ball in the red zone, and they're going to go up, 2-3 scores here. So it's going to be hard for the Packers to come back.
And we're seeing the storyline be written. We're seeing it be written right now.
Do you guys believe in conspiracy theories?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you gotta believe in a little bit of them.
You're talking about the staging, aren't you? The epic stage.
I am talking about the staging a little bit, and Kyle's coming back at the perfect time. So
at the perfect time.
Listen, all 4 teams left in the playoffs are really good and have really great storylines. However, if you were to rank the storylines in this game, I think number 1 would probably be Kansas City versus Green Bay, the original Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes versus Aaron Rodgers. That's probably the number 1 storyline, correct? I think number 2 would be Buffalo versus Brady. So if you believe in conspiracy theories and if you believe that the NFL is conspiring the outcomes of this game, and I'm not saying that referees win or lose games. I'm not saying from the onset games are rigged, but certainly I feel like maybe referees are given like a referendum to keep games close, to keep certain games, to keep certain teams in it, et cetera, et cetera. If Tampa Bay can overcome what was maybe a Green Bay bias and win this football game, could then the transition go to, hey, let's favor Buffalo in this game because the Buffalo Brady storyline is better than that Kansas City. Oh, touchdown. That was easy. Jesus.
I'll tell you,
is a massacre.
I'll tell you an aspect that proves what Judge is saying to be true. The NFL gets to choose their referee officiating crews in the playoffs. They're hand selected by the league. That gives them a viable path on which they can make certain dictations, certain referendums, certain recommendations to that crew they select. So I'm not saying that makes it. I'm not saying that makes it fact, but it makes it more viable to believe.
And I think the narrative there for the Super Bowl storyline completely depends on who you're a fan of, obviously. If you're talking about like full national storyline, as my dog just shakes his collar everywhere.
Hello.
He's got a Bills jersey on today, by the way.
Good.
As like if you're talking about this from a national standpoint, then yeah, Judge, I think the Kansas City, Green Bay, the whole storyline of like that's where it started in the Super Bowl, and now we're here again, and we got the future versus the past or current, whatever you want to call Rodgers. But if you're somebody who has watched the Patriots and cared about what the Patriots have done and Brady and his career, then seeing the Bills go up against the Patriots, if you're somebody who hates Tom Brady, I think that automatically becomes the storyline of like Tom Brady has owned the Bills. And now we get to watch the Bills have a chance to take him down in the biggest game of the year, if you're somebody who cares at all and dislikes Tom Brady at all, I think that automatically starts to supersede it was the first Super Bowl played. Because to be completely honest, how many of us have actually like cared ever about that first Super Bowl? I know I haven't. And I'm sure like you guys don't care about that Super Bowl. Like it's so far ago that a majority of the people who are going to be watching don't actually care about what happened in that game.
Yeah, it's it is getting interesting, and I'll tell you what, because this is a live watch party, so we are allowed to talk about other things other than the Bills. This is going to be 2 AFC Championship games in a row for Green Bay where they don't win.
I think
did what Gronk did. It's NFC.
Yeah, Vaughn said it. Vaughn said it in our group chat. Pettin's probably getting fired.
That was the comment I was going to make. Mike Pettin's going to be the scapegoat. Mike Pettin is going to be the scapegoat of this loss here.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due. Give credit to Todd Bowles. He's done a hell of a job coaching that Buccaneers defense down there. And to Casey's point, they are pretty scary, that Bucs defense.
They can move. They can move real well.
Yeah, that bunting, that the second or third year corner he's been really impressing so far in this playoffs. He makes those big time plays in those big time games. But
and they have Winfield Jr. on that team too, don't they?
I don't think he played this game. I think he's out.
He's out.
He's not playing, but he's been a stud for them this year.
Yeah, but it was his replacement Whitehead. Replacement Whitehead.
Yeah, forced that fumble.
Who forced that fumble that put them in the red zone. So, this is Hey,
you go. Look what I said, Casey. I called it. Devontae Adams throwing his shit again on the sideline. I called it.
It doesn't
still freaking out.
I mean, he's in the game right now. I can tell you that.
The team. It doesn't mean he's just going to give up, though. I mean,
yeah.
If he does, then trade him. I mean, why are you?
He's not giving up. He's not. He's in the game. He's playing. Sorry, Casey. I'm going to spoil the first play for you, but he got a catch. Like he's not giving up.
Good.
What is the percentage chance the Green Bay Packers can come back down 18
low
in a second half here?
Low.
I'm guessing their percentage, their winning percentage right now is probably in the single digits.
Yeah, I'll check that.
You want me to tell you what Vegas has them at?
Yeah, I mean, who can get to it first?
Sure.
It's you or not. It's a race.
It's a race.
Mustache versus the beard. Mustache versus the beard. Let's go.
Plus 440 to come back.
Oh, I was going win percentage. They have the Bucks. They
have Casey. We're looking
94.2% win percentage for the Bucks.
Yeah,
single digits.
Rick James from the grave says 95% Bucks right now.
Man, plus 390 now. It dropped. I guess Green Bay is driving.
Yeah, but it's as good as over. Yeah. When you get Brady in, like he's in rhythm.
Oh, Packers are driving.
They are, but I don't know. You get Brady with a lead in the fourth quarter. That's tough.
Guys, can I say something right now?
You can say whatever you want.
Yes, you may.
The Buffalo Sabres are tied heading into the third period.
No one cares.
Do you want to ask me how many Sabres games I've watched over the last?
Nap, are you
who scored the goals? Who scored the goals?
Here's a great question. So for those, it's Victor Olofsson and Colin Miller. So Casey's a Nashville Predators fan because he sucks. But Kyle, are you a Sabres fan? Or are you a Blue Jackets fan?
No, so I'm actually neither. So I wasn't. I used to watch the Sabres with my grandpa back in like the early 2000s, and then I didn't pay attention to hockey for the longest time. And then when I moved out to Ohio, I was here at college, and then I moved out here after that. I was like, you know what I hate more than anything else is bandwagon fans. And I'm going to feel like a bandwagon fan if I just jump on the Blue Jackets while they're getting good. So as soon as I heard Vegas was getting a team, I was like, that's my team. I claim them. So I'm a Vegas fan. Been there literally from the start.
That's actually pretty
literally
Literally from the start. Nobody can call me a bandwagon fan. I've been here the whole
time. Time out. Before, did you make this proclamation before the season or after they started?
Oh no, I made as soon as I saw a tweet saying that Vegas was getting a team, I was like, "That's my team."
So
because all of my friends are like they're Blue Jackets fans.
Are you going to be a
Pens fans?
Are you going to be a Seattle Kraken fan now? Is it?
I was about to say
no. I don't jump ship like that. I'm Vegas.
All right, Eric. You played hockey in your youth?
Yeah,
I learned that 2 hours ago. What is your hockey team the Sabres?
Okay, so this is kind of complicated because one side of my family is diehard Sabres fans, the other side is diehard Red Wings fans. I grew up in a family where either side of the family had season tickets for both teams. So I literally was going to Red Wings games on the weekends, going through Ontario 4 hours to the Joe in Detroit to go to Red Wings games, and then
Wait,
going
are you
to Sabres
Canadian?
games. No. But if you go through Ontario, it's a shortcut.
Where'd you grow up?
Lewiston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I literally was going to Red Wings games on the weekend and Sabres games on the weekdays. So I would consider myself a fan of both, but if you made me choose, I'd have to tie my roots back to home and say that I was a Sabres fan.
I respect that.
You know what, Judge? You just.
But I will say
it's time for me to start getting my drink on. So I'll be right back.
All right,
we lost. Yeah, do it.
Yeah,
do it, Lars. Has anybody ever seen heavyweights in here? Anybody? Buffalo Bills are mentioned in that movie.
Yeah, fucking Goldberg. I still remember that, like the peg of the bedpost with the fucking salami in it.
Yeah.
Packers just scored, so it is now 28-17.
A deli meat.
Tunny and the Funyun, Casey.
I'm telling you, look, I'm telling you, Green Bay can come back, and I will lose my ever-loving mind if they do.
Someone just said go for 2 to make it 28-18. I am far too gone to do the math on that, but
the analytics would say go for 2.
Yeah, I think so too.
This late in the game in the third quarter,
they
would say go for 2.
Yeah.
They kicked the extra point there. So it is now 28-17. Well, I'll tell you what, too. Has anyone checked the weather lately for this Kansas City game? Because
it was 40 and rainy still.
Cold weather is a myth. Precipitation is the action. In my opinion, precipitation and wind are the two.
I think wind is the king shit.
I think precipitation is the king shit. What do you guys think? Do you think wind or precipitation is more important to a football game? Kyle, we'll start with you since Eric has already made his feelings known here. What do you think? Precipitation or
wind?
I think it depends a lot on the team that you have. In terms of the Bills, I think precipitation is actually the biggest factor because they're a pass-heavy team. So that means the ball has to travel through the air, and then the receiver also still has to catch the ball. Whereas with the wind, you have Josh Allen, who's a strong-arm quarterback. He can get the ball through the wind a little bit, as long as it's not like gale force winds. But when the ball gets wet, it's automatically harder to catch the ball, even though they have just these insane gloves now. So I for the Bills, precipitation is definitely the bigger factor than wind.
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying, but like, I just feel like in week 6, people were still catching everything. Like Stephon Diggs caught that pass in the end zone on the side there. That was a difficult catch to make.
It's hard to say that people were catching everything when there was only 122 passing yards, though.
I guess you're right. Yeah, that's a good point.
And we saw John Brown drop a couple of passes. Stephon Diggs dropped a touchdown pass, albeit like it was a very difficult catch, but it was a catch that we've seen him make this year. You see more drops when there's rain. Like it affects not only just the quarterback holding onto the ball, but it also affects the receivers catching it. Whereas with the wind, like obviously like you have to track the ball and everything, but once the ball hits your hands, the wind isn't as much of a factor once it actually hits your hands. The rain is still a factor when the ball hits your hands.
Breaking it down to science here.
Yeah, I agree.
That's coming from somebody who played 1 year of junior varsity football because I have a broke back and I couldn't do any more than that.
You had a broke back?
Yeah, fractured.
I agree with you.
Oh yeah, it was not fun.
That's awful.
Back brace for a full summer and everything, man. I'm
really.
Yeah. I know what he's going through though, because I broke my neck in the Marine Corps, and that was
oof.
So
Imagine breaking your back in high school. I bet the ladies were just staying clear away from you with a back brace on during the summer.
No, he had an entourage of ladies pushing them around. Because guess what?
No,
Matt had the mustache in high
away
school.
from me. They were staying clear away from me.
I bet they were.
That was before the back happened. Like, it was just whole time through. Nobody came near me. Come on, man.
Oof,
You see
I hate
this?
that. I'm sorry, bud. I love it. I love it. All right. I think I'm going to say deuces. I've got to go make some moves with my wife. Got to go clean the kitchen, get everything ready for some.
You're married? I've never heard you mention it.
Look, I talk about my wife constantly because she is amazing, and I won't apologize for that. So I'm sorry that you can't be happy. I'm sorry that you can't have somebody special in your life.
I'm very happy for you, man.
I took that so heavy, Casey.
I'm just not married.
Casey, you took that real heavy, real quick.
Yeah, come on.
I'm always angry. I wake up every day and I choose violence. So
he actually wakes up and he texts me, "I hate you," every single day.
Every day. I need him to know. I need him to start his day with that "I hate you" message. It's almost like a good morning message. But all right, guys, I appreciate you. I'm gonna peace out. Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
We have lost Casey.
The three amigos.
How are you? How are you taking this, Casey? How are you taking this? You all right?
Casey.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, Kyle. How are you taking this? You all right?
How am I taking what? That he's gone? I
gone.
couldn't be happier. I've
You
been
too.
waiting
We got rid of him.
I only look.
Oh my God, Leonard Fournette again.
Came on was
Playoff
because I
Lenny,
saw
dude.
you guys having fun. I came on to wait for the moment Casey left so I could be happy.
So apparently, Playoff Lenny does something else here. So for me, they're currently lined up. Playoff Lenny gets the handoff, breaks a defensive tackle. A guy in the secondary misses. You literally freaked out over 15 yards. Eric, you freaked out over 15 yards?
Yeah, because I mean, every first down matters. I would be doing the same thing if it was the Bills.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
all these first downs are critical, you know, and it's like Fournette keeps making plays. I haven't seen Ronald Jones in for these third downs at all.
No,
it's been Fournette every time.
Interesting.
So let's move the conversation there. Like, how are we gonna deal with our emotions during this game, Kyle? Like, you could start it off. Like, what are you gonna be doing to try? Like, I am 50-50 as to whether I'm gonna be able to survive this football game. I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
Yeah. So I was originally supposed to go and watch the game at a bar with some of my friends, and luckily they were like, you know what, we already went there today, so why don't we just watch the game at our place? So I was like, that's perfect, because I don't think I can be in public when I start crying mid-game because the emotion is too much for me. And I'm not a crier. I can't remember the last time I cried, but it might happen tonight, win or lose, no matter what happens. Like, I'm going to go through the whole gamut of emotions. I'm going to look, this is how I'm going to get through it.
Yeah, I'm with you. At some point tonight, win or lose, tears will be shed.
Yeah, I'm mentally not prepared for what's about to happen.
So
no matter what.
Okay, so I'm 30 years old. So the last time the Buffalo Bills were in this situation, I was 3 years old, right? 93. Is that the last time we were in an AFC Championship game, or was it 94? I think it was 93.
It was 93. 93, yeah, because I was 2. So I'm 1 year younger than you.
Literally the last time we were in this situation, I was 2 years old, because it would have been January of 93. So I was 2 years old, and
damn!
I might be wrong. I'm just going to hand up before you watch the play, Judge. I might be wrong.
Shit.
I don't say that very often, by the way, so you're welcome.
Oh, that was a terrible pass. Terrible.
Charles Barkley.
Fuck you, Tom Brady. Anyway.
Terrible.
All right. So, I mean, well, first of all, based on our conspiracy theory conversation from earlier, we kind of want Tampa Bay to win this game.
Yeah, no, I want them to win.
But anyway, tears tears will be shed this game. Like, I'm struggling to handle this game because I was 2 years old the last time this happened. Like, I'm trying to think back and trying to figure out where I can sort of confide in from an emotional level. And I think back to the Sabres in the Drury Briere days and how I felt watching. Yeah, like those, like that's where I go to and thinking about like how do I react to what's going on. I think back to how I felt the last couple of years when the Buffalo Bulls were in the NCAA tournament. And as much as I love the Buffalo Sabres, as much as I love the Buffalo Bulls, my alma mater, multiply that times 1 trillion, and then you have my love for the Buffalo Bills. So I'm like, it has nothing to do with the booze. I swear. I am just struggling to find the words. I am struggling to find the emotions. Like, I honestly don't know if I will be alive to do a show on Monday. I don't know if I'll still have a fiance on Monday. She might leave my ass.
I've prepared already. Like there's a possibility I might call off work tomorrow. Not even because like I wake up and I'm not feeling good because I'm hungover or anything, but because I'm still like reeling from whatever happens tonight. There is a complete possibility that happens. So I have actually been lucky enough that I've been a fan of teams outside of the Bills that have made a full run and won a championship. I'm an Ohio State fan, so I got to see them win in 2014. I'm a Cleveland Cavaliers fan, so I got to see them win when they had that crazy run. But I don't care about those teams anywhere near the way I care about the Bills. Like, I like those teams. I root for those teams. I will claim them as my teams. But I live and breathe Buffalo Bills football. And the emotions I went through when the Cavs won their championship, just knowing what I went through watching that game and watching that fourth quarter, I know for a fact that I'm not prepared for the emotions I'm going to feel tonight.
And I'll tell you what, too. So a really funny story that sort of intersects my personal life and the Cleveland Cavaliers of all teams, even though I'm not a Cleveland Cavaliers fan. When I moved out to Arizona, the year I moved to Arizona was the first year the Cleveland Cavaliers won an NBA title. And my cousin David agreed to sort of go with me, on our road trip in my car to Arizona to move me from Buffalo to Phoenix. And our first stop was Cleveland. And it just happened to be the night of Game 7.
I was supposed to be there.
And we witnessed the debauchery that went down in Cleveland. We witnessed the morning after. We got breakfast at this insanely good restaurant near the Christmas Story house. I can't remember the name of the restaurant, but it was one of the best breakfasts I've had my entire life. And that city was still standing the next day. It was a mess, but it was still standing. Coronavirus be damned. I feel like the city of Buffalo might not be standing.
Eric, what did I say?
The Buffalo Bills can win a championship.
What did I say, Eric? When we were talking, if the Bills are able to beat, especially if they beat Brady, Buffalo will not be a city anymore. It'll be gone. And it's not because like, anybody outside the city did anything to them. It's not because it's because Bills Mafia is going to party so hard and they're going to celebrate so much that the city's just going to be gone.
Koala Bear Khan says at this point, we got to just get there to the Super Bowl. Sloppy or not, it's win by any means necessary, but I really want to see Mahomes picked off by Trey Day White.
Trey's
Thank you for the super chat.
Win, baby, win.
What was the last time Trey?
Seattle? Was it last pick Seattle?
Kyle, can the comment section let us know? Are the actives and actives out yet?
I'll check.
Can we verify this? Can we get some ruling on this? Devin Whitehead out, by the way. He just left the field with an injury.
Oh, I see him. So he hasn't been hurt yet.
All right, we got inactives: Jake Fromm, Dane Jackson, Terrell Dodson, Jordan Devey, Kenny Stills, Tyler Croft, and Trent Murphy. So yeah, Gabriel Davis is a go.
So wait, who took? Wait, oh, so is Vernon Butler?
Yep, Vernon Butler's a go too.
Trent Murphy's inactive?
Trent Murphy's inactive.
Shooketh. Honest to goodness, consider me absolutely shooketh that
now
these two players are playing in this game. Can I be honest? Can I be completely
now I'm
honest
concerned.
With you guys? Well, can I be completely honest with you guys? And Bobby says just dropped. And Eric, you might echo these same sentiments. I almost feel like I would prefer a 100% Kenny Stills to what I can imagine is probably a 50% Gabe Davis. Eric, is that where you're going with this?
This is what I was talking about, Eric. What we were talking about in the previous panel, where I was like, look, Gabriel Davis has a ton of snaps that we have to account for, and whether he's healthy or not, we still have to account for those snaps. He still has to. He plays a large majority of snaps for the Bills offense, and even if he's not going to be targeted, if he's not 100%, the defense doesn't have to worry about him as much. If Kenny Stills is out there, even if he's not going to be targeted, the defense has to worry about him even just a little bit because then he's not just a decoy, he's a weapon. Yeah, it's the potential of what can happen. And Gabriel Davis, since he's not healthy, we know he's not really healthy.
Hold up. Oh, never mind. Sorry. I take it back. TJ Ola was active, but Zach Moss is out. I'm just hammered.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not a
I'm just drunk.
But
no, you know what? I can't have I think this is a big gamble, a big risk on the Bills' part to keep Gabriel Davis in this game.
Risk? Is Gabriel Davis the bigger risk, or is it Vernon Butler? Because I almost think that it's Vernon Butler.
Vernon Butler, but I agree with you there. It's Vernon Butler, but I just don't want Gabriel Davis to make a mistake because of this ankle. If you're in there and you're not 100% and you screw up a route and Allen throws it to a spot where he expects you to be, but you're not there, and they get a pick because of it, he's going to get lambasted.
See, I'm not as worried about that though. I think if they make him active, that's because of how integral he is to the running game, like we were saying earlier. They like to use him to chip, and they like to use him to get out ahead of blocks because he's a very good run blocker as a wide receiver. And he's a big dude who can get physical. I think with all of the other guys that the Bills have at wide receiver, you can throw the ball to Diggs, you can throw the ball to Isaiah McKenzie, John Brown, Cole Beasley. You have so many other options where I'm not as worried about Gabriel Davis making a mistake running a route and then Josh Allen throws a pick from it. I'm more worried about he misses a block because he can't get to his spot. Because if he's injured, they're probably not going to want him to be as large of a part of the passing game, but they still need what he brings to the running game. Am I crazy for I really don't know. Am I crazy for that line of thought?
No, I think you're right. I think when you put it in the context of his other usages besides passing and how he can be effective, I think that's a really good point on your part now.
Guys, Chiefs, no Sammy Watkins and no Le'Veon Bell.
But Edwards-Helaire, good to go?
Laying, yeah. I think we're going to see...
I think he's going to be on a snap count.
I think we're going to see... I agree. I think we're going to see a majority Darrell Williams this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
You can't put a narrative about him this whole week.
You can't put an injured rookie out there. Well, I'll reframe that. You can't put a freshly off injury rookie out there in the AFC Championship and expect him to have 40, 50 snaps. He's going to be on a snap count. I think that's just realistic.
You guys take over the conversation here while I update our banner. Willie Gay is also out, as well as Tim Ward and Kalen Saunders, who is
Breland out.
Breland clear concussion protocol. He is playing. Fenton is playing despite an ankle injury. I still don't think either is going to be 100%.
Neither do I.
That's something that the Bills can definitely take advantage of right there.
Hey,
I think they will. And I think they will take advantage of that, to your point now.
Which receiver do you think has the biggest possibility to have a not a breakout day? Because John Brown, Diggs, Beasley, like they've all had big days. Which guy is positioned the best to have that really big, I showed up in this AFC championship moment? Is it Diggs just because he is that go-to guy, or are they going to focus so much on him that it becomes Beasley or Brown?
I want to go off of the obvious ones because I think we know Diggs is, he always has a big game. I think he's going to have a big game again. I think it's fairly obvious. John Brown, he's on the up and coming as far as, rebuilding his chemistry with Allen. I'll tell you who I think is going to have an impact today, Dawson Knox. I think Dawson Knox is going to have a great game. I just do. It's a perfect matchup for him, I believe. I believe that, this game is when Rambo Knox can truly come out. And I think he's going to have a lot of opportunities over the middle. I think he's going to have a lot of opportunities coming out of the flat, coming back on wheel routes, things like that. I think Dawson Knox is going to have a big day. I would love to see some run after the catch from him too.
So my question to follow that up would be like, do you want him to have a lot of opportunities? And I understand like Dawson Knox. I'm a fan of Dawson Knox, by the way, before I really get into that. I'm a fan of Dawson Knox. I like what he can bring to the Bills offense. But knowing what the other guys consistently do bring to the Bills offense, do you want Dawson Knox to have all those opportunities? Or would you prefer for it to be somebody else?
I would say in my heart of hearts, I want it to be Dawson Knox. And I say that because I want him to eventually turn into a George Kittle-like threat. And I believe that he can do that if he's given the opportunity. I believe he's a player that flourishes in confidence, flourishes off of positive energy, and that's what he's going to have if he's given the opportunity. At that same time, I will say I would also be appreciative if Isaiah McKenzie got a little bit of run, because I have been a little frustrated in recent weeks in these last two playoff games with the lack of work that Isaiah McKenzie's gotten. I don't quite understand it, and we talked about this a little bit on the roundtable prior to the Tailgate show, but Isaiah McKenzie, it's not that he's been misused. It's almost that he's been neglected in a certain way, I'll say. And I know there was some talk that maybe this has been done strategically or tactically, as if it's been done on purpose. And if that's the case, that's a very smart move by the coaching staff, very forward-thinking move by the coaching staff. But I think with Willie Gay out, you have Isaiah McKenzie and Dawson Knox and quite frankly Cole Beasley to have plenty of opportunities over the middle in that short to intermediate range.
That's fair. I am going to disagree with you on that. I would want Dawson Knox. I understand where you're coming from on the potential of where he can be, because I completely agree with you on that like he has that type of skill set. Not that he's shown it so far. Oh, there we go. All right, this is a game now. This is a total game now. Also, by the way, I love the new camera that they've brought on, where it looks like it's a video game. It's incredible.
I don't know how they do it.
Mesmerized by it every single time.
I don't know how they do it. I think of it as like some type of dark magic wizardry that they're pulling. I mean, I don't understand. Like, I know the technology, right? We have the technology, but just for them to be able to put it together in such a way where, like, sometimes, I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but in the past, sometimes we'd see camera angles. It wouldn't look fluid. It would look choppy. It would look like too much of a cut. Like, they cut away, they go to a different camera angle, and it's almost jarring. It's almost jarring to you as a viewer. So what shocks me the most is the fluidity with which they do the new camera angles.
Yeah, and like it's incredible. It looks like oh my goodness. Oh, how do you drop that?
5-point game.
Oh my gosh.
5-point game.
That's directly in the numbers.
Yep.
Wow. That's big.
Yeah, so this is one of those missed catches that Aaron Rodgers gets you kicked off the team for. I mean, it really is. So now you're in a situation where you have a 5-point game and it's still a 2-score game. Yeah. Well, no.
One score.
Well, you know what? The field goal doesn't get you there, though, right? So
Well,
what
no,
would you consider this?
but it's a one-score game still because it's a touchdown game. It's
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's still a one-score game.
Yeah, but that's the type of catch that Aaron Rodgers is not going to, or missed catch that Aaron Rodgers is not going to take kindly to. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Based on his previous history.
Yes, but he also I do know that he likes that guy, Ernest St. Brown, I think is his name. He's been a fan of him. He spoke pretty highly of him. Maybe not as of late, but I know in the offseason he was talking him up, and that might just be posturing and whatnot. But
let me ask you this, Nap. Do you like that kind of mentality in a quarterback that has like that kind of godlike, coach-like mentality over their receivers? You know, where they dictate either way on their receivers, or would you rather have a guy like Josh Allen who seems to just present unanimous praise for his receiving core? Which persona do you prefer?
So I don't know if I have the same thought process on Aaron Rodgers and his personality as other people do. I don't think he's this bad guy that just wants people kicked off the team if they're not performing at the highest level right away. I don't think I don't know. Maybe I'm totally off on that, but I listen to the Pat McAfee show whenever Aaron Rodgers is on, because it's always really interesting and insightful to what's going on within the team at the very least. But also, every single time he's on, he talks really highly about his teammates and the guys around him. So I almost think that like Aaron Rodgers might not be vocal about what he's thinking, and he might be vocal in his displeasure with his receivers in the game, but it almost feels like he's not that way to them, like on a person-to-person relationship. Like they're still on good terms, even if he might freak out on them in a moment here and there.
So you think maybe that's a national media kind of rhetoric storyline?
I think it might be. I think it's one of the easy things that's like, if you're a guy who isn't extremely vocal in the locker room and you're a quarterback, and this is actually something that he talked about on Tuesday, just this past week, is that he really, like, he's been quote unquote the leader of the Packers for his entire career there since he's been a starter. But up until this year, he's never been the guy to talk to the team after the game. And he's never been in that type of leadership role where he's looked at as like the guy of like, do you need some words of wisdom? Do you need somebody to pump you up? Go to Aaron Rodgers. But he's starting to hop into that role because he feels so comfortable around his teammates that he can be himself and he can give those type of speeches and whatnot. And I don't think that happens without liking the guys around you, at least not consistently.
I think you're right. I think that's a great point.
And I mean, I'm sure there's still a little bit of that asshole in him, like where he's just like, "Hey, it's gonna come out. Like if I'm pissed off at you, you're gonna know." But at the same time, if you're a quarterback who, like, you're one of the greatest to ever do it, you also have to have that mentality of like, I put the ball in the perfect spot. Don't drop that pass. And if you do, I'm gonna let you know about it. That way, you don't do it again next time.
What do you think Josh Allen's response is when he has something like that happen? Like we saw that happen a few games ago where there were a couple drops in the end zone. What do you think Josh Allen's saying on the sideline? Like if you had to guess, what do you think Josh Allen's response is to his receivers when they maybe don't make the play?
I don't think he responds the same as Rodgers would necessarily. Maybe not in the moment, because he's like, the culture of the Bills is a little bit different.
Right.
Where like guys, you don't see guys on the Bills freaking out on each other on the sidelines, even when you know they're pissed off. Like if a guy doesn't make a play and the play was there to be made, you know they're pissed off, but you don't see them freaking out on each other. So I don't think he responds the same exact way. I think he probably, I would assume that he would go up to him and be like, "Look, you need to make that play next time. I'm going to give you another opportunity to make that play because I trust in you. I believe in your skill set." And he might yell at him a little bit when he does it, but I think he also might let him know that like they're still good to go in his eyes.
Right.
And this might just be a completely fan-sided view of like, well, I love Josh Allen, so I'm gonna look at this in the best possible light. And
but that does seem to align That does seem to align with the culture, though. Like that makes sense to me. It's logical. It's it's like the culture of saying, let's take another shot at it. Let's try this again. Let's maybe do it in a different way. Let's spin this some other way where we can go at it from a different direction. What you're saying is perfect. That's what I think aligns with the Bills culture.
Yeah. Yeah, and it fits within what goes on in the locker room, why players love to be there, why they it's infectious being around him from what everybody in the locker room says Josh Allen, him and Stephon Diggs met once in the offseason outside of when they actually met, when they were playing Call of Duty and whatnot. Yeah. And it seemed like week one they were best friends because Josh Allen just has that infectious attitude that
I agree.
It does help that the locker room, the rest of the locker room seems to kind of feed off of that, and Sean McDermott builds that up. And so I think the responses to a misplay like that, where Rodgers literally just put it on the money. And if Josh puts it on the money like that, yeah, he's going to be pissed off, obviously. But I don't know if he would necessarily go up to him and react the same way, but they don't have to. You can have guys – greatness doesn't have to come in the same shape and size every single time. Greatness can look and feel differently based on
subjective, right?
Yeah.
Subjective.
Yeah, and you can have a guy is absolutely great at what he does, and he's best friends with everybody he's around. Or you can have a guy who's absolutely great at what he does, and he's just not I don't this is work for me. I'm great at my job type of thing. And so there's a lot of different ways that greatness can come about, and just because they do it a little differently doesn't mean they're not great.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for personability as a trait.
I would agree with that.
Especially nowadays with the social dynamics being what they are, can you get along with people? Are you a people person? Can you relate? Can you understand? The dynamics of it, because I feel like there are some players out there that you can tell are not personable. And I feel like it does impact them. If not their performance, definitely their standing on the team, because I think respect goes a long way on good teams when they all have that mutual respect that kind of feeds into the team chemistry as an ingredient. And when you're not personable, you don't have that ability to be like that.
I think there's also a team personable and media personable, because what we see as fans is totally different than what the team sees on a day-to-day basis. Right. Because like I said, Aaron Rodgers and when other guys on his team are on the show, they're just absolutely glowing about him like he is about his teammates when he goes on McAfee's show. And so I get the feeling that the locker room loves him, and he gets along with maybe not everybody in the locker room, but a good number of people. But he doesn't necessarily enjoy talking to the media about everything. So we see a different side of that as fans. Whereas it feels like Josh Allen and the rest of the Bills are just a bunch of kids playing on the playground in the locker room. They're just having fun no matter what they're doing. So it might feel a little bit different. But just because we don't see it doesn't mean that it's not still happening in some way, shape, or form.
And then to go off of that, do you believe that maybe Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane do you think that they were strategic in choosing the players that they did to be able to build this culture? Do you think that was one of the main ingredients? Was that personability?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think the fit in the locker room.
I agree with you.
As Joe says, is anyone going to react to Judge joining the stream? I was going to wait for Judge to say something because I didn't know why he left the stream, if he was leaving the stream because
I had to go make a coffee because I've been drinking the Captain Morgan a little too hard, and I needed to come back down to earth a little bit.
I was going to give you a chance to work your way back in whenever you felt like you were ready.
No, keep going. You guys are doing great.
Yeah, we've been talking culture. Yeah.
No idea what you guys are talking about, but you guys are doing great.
We've been talking culture. The different ingredients of it, how it's different. If this is what the Bills were aiming for when they decided to do this, is this part of their pursuance of certain players to be able to find this culture aspect?
And I think it's I'm, believe it or not, as fucking shit faced as I am right now, I'm an educator of America's youth, and one of the number one things they talk to you about as an educator, one of the number one things they teach you as an educator is they teach you about Carol Dweck and her book on the growth mindset. And that's about waking up every single morning and trying to be the best version of yourself. Like, you learn from your mistakes, you improve from your mistakes, and you just look around the National Football League right now. There are teams that have their shit together, and there are teams that don't have their shit together. And it seems like common sense. Like, it seems like it would be a common sense thing as a National Football League franchise to have your shit together, because the Buffalo Bills clearly do. Like, we have Kenny Stills, Devontae Freeman sitting on our freaking practice squad, for crying out loud.
Oh my God.
Practice squad.
Oh my.
I don't want to know what happened. I'm going to finish.
Oh my God.
Well, my point is gone, apparently. So something's happening. It's 28.
I'm sorry.
23 bucks. Oh, the Packers got a pick. This game is nutty. To you, Whoa. Okay, Mike Evans. For you,
you guys are killing it for me because I'm watching on my iPad and it's behind. So
am I.
I'm sorry.
How far
There's no way you were as far as behind as Casey. He was 17 years behind.
I just had the pass in the flat. So apparently it's the next play.
So should I hold my reactions back for like 10 seconds and then I'll react
like a minute?
15
Yeah. It's like a 60-second delay.
Well, here's what I'm going to say, because Dave and Joe just joined us for what's supposed to be like an adult version of the pregame show.
I can want me to be an adult.
We were talking about conspiracy theories earlier, and I said the two hottest matchups would be, number one, I thought would be Kansas City.
Oh, there it is. Finally.
Kansas City and Mahomes versus Rodgers, a reincarnation of the first Super Bowl. And the second hottest matchup would be Buccaneers, Brady versus
the
Bills. So the inner conspiracy theorist in me thinks that if Tampa Bay wins, the referees might be a little bit more on the Bills side in the next game. And part of me thinks if the Packers win, the refs might be a little Kansas City side in the next game. Joe, you are like the oldest person here.
Thanks.
Thank you for
noticing.
Kind of by a mile. What is your mature take on my conspiracy theory thoughts here? Is there any merit to that?
I've gone back and forth on the whole NFL scripted stuff a lot of times in my life. Just and the big linchpin, the big thing that did it for me when I was like, wait a minute, was freaking Katrina. Hurricane Katrina comes through and destroys and levels New Orleans, Louisiana, and that was Breeze is there, but still the city's pretty much gone. And the Saints, who have been a dumpster fire, the Saints, if people don't remember it because of Drew Brees and the Super Bowl, but the Saints were the Lions. The Saints were the Browns. The Saints, they've never been good.
Ugly.
They were the Aints, man.
Yeah, you went there. They were the Oilers. You went there to die, basically. And then Katrina happens. The city is completely like leveled. And what happens? They win the Super Bowl. And I was like, wait a minute. But Breeze obviously turned out to be something really, really good. I think it's too difficult to script it. I think you can't script guys making catches or not making catches like that. When that ball was tipped and that dude made an amazing interception, I think sometimes they can lend or maybe lean or set. I would say this. So, and it was the Bills. So it was the Bills. It was the first game against the Colts. We were there. Stephon Diggs, literally a ball went right through his hands. And I was like, Stephon Diggs never drops that pass. And then literally a quarter later, John Brown, like right through his hands. I was like, wait a minute, what is going on? So, but I don't know, dude. I don't know where I fall. I mean, it would be tremendously heartbreaking to find out that the NFL is entertainment and scripted. But yeah.
Well, that
when
was
the doubt leaks in. Scripted would be real tough for what they're doing out there.
Agreed.
Having 22 guys push like we need to have this outcome type of thing. But there's definitely a sense of like the league wants certain matchups.
Oh, for sure.
I fully believe that. And they might hint at like, hey, let's make a couple of calls to push something a certain way. But
Well, Knapp, and I don't know how old everybody is on the stream. I know the guys in the top row are older than the guys in the bottom row, but there's some legitimacy to the line that was being fed to Bills Mafia and the nation by the NFL. So much so that Bills Mafia used to started to believe it. So when I was like roaming around the Bills message board that does not exist anymore, the big conversation was when Ralph dies, the Bills are moving because Buffalo can't support an NFL team. The market's too small. And I can show you all kinds of like marketing statistics and all kinds of stuff when you talk about MSAs and things like that can prove to you that Buffalo is actually not a small market at all. It's a small TV market, but Rochester is an hour away, 1 million people. Hamilton, Ontario is 500,000 people. They're 20 minutes away. They don't count. Rochester doesn't count. Toronto's got 5 million people. They don't count. So the Bills being bad back then was good for the NFL because they wanted to move the team. They never expected, and neither did Ralph, that somebody was going to jump up and pay $1.4 billion and keep stop it and promise to keep this football team here.
And now when you look at TV ratings, if you look at like the highest rated games for over the course of a season, it's whenever like the Bills in prime time is always going to be one of those top rated games because Bills Mafia shows up and they show up everywhere.
If we want to talk about not conspiracies, and I tweeted this a little bit ago because the Buccaneers won up by 18 points. And then all of a sudden, the Green Bay Packers flicked the switch. They were like, there it is. They flicked the switch. And I tweeted, urgency is an amazing thing for an NFL offense. If we want to talk about something, why don't we talk about why offenses don't play with urgency always? Why are they not playing with urgency always? Why do you come out and dick around? Why come out and we're just going to run some plays and see kind of what,
feel each other out.
Yeah, we didn't execute that one. Why is it like, oh shit, we're down by 18. We gotta score now. And then all of a sudden, bang, 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 right down the field. Why not just
I'm not trying to make it sound cliche, but sometimes it feels like, if you're in your car and you have that gas pedal, to the floor, you're gonna go through your fuel faster. You're gonna have that tank on empty faster. So sometimes I wonder if teams tend to lay back a little bit because they get this anxiety, they get this kind of mental stigma that says maybe if we're going this high tempo all game, maybe we won't be able to do it.
I don't mean high tempo. I mean urgency and high tempo.
Okay,
I'm not talking K-gun. I'm not talking Jim Kelly, no huddle. I'm talking there's just a sense of urgency. Like, okay, now it matters. We got to start catching the ball.
End of half type of urgency, end of game type of offenses look totally different at the start of a game versus when it comes down to crunch time of like, okay, we need to make a play. You can tell there's a difference,
right?
Whether it's play calling, whether it's mentality, something there is different.
Yeah, so if we want to talk about that, I'd love to talk about that because that's the one thing for me that's like I don't get this. Like,
I think that's absolutely mind blowing to me. I'm right there with you.
Part of it too might be the defense because, I mean, we as Bills fans, how many times do we get a lead as a Bills fan and we're like, come on, defense, why are we playing back? Why are we letting them have this easy, simple stuff?
Sometimes,
so like,
yes,
a defense might start the game, being super aggressive, uber aggressive, and that might shut down an offense. Or as opposed to once they get a lead, they're willing to give up some easy stuff. That an offense typically, because what game was I watching? Was it? I honestly can't remember what game I was watching, to be honest with you, but they were like, I hope this defense doesn't get too conservative and let them dink and dunk down the field because they might.
The Browns did that against the Steelers.
Yes, it might have been Browns Steelers. It was exactly your point.
They went up 20-0 in the first quarter,
yeah.
and next thing you know, the Steelers are just
everything was 15 yards easy. Nothing like the Browns guys were playing so far off, and then next thing you know, the Steelers are only down by like 8 or 10 points in the game.
Speaking of the Browns,
that was the game. That was
like, when you have a good enough offense, should what the defense is doing, should that facilitate what the offense is doing as much if you have a good enough offense, though? And that's an honest question. I'm not sure.
It depends on the philosophy, right? So we saw a switch. And it came after the Chiefs game, and they even the Bills talked about the fact that they talked about it. Like the Bills were very much trying to play offense at some level of basically to the defense they were playing versus going, you know what? We're better than them, so we're just going to play offense.
Right.
And so there's something to be said about that. I would prefer it. I've been calling it since the beginning of the year that our roster is better than most teams' rosters. Just line up and beat the guys. Yes, game plan, but line up and beat the guys. Don't get cute. Don't get stupid. Don't get silly. Don't be afraid of guys. Let them be afraid of you, which is what we saw happen with the Ravens last week. The Ravens did not blitz Josh Allen. What that speaks to Bills fans about Josh Allen is amazing because, like, literally one of the best defenses in the NFL that blitz all the time, we're scared to death of the kid. And that should tell us who he is and who he's going to be in the NFL, in my opinion, that they were afraid to blitz him. I don't think the Chiefs blitz him today either. Like, I literally don't think it's today either.
I said very similar in earlier in the show, and I completely agree with you, Joe. I mean, the Ravens, it's kind of mind-blowing when you think about it. The Ravens completely changed their scheme in a playoff game, in a divisional round of a playoff game. They completely changed their scheme entirely in order to play Allen the way that they thought was best.
Right.
That's a big deal to make that huge of a schematic change in the playoffs, and it's not easy to do. And I was wrong because I said that the Ravens weren't going to do that, and they did. So that shows the level of respect that they have for Josh Allen. They would go to that length to try and adjust to him, and it still didn't work.
What's Tilt Money got to say? You've been quiet, Tilt.
Too quiet. Just hearing what you guys have to look. I mean, I think that
Kyle. I'm removing
I didn't
Kyle.
say. I didn't say.
Kyle.
You took him out.
Just kidding.
I didn't say what it was. That's.
You don't have a poker face, bro. You don't have a poker face.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to have one. I will have one now.
I need a post-it note. Somebody give me a post-it note. Stat.
Oh my God!
Oh, come on.
Oh!
Again?
I didn't give you any idea of what it was. All I did was.
Oh my God! Come on!
I gotta wait a minute for it to happen on my end. So, anyways, Tilt,
sorry.
you're gonna say before Brady apparently throws another interception.
I think it's a combination of both. I think what Steve said was kind of what I was going to say. I think when teams go up like 17, 18 points, I think they change their
There's a little bit of it
defensively. I don't think it's all the reason, but I do think there is some reason for it. Now, I think the combination,
but the play calls change too. The play calls change.
That's what I'm saying. The combination of what the offense is doing plus what the defense is doing makes it appear that I think things are simpler for the offense to move down the field than they really are. Now, I think Matt mentioned, like, there have been so many frustrating games where it was the Niners game.
Sorry, Tilt.
It's okay. The Niners game comes to mind where we kept going up by like 10 or 13 points, and then the Niners would come down and like score in like 2 minutes, and I'd be like, can you just put this team away? And that was clearly a change on our side defensively. That was less to do with the Niners offense than it was to do with our defense. So I think you probably have to go into each game and kind of try to look and see which side of it was it. Clearly what's going on in this Tampa Green Bay game was
he chucked and ducked. Like that third interception, he literally chucked and ducked.
And I do want to
Mike Evans messed that up too, though. That's also on him.
Fuck Tom Brady.
But yeah. Fuck Tom Brady, but that's also on Mike Evans because he
and then Brady's on the ground.
Completely.
Brady's on the ground doing this, like, I can't.
Also, Aaron Rodgers is eating dirt right now, though. That's the only problem.
Yeah, their line can't hold at all right now.
That's good.
They're missing.
You can tell.
David Bakhtiari.
Is there a little bit of a conspiracy theory though with the fact that there really haven't been any penalties called in this game? I mean, I think that there is, and I also think there were a few plays that looked a little weird to me early in this game where Godwin got that big first down, 14 yards, and 3rd and 14. There were linemen downfield, no call.
They even pointed it out on the touchdown to Miller.
I mean, for there to be no penalties, really.
How many times have the Buffalo Bills gotten that penalty? How many touchdowns has Gabe Davis lost? Too many fucking men down the field.
Should we talk about inactives because they just came out?
We actually discussed a little bit, but like we want to talk about conspiracy theories. Like technically, if you really think about it, in the National Football League, there's a penalty on every play. You can call a holding. You can call a pass interference. You can call whatever the fuck you want on whatever illegal man downfield. You can call whatever you want. So if you do want, I'm not going to say fix a game, but if you do have a preference on who you want to win a football game, it is very easy for you to pick and choose what you're going to call.
I will say this too. In football, it is a lot easier for the officials to decide an outcome than it is in basketball or baseball.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen. Yeah,
because in
I've
basketball,
seen 4 or 5 times.
In basketball, there's not a whole lot you can do other than calling fouls. And if guys are like really not touching each other, there's not much you can do. Baseball, balls and strikes, maybe close plays, but ultimately the pitcher's still got to pitch and the batter's still got to hit. In football, the officials really have more of a direct impact on the game than they do, I think, in any other of the 4 major sports. And so there is some credence to that. And there's also some credence to the fact that there's just more going on and it's less obvious to see things that maybe if you were kind of trying to lean one way or another with some officiating, the normal casual fan or even us watching just from a broadcast angle aren't going to see that. So
yeah, I mean, the broadcast even pointed it out on the Scotty Miller touchdown. There was clear and obvious holding going on the left side of that Buccaneers line. And I mean, you're right, Till. You made a great point. It's so much more subjective in football. The referees have so much more latitude with which to make decisions. So it's one of those things that just makes you wonder sometimes what's really going on.
Do we want to talk about the fact that it's 18 degrees there, and the 2 quarterbacks have combined for 500 yards passing, and the fact that Buffalo needs a dome because Josh Allen can't throw in the cold? Does anybody want?
Hey, we do need a dome.
Anybody want to talk about that? Because Josh Allen can't throw in the cold. That's what Bill's mouth just told me.
No, he can't throw in.
I want a dome
throw
for
in
the simple
precipitation.
fact
Hashtag dome life. Hashtag dome life.
Wait, there's one of us on this call right now is a season ticket holder. It's me.
Hey. I was a 10-year season ticket holder, and I was in attendance at the Jets game last year.
I was there too.
So I will say that to me, and we actually, Joe, if you were watching, if you cared all about us, we had this conversation earlier. We had this conversation like an hour and a half ago. Half a bottle of Captain Morgan ago. It was wind. It was wind versus precipitation. What is bigger of a factor? And
Neither.
I think precipitation is a bigger factor than wind.
I agree.
I think
with you.
precipitation.
It depends because I was at the Eagles game last year too when the wind was blowing 55 miles an hour and Josh Allen dropped back and threw the ball 41 times. That's a little ridiculous. 55 mile an hour winds is something else. If we're talking light rain, we all are kids. We were all kids. We all went out in the backyard and played football in the mud and in the rain and in the snow and in the wind. We all did it. I don't ever I remember catching the ball in snow gloves and not thinking to myself, we shouldn't play football because I can't catch in these gloves. Like we just went and played, and that's what these guys do. They play football.
Are you comparing you like in like an alleyway in like 1955 Buffalo, New York, like 1955 South Buffalo, playing stickball to what the Buffalo
1955? He says.
Joe had a black and white television, I believe.
It was 2 years before my mom was born. Man, that's impressive.
I don't think Joe's that much older than me, actually.
Speaking of conspiracies, my mom, that was 2 years before my mom was born, and I was playing football in the street in a back alley somewhere in Buffalo.
Oh, that's impressive. The thing is, at this point, Brandon Stevens, at this point, the JA is the left ass cheek and the 17 is the right ass cheek, if we're being honest. So
HA on one cheek, and sure enough,
you are all going to be sorely disappointed when I have a 10 font Calibri JA17.
No, I don't have money to spare, but I will help pay for your tattoo to make it extremely visible.
Okay, well, Kyle,
Bucks are trying to play clock now.
Here's the issue I have, Kyle, with what you're saying to me. Listen, trust me, if I was a single guy,
you're not married yet.
Technically speaking, legally speaking,
holy Nike.
Yeah, legally
all I'm saying is like at some point I want to have a child of my own. I want this woman that I'm engaged to want to marry me. So the smaller the JA17, the bigger the chance I have of reproducing sexually.
Okay,
so that's where I'm going to go with
this. Judge. So I've got 2 kids. Tilt's got one on the way. I don't know how many he's got. I know
you have JA17 tattooed on your ass.
Wait. I know that Eric's got 2. I can tell you this because clearly you haven't been there yet. When you're trying to make a child, it's almost impossible for her to see your ass. Almost.
It's true. It's true. It's true. You have to be Cirque du Soleil level to be able to get that to work.
You mentioned that you want to have a kid. How often are you going to be showing this kid your ass? Like, that's not a normal thing to be doing. The kids, you don't have to worry about it from the kids' standpoint.
No, but time out.
Can we also talk about the fact that your ass probably looks like your bearded face? Like,
you guys are sitting here. You guys are sitting here acting like
this is supposed to be the serious hour.
This is supposed to be the serious hour. You guys are sitting here acting like this act is something that just happens naturally. No, there is a wooing that goes into this act. There is a seduction that goes into this act that creates a child. And if you have a picture of Josh Allen,
I've made more than one,
jumping over your ass
Me too.
crack, what are the opportunities that you would actually woo someone?
I'm not even pushing
like,
for that.
No, he's not seeing. But here's what Joe's saying though. Joe's saying she's not seeing your behind.
Yeah,
if you're going for the bedtime.
Judge, is that part of the wooing process for you?
I do an ass dance. The first of all, when
Joe puts a mullet wig on when he's trying to do the wooing process.
You guys actually
gotta
don't
bring her
know
back.
this, but back in the day when I had a Tinder, it wasn't even my face. It was just a picture of my sculpted ass cheeks. That was
and this is the professional time.
Yeah.
So
Brandon just goes, thank you, Joe.
Those Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
So do we want to talk about this football game? Take us someplace good.
I want to talk. I want to talk about how you guys are feeling nerves wise. What are you feeling right now?
I'm so fucking drunk. I can't feel my
face.
Hey.
I can't feel my face when I'm with you. But
it's not intoxication. It's not intoxication for
he's
me.
singing the halftime show of the Super Bowl, so that is destiny.
Yeah, it's not intoxication for me because I've only had 2 beers. What I'm feeling right now is I'm actually feeling calm. I mean, I woke up this morning, I listened to some Elton John, and I was feeling fine. Like I feel, and you know what? I can't even make sense of the calm feeling. I can't even make sense of the calm feeling because I feel Rocket Man. I feel like yeah,
that works.
And then Tiny Dancer. That was those two were going back and forth. But anyway, I can't even make sense of the fact that I feel calm because I feel like I should be feeling nerves, but I don't. So you guys tell me, am I wrong for not feeling nerves, or is it fine to just be even keeled for this?
So last week I was good right up until about 15 minutes before kickoff.
So you think it might kick in late?
Yeah, and I was like super confident.
If I get off this show, it will be like
I'm gonna throw up.
Well, I was super confident. Go ahead.
I don't have nerves right now only because I've been talking to you guys. Like once I'm not talking to, like once I'm not on here, once I'm going to the place that I'm watching the game because I'm watching the game over at my buddy's place and he's not even a Bills fan. But once I'm there, I'm gonna have crazy nerves. But since I'm not there yet, since the game is not happening yet, I know I have the nerves. They just haven't presented themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Speaking of nerves, the Sabres are in a shootout, and they just won the shootout because of one Jack Allen Eichel.
So I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel about the outcome of the football game either, as far as what we're going to see. I just want to enjoy this football game. So, and I've been saying that to a lot of people, and it's funny because I kind of tweeted about it that a lot of the content creators have picked up that line as well, like just trying to get the Mafia to enjoy this football game, just understand what we're seeing. And
Joe,
what
if we lose? Like how do we? I'm not ready for it to be over.
I'm not
clear eyes, full hearts. Clear eyes, full hearts.
I'm not ready for it to be over.
I'm not
like
clear eyes, full hearts.
How do we react if we lose this football game, Joe? Is it acceptance? Is it acceptance? Is it disappointment?
Depends how it happens, man. If we lose 45-3, yeah, we're gonna feel like ass.
And the wheels come off. Yep.
If we lose 45-42 because Patrick Mahomes drives down the field, I'm
gonna feel the same way.
And they win
regardless of the score.
I would almost feel worse if the Bills get to the end of the game and they have a chance to win it and it's close.
No,
and they can't pull it off. I would
feel worse. You will feel worse if they get embarrassed. If they get embarrassed and they put up no fight and Josh Allen looks terrible and all the media that have been piling on him all year come back and they come out of the woodwork and say, "Look, I told you so about this guy." You're not going to feel good. Now, if he throws for 450 yards and 4 touchdowns and we lose, okay, you know what? We lost.
It's a game for the ages. If it's a game for the ages and we lose, Nap, the reality is this, and I said it yesterday on the whatever that crazy after dark thing was that we did. Bills fans are different.
Awesome show, by the way.
Bills fans are different when it comes to their football team because we literally identify, like they are a reflection and a persona of us. So when they lose, if they get embarrassed on the national stage, we take it personal. That like we just got great. Buffalo's the butt of all the jokes. I'm the butt of all the jokes again. All my friends are going to text me. All my friends are going to Facebook me. All my friends are going to tweet me. Like I'm going to be, well, your Buffalo Bills didn't even show up today. How about that, Josh Allen? Like it's different. If the wheels come off, it's different.
So I do want to. I have one more question in regard to this. Let's say it is a close game and the Bills could have pulled out a win, but they don't, and then the Chiefs go on to just have an absolute blowout win in the Super Bowl. Do you feel different about it then?
I don't think it matters what happens in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, matchups are matchups. That's a big problem. So going back to before, some of you guys were probably old enough to remember the Titans game, the Music City Miracle. There's a lot of Bills contingency that feels that even with the disaster and train wreck that was that football team at the quarterback and like the tug of war between ownership and Wade Phillips, that had the Bills won that game, that they would have won the Super Bowl that year. That like all the other competition was so bad between the Rams and everybody. Because if you remember, the Titans went to the Super Bowl and then lost to the Rams.
A yard short, yeah.
Came up a yard short.
Wait,
I don't buy into that. I don't buy into that. So matchups are different, and teams match up differently against each other. Go ahead.
Someone soberer than me.
8-point game.
Did Aaron Jones get hurt?
Yes, he's out.
Yes, he was hurt earlier.
Yeah, he's out.
He got hurt on that fumble. He got hurt on that fumble.
This game is drunk as fuck. AJ Dillon is getting carries like in a 4-minute.
He's been carrying.
The game is, or you are.
Yeah, AJ.
Here's a better question: why are you running with 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter?
Because it's working for them. It's working for them because they're.
Corey
this
Dillon
game is
Jr.
fucking batshit.
Corey Dillon Jr. in a green uniform, yes, is running. There was one point where he had three.
Great comp.
It was like awesome. Same number. He looks the same, but he had like two guys on his back, and he was literally just like tramping down the field with the two guys on his back. Like the guy wants to.
They missed a penalty just there. I'll just say that. You're more conspiracy.
I gotta hop out. Because I gotta head over to the location I'm watching the game at. I appreciate you guys for letting me jump back onto the stream. It's fun talking to you guys. Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
See you, Nap. Have fun.
See you, Nap.
I want to ask you guys something. So we've talked so much about Allen and Mahomes and all this stuff, but I want to talk a little bit about the defenses on both sides, because I feel like, we look at the statistics offensively, team wise. Bills and Chiefs are very similar, both near the top in passing offenses. Both
they are the top 1 and 2, aren't they?
Yeah. Yes, both are running the ball.
Red zone.
So defensively, I said this the other night. I was like, I'm scared for the defense. Like, I'm scared of the Kansas City defense creating any kind of momentum for them, because I feel like we already know that the offense is going to probably move the ball. They're going to move the ball. They're going to score points. But the last thing I really want is for that defense to give them any extra momentum. And so one guy I was like kind of scared about was like Tyrann Mathieu, man. He was the guy that I'm like, I don't want this guy to kind of get going emotionally, because he's the type of guy that can lift that defense, their attitude, big play, big momentum. And I'm wondering, from your standpoint, who's the guy that needs to do that for us if we kind of need to match on the defensive side?
If you're talking about the Bills defense, I think it has to be Matt Milano, because he was missing in the Week 6 game, and he plays a critical role in enabling the Bills to be able to do things like delayed zone blitz and things like that the Chiefs actually do struggle with. That's the only type of blitz that they struggle with. And as for the Chiefs defense, I feel like you're playing a weakened Chiefs defense in this game. You got Bashaud Breeland coming back off of concussion protocol. We don't know if he's 100%. Who was the other guy you mentioned, Judge, that was hobbled by an ankle injury?
Fenton. They're Nickelback.
Felton. Yeah,
Felton,
Nickelback.
sorry.
Yeah, Felton. He's coming back off an ankle injury. We don't know if he's 100%. Willie Gay is out. So I think you're playing a different Chiefs defense. Yeah, Willie Gay Jr. is out.
Don't disrespect his father like that.
Willie Gay Jr., is out. So I think you're getting a different Chiefs defense than you did, and I think you're getting a different Bills defense that you did in different ways.
It's a different Bills offense as well. I mean, when you think about the offensive line by itself, the fact that Knox is playing in this game, as much as people in Buffalo like to, and I know what you wanted to ask about the defense, I'm just going to wrap that up with the Knox piece. As much as people like to, Knoxy is one of those guys that we all love, and at times he frustrates the crap out of us. There's a reason he's playing. He's a very good blocking tight end, which is what he did at Ole Miss. As far as the defense, to me, that's the matchup of this game, Tilt. Like the matchup of this football game is about the Kansas City defense versus the Bills offense, which their defense is not great. The Bills, in my opinion, should not have a hard time averaging what they average, 35 points. They should be able to get to 35 in this game. The question is, can the Bills defense, which is great, they're a top 10 defense, slow down and keep that Chiefs offense under 35 points? That to me is this football game.
I have a question for you, Joe, and you, Dave, while me and Eric try to get over the fuck's going on in this game. Vernon Butler and Gabe Davis. I was 100% convinced that those two weren't playing. Let's start with Gabe Davis. What is your shock factor that Gabriel Davis is not is playing in this game and Kenny Stills is not?
Not shocked at all.
No,
really.
Not
He finished the game last week. I think this was head games. I think there's an aspect of
he was DNP all week up until the last practice.
Does he need to practice?
I guess the question comes down to, do you trust a guy that's played every game for you this year versus a guy that has played 0 games for you this year, although he's a veteran? So it's like the rookie with experience playing on your team this year versus the guy who is a veteran that has not played a game for your team this year.
They did it with the Colts too. They did it with the Colts. They did something where I can't remember who it was, but they brought up a guy and ended up scratching him before the Colts game, which it was on Saturday night, Friday night, which forced the Colts to go back and start looking at tape on this. I can't remember who it was though. It was a player that ended up being inactive. To me, they floated all that stuff and did that almost as games play. They're playing cards because now it turns into them spending 2-3 days trying to figure out if Stills plays, what routes are they going to have him run? Can he run Gabe Davis routes? If he doesn't run Gabe Davis routes, who's going to run the Gabe Davis routes? Because he's running the John Brown routes. To me, it was just gamesmanship.
Serious question to you guys. With just over 2 minutes left in the game, Green Bay decided to kick a field goal.
Yeah, that's bad. That whole. Okay, so first of all, on third down,
touchdown, right?
Yeah,
I hope they show this again, because on third down, when Green Bay has the chance to get a touchdown, Rodgers has 2 open receivers and he throws to the middle of the field to tight coverage. And it's knocked away.
He did it earlier too. There was one ball that he threw to the right when he was hurried, and Devontae Adams was wide open on the left, downfield.
Exactly.
That goes back. That goes back.
He could have had a touchdown on that third down in 2 different places.
That goes back
instead,
because people say Allen misses those all the time. It's like every quarterback misses those.
Yeah. So I think that's a great point, Joe. That's actually exactly what I was going to say. But I mean, he has 2 opportunities right there to get a touchdown, and he throws it to the middle of the field with tight coverage. And then they go for a field goal. What?
Yeah. So, Till, the defenses. What were your thoughts about the defenses?
Sorry.
You're fine.
Well, I mean, I agree. I definitely agree that Milano is going to be hugely important. But I'm kind of thinking of can Milano be the guy also that is the emotional uplift we need as well at the same time, right? Is he going to be able to be the guy that makes a play that changes the tide for this game, or is he going to be the guy that just is doing what he needs to do to prevent?
No, he's a grinder.
Yeah. So who's going to be the guy on our side that maybe is it Teron Johnson? Who is it that's going to just be swing the momentum for us for our defense with a turnover? I guess that's what I'm talking about, a turnover type play. I feel like it could be Teron Johnson. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to ride the hot hand. I want to go with Teron Johnson.
Yeah, for me, I don't know when you break down this defense and you break down the fact that the 2 linebackers are studs, the 2 safeties are studs. We clearly have Tre'Davious White, and all of those guys aren't hype men. They're all very much they go about their business. They're grinders. They do their jobs. With Mahomes and the turf toe, I think it's going to be somebody on the defensive line, whether it's a Mario Addison or Ed Oliver, a Jerry Hughes. I think somebody's going to cut. Hughes has just been
AJ Epinesa.
Could be AJ Epinesa. Hughes playing out of
captain getting the judge. That captain is really getting to him.
For me, Jerry Hughes has earned a couple more years in a Buffalo Bills uniform, in my opinion, as far as that goes. So yeah. So welcome into the show, El. And somebody just
we lost Eric. Eric's back.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
He's here.
I'm here.
He just wanted to be on the left.
Good.
Judge is feeling it. Judge is feeling.
I am left-handed.
I'm feeling the captain right now.
Me too.
So,
I like it. I heard something about being.
There's this full when the pregame started.
Yes, he is. He is absolutely 3 sheet. And it looks like you're drinking a summer shandy there in the winter. What are you drinking?
I I wish I have Angry Orchards tonight.
Oh, gotcha.
She's repping the hometown, right?
Gotcha. I saw the yellow.
I was gonna say Summon Shandy lining cool.
When Judge said he was already a little shitty, I decided to do a couple of shots while I was in the shower too. So shower beer down.
Shower shots.
2 shots of
Shower
bullshit.
shots. Not shower beer, not shower wine, shower shots. That's a little different. That's a new one for me.
I asked you to come on because I was looking for someone sober.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, I think you're gonna be hard pressed to find that there, Judge. That's gonna be probably not gonna happen. So
yeah, I pride myself on being a professional.
So do we want to stop and talk just for a minute about just the back and forth with Bills Mafia and the reality, in my opinion, that we're all about to face, which is, do we really want to face Tom Brady in the Super Bowl? And for me, it doesn't come down to wanting to face Tom Brady. Do I deep down want to beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl? Yes. Do I want to lose? If I'm faced with winning or losing, if lose is the option, the last person on the freaking planet that I want to lose to is Tom Brady. Where are you guys at? And you go ahead, Phil.
I'll say this: if I could see into the future and I knew we were going to lose, I would rather lose this game than lose to Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. That's just me personally. I think that it would be too heartbreaking to lose in the Super Bowl that way than it would be to
you wouldn't
go out
want those 2 weeks of utter satisfaction.
I mean, yes, it would be great, obviously, to get into the Super Bowl. But again, like Joe said, we lose to Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. Now that's 5 Super Bowl losses.
Ooh.
And again, it was Tom Brady putting the dagger in our hearts again, just from a different angle. So it's like, okay, he put a dagger from the front. Now he's going to put a dagger from the back. It's like, do you really want that? I mean, obviously you want to go because you want to win, and your only chance to win is if you win today. But if you could look into the future and know that was going to happen, would you do that? I would probably not do it.
I don't know what's going on, but yeah. So in the chat,
speaking of the refs, Till, the refs just called a penalty on the Packers for encroachment. It was the tickiest of the tackiest of the calls I've ever seen.
So in the chat, tell us what you guys think in the chat. So do you want to face Tom Brady in the Super Bowl? And don't give me the rah-rah. Give me the reality in the situation. Where are you guys at in the chat as far as facing Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, understanding what that means? Elle, what are your thoughts on it?
My reality on that one is that he is going to be the same piece of shit that he always has been. He is a horrible, awful person who would love to rub it in all of close face. It's already at the point where nobody wants to allow him in our bars if he were to ever show up in the city. He's not welcome fucking anywhere. So I'm sitting here and I'm going, if we get there and he actually manages to spank us, it's going to be absolutely humiliating and heartbreaking, and it's going to be worse than the 25 years that we've already endured. I don't want it. I don't want it. I want him to go away. Just in general, I want him to go away.
Yeah, right. Don't go away, mad girl. Just go away. I'm with you.
Well, I'll say this: like, it's just give me the shot. Like just give me the shot. Get me there.
There you go. This third down right here is for the ball game. Just so you guys know.
I wouldn't know. I'm a minute behind, but thanks.
I'm at 2nd and 8 right now, but it's just get me to fucking Tampa and give me the shot.
Where it's a home game for Tom Brady?
I don't give a shit. He's only been there for a year. All right?
It's true.
He's only been there for a year. Just
and he's been a whining bitch the whole
half
time.
Half of the crowd is going to be vaccinated workers, and knowing the state of Florida like I do, half the state doesn't believe in vaccinations, so they're probably not going to be in-state employees. And second of all, it's not going to be a full stadium. So just get me to Tampa. Just get me to fucking Tampa. Get me in this goddamn game. Give me 3 more weeks of jubilation or 2 more weeks of jubilation, and just give me a shot, whether it's Allen versus Brady or it's Allen versus Rodgers.
Oh,
just
no.
give me a
Oh my God.
What happened?
Refs just called pass interference on the Packers defense.
You God. Oh. I can already tell without it being in slow motion that this is bullshit.
The refs are throwing this for the Packers.
I
Just saying.
I need to see it in slow mo, but
Such
fuck.
a joke. And I said it last night. I have said it for the last week. We've sat here and we've watched him pull
my
this shit where he can go so far as to high five the officials.
That's true.
It's shady. It's dirty. He's been around for fucking forever.
Yeah, this game was thrown. The quarterback
never
on this
gonna be
play
a
didn't
fair
even
game.
he didn't even
Never
touch
gonna
the
be fair.
receiver.
Wow. I have no idea.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned.
That's
I'm
sobbing
stunned.
here is my wife in the background, I think.
I have no idea what's going on.
Packers fan, so
Your
I'm
wife
sure
must be fucking livid.
That's game. That's game
I'll
because
find
that's
out in about 20
that's
minutes.
game. That's game.
Oh,
Yep.
boy.
Tom Brady's going to the Super Bowl
again.
Okay, we just
10.
spent
10 of them.
We just spent a quality amount of time talking about conspiracy theories.
I just saw the replay. I saw the replay.
Whether
that was not interference.
and whether the NFL is rigged.
That's what they called.
If you ever needed evidence that the National Football League was rigged, if they wanted Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, that's how you get it. Holy
These last 2
shit.
weeks, 100%.
People in the comment section are saying he grabbed his shirt.
No, he didn't.
No, well, a little bit.
A little bit. It looks like he's got a whole.
Yeah, but we've seen that. We've seen that not called. We've seen that not called.
Yeah, Murphy Bunting did it to Lazard earlier in the game. Remember?
Yeah,
On the
earlier in the
interception.
game. Yeah, and there was that last week in the Ravens game. I don't remember who it was running. It was Humphrey was running right down the field, holding on to the back of Stephon Diggs.
Yes,
shoulder pads like ran holding on to him. So yeah, no, it's
that's why I said it was ticky tack because yes, he did grab the jersey, but we've seen that not called so many times.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
And it was a third down, so that first down gets the win. So
yeah. That's that's no fun. So Mathis couldn't take it.
Maybe he's going to throw up. I don't know.
That's funny. What are you going to do? So, anyways, anybody got a topic for this football game now that we know who is going to be playing, who the NFC representative?
I'll tell you a topic: the Buccaneers defense.
No, I want to talk about the Bills game here for a second, if we can. I want to talk about the guy that ravaged us last time we played him. What's he going to do today? Clyde Edwards-Helaire with a banged up ankle, I believe.
I'm not worried about
hip. What do we think? Because my bold prediction on our Thursday show was that Devin Singletary would have a better game than Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I mean, it's not that bold of a prediction, but considering
I think Williams.
I agree with you.
I think Williams is more the threat in this football game. I think that we've seen the Buffalo Bills again. We've talked about it a lot, Dave. You and I have, as far as on different shows. I think that Chiefs game is an outlier game. I don't think that's an actual depiction of what this Bills defense is about. Mm-hmm. What we've seen them do against other good running backs and even running back and tight end tandem. We've seen the Bills with good running back, Darren Waller and Josh Jacobs. Like we've seen them, Higbee and whatever. We've seen this before. I think the Bills can handle it. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. I'm not too concerned about Edwards-Helaire. I'm more concerned about Mahomes' ability to make things happen on the run, just like Josh Allen can, and what that's going to do. Go ahead.
That's why, to your point, Joe, just to tack onto it, I talked about this a little bit earlier before you were on. I think it's critical that our defense forces Mahomes to roll out to his right. Because if he has to plant that foot in order to move, he may not be able to, or if he can, it'll be at a significant disadvantage. Sure. And, Teron Johnson and Matt Milano are going to be key on that weak side in doing a delayed zone blitz to try and force Mahomes to roll out that way, especially if the Chiefs line up in their Kelsey outside, Tyreek Hill inside alignment, because then you've got the running back on the strong side of the quarterback. So he's literally unprotected on that weak side. If he has to roll out, he might not be able to.
Exactly. We'll see. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what his movement is, and if it's going to be compromised. It's also going to be interesting to see how he takes a big hit. If he gets hit, if he takes a big shot to the shoulder, one of the shoulders, or not, God forbid he takes one to the head, but you know what I'm saying, as far as if he's a little bit sore just from the hit that he took last week. So,
well, does this change potentially the way we approach defensively? Because we know statistically Mahomes is dominant against the blitz, just like Josh Allen is. If you blitz him, he's going to kill you. But with a hobbled toe, right, and his mobility maybe being an issue, do we see us being a little more selective and maybe kind of trying to come after him a little bit? At least trying maybe a little bit early in the game to see how mobile he is, or do we kind of hang back to wait and see how mobile he is and kind of feel him out.
I think you run it just like they did against the Ravens. I think you rush 4 and you sprinkle it in when it's kind of unexpected and it's not like house blitzes. So
I think he does dissect the blitz, Mahomes, but he does struggle against delayed zone blitz. The Miami Dolphins proved that with Jerome Baker coming off that edge. He's a fast linebacker. The Bills have fast linebackers with Milano healthy now. They can do that. They can come around that edge, get around the tackle, and get to Mahomes. So I think it's what kind of blitz are you running and how complex are the Bills going to be with their blitz?
2 words, Eric, pop socket.
I know I need one.
So I'm going to piggyback off of previous stats that I had, some of them with you guys, some of them with other guys, but I'm gonna definitely say our defense needs to be 100% tonight. We need to make sure that we actually are carrying on that gap integrity, that we are going through and we have everything in place to make sure that we are that we're literally covering every possible spot. And I think that Teron Johnson actually showed us last week. If you guys watched any of those post-game interviews with him, he was literally saying, and he's been saying all season, I'm watching the QB's eyes. It doesn't matter who he's up against. He's watching where the quarterback is looking, and he knows to be able to go and find that pick, or he knows to be able to go and make that block. I need every man on that defensive line to be in that same kind of absurd focus and be ready to go. I need Matt Milano to have his tits together tonight. I need him to be ready to block the shit out of everybody. I get it. Man, I've had pearl in myself, and you have to use your boobs for everything. You don't even think twice about it. But there's no excuse anymore. You had the first half of the season to
critical
do everything.
L, is that your car getting stolen or is that Eric's?
Somebody in my parking lot. Sorry, I closed the door. Critical 3rd and 5 here for the Bucks. 48 seconds left.
The game's not over.
I closed my iPad. I closed my iPad thinking it was over.
Yeah, can we?
Yeah, I figured we were done here.
Listen, I understand we're still 30 minutes from kickoff, and the Packers game is technically still going.
Game over. Game over. First down, Bucks. That's it.
Okay, so that game is over. So now that game is officially over, we are 1 game away from going to the Super Bowl
against Tom Brady.
We are opponent be damned. We are 1 game away from going
be the best 30 for 30 in history if we won the Super Bowl against
fucking
Last Dance was 6 parts. This would be a 10-part document.
Can we be real? Because my answer to this question is no. Has reality set in to any of you yet that we are fucking maybe 3-4 hours away from going to the fucking Super Bowl? Like, has that?
No.
I am consciously aware that is a fact.
No.
That tomorrow morning I will either wake up as a guy who's getting ready for the fucking draft or a guy who's going to the fucking Super Bowl. I am consciously aware of that fact right now. Consciously aware, but my brain has not processed that, despite the fact that I logically know that that's going to happen. Like the processation within the neurons of my brain is just
your synapses are firing in such a way
it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with alcohol intake at this point, because I woke up this morning feeling the exact same way. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? I'm
going to be honest here. Like, I'm that person who, for years, all over the country, I've gone all over the place. And when people go, "You're a Bills fan?" I go, "Absolutely." And we're going to the Super Bowl this year. I've been laughed out of bars. I have been laughed out of bars. I have been told by the bartender, sober as a judge, that I can't be served because that's the shit that I believe. Every year, what do I say? Yeah, we're the Bills. We are the Buffalo goddamn Bills. And we're going to the Super Bowl every year. So it's the same shit I've been saying since I was 5 years old. And so to actually be the Bills that are about to go to the fucking Super Bowl? No, it doesn't. It doesn't feel real, because every year that I say it, every year I've been wrong. And this will be the first year that I've said it that I might be fucking right. I love it. I'm giddy on the inside, but also at the same time, I'm like, no, we got like 6 more games, so we can still fuck this shit up. No, we have 1 more game. We have 3-4 hours.
On that note of saying that, the people that have called it every year, they say Bills the Super Bowl every year. It's been an interesting flip flop, right? When you think about it and you consider just the head coaches that we've had. When we've had great offenses, we've had horrible defenses. When we've had great defenses, we've had horrible offenses. And like, even to the point of like when one of the years that Rex was here, coming off of, Jim Schwartz's #1 defense in the NFL, the wide 9. And the thought was, my God, if Tyrod can just be top 15, can he be top 15? If he's top 15, we're a Super Bowl contender. Couldn't do it. And the defense falls apart. And if you would have told me, and we talked about it, if the Buffalo Bills, if Josh Allen this year, if we return a #3 defense in the NFL, and Josh Allen can find top 10 offense, top 12 offense, like there's no reason we shouldn't go to the Super Bowl. And it was even then a long shot. It was still like there was a lot of like, well, there's progress Josh Allen is clearly going to have to make. And, in order for this offense to go from wherever they were, 27th or 28th or 26th, up to number 10 or number 12, that's not as easy probably as taking a defense from 25 to number 5. Like it's, offense is a much harder game to play than defense sometimes, depending on, what your philosophies are. But here we sit. This offense is number 2 in the NFL, right? They don't have much of a ground game to speak of, which I don't know that they necessarily need. And the defense is top 10. If not this year, then when? I guess that's where I would put it.
Don't hurt me like that, Joe. Don't hurt me like that. Don't hurt me like that.
If not this year, then when? The reality,
great point.
As much as we have to worry about stopping Patrick Mahomes, they've got to worry about stopping our offense too.
Let me tell you this, roster wise, with Josh Allen, this could be the best roster we have with him as our quarterback. Like it really could be this year.
Pierre was saying that. I disagree.
Well, look, we're going to go through phases. Right, we're going to go through phases where Josh is going to get his new contract, and we're not going to be as good across the board.
I would challenge that with this. I would challenge that with the fact that the McDermott is spending luxuries that he does. He right now he can afford that he won't have the ability to, and one of that is rolling 9 defensive players for like 40% snap counts. Like there's no reason that we can't drop 3 or 4 of those guys and go to 60% or 65% snap counts. So I think there's money there. I mean, Nsekhe's not going to be making $10 million a year. Trent Murphy's not going to be making $10 million a year. There's a lot of money on this offense, even still, that's out there. The question is, they're going to need to find a running back. They need to find an RB1.
And if Josh is as good as we believe him to be, he should be the type that can elevate the team around him, regardless of what roster is. So that'll be like the Russell Wilsons of their post Super Bowl runs, where he had like Doug Baldwin as his #1 wide receiver and Marshawn Lynch was his running back. And like these guys were still perennial favorites in the NFC. So if we get to the point where it doesn't matter really what the roster is around Josh, other than a few pieces like a Diggs type, then it really shouldn't matter from a dollar standpoint. What I'm saying is that will be fine. The rosters may not be as good. He may be better, but this roster that we have this year still might be the best roster we have for one season to go win it all.
What's interesting? No, it's true. It's a great point. What's interesting, and you guys can talk about it, is what's the most important piece for a quarterback that can elevate the play of the team around him? You almost have to wonder, from watching Brady, from watching Mahomes, and watching somebody, is it tight end? Go find me a great quarterback, get him a stud tight end, and then watch him elevate the play of the wide receivers around him, because that seems to be a pretty solid recipe if you think about it.
It is, and
let's hope for Dawson Knox then.
Right.
Yeah, there's
Dawson Knox plays like he's capable of playing.
Yeah, he's on the up and coming. I mean, a couple weeks ago he was 4 for 4, 100% catch rate. So Dawson, I need you to come through, because I've been banging the table for weeks for Dawson Knox, and I've put a lot of hand banging the table into that. So I mean, he has the potential. He just needs to put it together. That's why when me and Knapp were talking about it, I would love to see Dawson Knox get some more opportunities tonight, especially with Willie Gay Jr., thank you, Judge, out. I would like to see
Don't
Rambo
disrespect your
Knox
father.
get. Yeah, exactly. I would like to see Rambo Knox get some more opportunities tonight. I think he's a mismatch. I think it's important.
I don't think Dawson Knox. I love Dawson Knox, but he's never going to be. I'll take the L on this if there. But he's never going to be George Kittle or Travis Kelce. If you're trying to set up a roster where you have like a Tyreek Hill, a Travis Kelce, and then other guys around, you can have a Stephon Diggs. And when guys like Cole Beasley and John Brown aren't here anymore, and you have nice pieces that are still on the roster, like a Gabriel Davis, who could be, your whatever, DeMarcus Robinson, whoever the Chiefs have that's kind of in that role, then you can go out and get an elite tight end if that's the kind of offense you want to run. It's just a question of if that's what they want to do or if they want to continue on this 3 and 4 wide receiver path. I mean,
which I think you're right on that. I think they do. I think they do want to continue to do that.
So many targets to go around. Tight end is low volume in this offense. Now, is that because of who we have at the position, or is that because of the design of the offense? Right. So it's like chicken and egg type of argument. I feel like.
I don't
Going
know
off
how.
of that, literally,
Dawson
Knox came in and he came in hot for a minute there, and he was like, MVP of game after game. But I don't really necessarily feel like he's done us super proud in this second half of the season. I don't feel like he's doing anything that is so mind-blowingly different from every other guy. I don't think he's our man. I think that we have money to spend on somebody new. I think that we have the ability to make some other magic happen. So I will happily fill out the Dawson Knox apology form when it comes to be time. But for right now, he's not the man I'm betting my whole boat on.
And I'll tell you what, guys. Like, I've been working at Buffalo Fanatics here for going on a year, and I'll tell you what. Sometimes I'll cut a promo or I'll cut a video, and I'll be like, "This shit is so good," and I'll know it's not the right time to publish it. Right? I'll know it's not the right time. Be patient. Wait. You can publish this video later and it'll get more views. It'll get more clicks. It'll get more love, like all those different things. But I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm so fucking proud of what I've created that I want to post it, even if it's 3:00 in the goddamn morning. And that's how I feel about these Buffalo Bills right now. Josh Allen is 25 years old, right? Like, there are so
24.
many there are so 24, 25. There are so many AFC championships that this dude is going to go to in his life. There are so many Super Bowls that we can win. There's so, I don't care. I don't fucking care. We have put up with this shit for so long this year. We have, I don't want to wait another 365 days to fucking feel the sensation of what it means to go to a Super Bowl. I don't want to wait 700 days to feel the fucking sensation of what it means to go to a Super Bowl. I want that feeling right fucking now. Give it to me right fucking now. That's when I want it. In this very moment, in these next 4 hours, I want to know what it feels like to be a team that's in the fucking Super Bowl. Josh Allen, go out there and fucking do it. Go out there and do it. There's no moral victories to this game. There's no, Josh Allen showed the fucking world and next year he'll get him and it's hoorah. No. Give me the fucking Super Bowl right goddamn now because I don't want to wait another 365 days. I can't. I can't. Give it to me right now.
That's so funny.
Give it to me right now.
I've been that kid who's been sitting here since we came off the bye, just replaying that scene from the Goonies where they're all at the bottom of the fountain and they're like, you can't ride up on his stupid bucket and go away. Goonies never say die. It's our time. This is our time down here. And literally every Sunday I wake up and that's the first thing that's in my head is it's our time now. It's our time. If not now, then when? Exactly like you fucking said already. I'm ready. I want to go. I'm over it. We've sat on this losing narrative for way too damn long for the Buffalo goddamn Bills. And we are ready to go in tonight and we're going to fucking take it. We're going to take it like it was ours to begin with. I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's go.
Josh, you know I'm fucking ready. Let's do this thing.
Well,
let's fucking go and win this fucking game.
Speaking of, let's go. It's 6:30. So let's wrap this thing up.
Yeah, I will just say I'm with Steve on this because, like, just to contradict him a little bit, like, there's no guarantee we're going to come back to the AFC Championship game. There's no guarantee we're going to make, like, this could be as good a chance as any. It's very difficult to even get to this point, right? The Patriots were an anomaly, right? They are an absolute anomaly for 20 years. Like, you think about how many times that team went to the AFC Championship game. That's not normal. That's not normal. So take the opportunity while you have the chance, which is right now, and make the most of it. And let's see. Jeffrey says Steve Matz. Yeah, Judge is feeling it, but we need to wrap it up because we got to get ready. We got to prep. we got less than 10 minutes now. So, man, we're finally here.
Final score prediction, Tilt.
I'm going to stick with what I said the other day, and that was, I believe I said 31-28 Bills.
Final score prediction, Judge.
27-24 Buffalo Bills. Patrick Mahomes leads the Kansas City Chiefs down the field to take a 24-20 lead. And then fourth quarter, Josh Allen leads us down the field. And in the waning seconds of the football game puts us up 27-24 to win it. And I probably won't live to see the end of that game. So I just want to tell you all right now, I love you.
I knew it was coming.
I love you.
I love you, man.
I love you. I love you guys. I love every single one of you. I love every single one of you in the comment section. And if I don't survive to see our show tomorrow afternoon, just know I care about each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart.
L score prediction. I'm trying to get us to this to kick off. L score prediction.
I'm sitting on this 31-27, but it's going to be real dirty. We're going to ride it right to the end. I'm hoping we're not going to have that third quarter bullshit that we've had before. I'm pretty sure that we're over it.
We won't.
Please let us be over it. But I think it's going to be one of those last minute things where we're going to be riding it right to the final fucking second. 31-27 Bills. By the
Eric, make it quick. Eric, make it quick.
48-41 Bills. Josh Allen leads the final drive in the fourth quarter. Touchdown to Stephon Diggs. Bills win, going to the Super Bowl. See you later.
I got 35-27 Buffalo, so the game is within a possession. And I'll be up late tonight recording the Overreaction podcast, so make sure you check that on the drive to work tomorrow, regardless.
I don't want this Madden simulation to end. I want this Madden simulation to go on.
Well, this show
forever and ever.
With that, you have been tuned into everybody. I'm about to mute y'all. You guys have been watching the Buffalo Fanatics Tailgate on the Buffalo Fanatics Multicast Network. My name is Joe Miller. Tilt Money for Judge, for Eric, and for L. It's so good to have you guys here. One last time, go Bills.
Go Bills.
See you guys.